we present What O' Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Horton as Jeeves and Richard Bryars as Bertie Wooster, with this week's guest, Ronald Fraser, as Mortimer Little. Jeeves exerts the old cerebellum.
Now, touching this business of old Jeeves, my man, you know, how do we stand? Well, lots of people think I'm much too dependent on him. Most fellows, you see, are all for having their valets confine their activities to creasing trousers and what-not, without trying to run the home. But it's different with Jeeves. Right from the first day he came to me, I've looked on him as a sort of guide, philosopher, and friend. I mean to say, take just one small instance. Every other valet I've had used to barge into my room in the morning while I was still asleep, causing much misery. But Jeeves seems to know when I'm awake by a sort of telepathy. He always floats in with a good old cup of tea exactly 2 minutes after I come to life. It makes a deuce of a lot of difference to a fellow's day.
Morning, Jeeves.
Good morning, sir. Your tea.
Thank you, Jeeves. It's just right as usual.
I've said it before and I'll say it again, Jeeves. You're an amazing cove. So dashed competent in every respect.
Thank you very much, sir. I endeavour to give satisfaction.
And how's the weather this morning, Jeeves?
Exceptionally clement, sir.
It is a juicy morning. You were right. It's spring and all that.
Yes, sir.
In the spring, Jeeves, a livelier iris gleams upon the burnished dove.
So I have been informed, sir. Mr. Little rang up on the telephone a few moments ago, sir. I informed him that you were not yet awake.
Well, bingo, Little.
Yes, sir. He mentioned that he had a matter of importance to discuss with you, but confided no detail.
Oh, well, I expect I'd be stinging him at the club.
No doubt, sir.
Anyway, Jeeves, it's not likely that anything Bingo describes as a matter of importance will turn out to be really so frightfully important. I expect he's discovered some new brand of cigarette he wants me to try, or something like that.
Very probable, sir.
I'm not going to spoil my breakfast by worrying about it, Jeeves. And after breakfast, if you'll bring me my wangee, my yellowish shoes, and the old green Homburg, I shall go into the park to do pastoral dances and feed the ducks.
Very good, sir. I shall attend to the matter immediately.
Thank you, Jeeves.
I'm not much of a ladies' man myself. Not like young Bingo, who's perpetually falling in love with someone or other. But on this particular morning in the park, it seemed to me that what I really wanted was some charming girl to buzz up and ask me to save her from assassins or something. So that it was a bit of an anticlimax when I merely ran into Richard Bingo Little himself, looking perfectly foul in a crimson satin tie, decorated with horseshoes.
Hello, Bertie.
Bingo! My God, man! The cravat! The gent's neckwear! Why? For what reason?
Oh, the tie.
Yes, the tie.
I was given it.
Oh. Well, how are you?
Fine.
And, your Uncle Mortimer?
Fine.
Still dishing out the allowance?
Yes, fine.
Jeeves tells me you want to talk to me about something, Bingo.
Eh? Oh, yes. I say, Bertie.
Hello.
Do you, do you like the name Mabel?
No.
No?
No.
No. You don't think there's a kind of music in the word, like the wind rustling gently through the treetops?
No.
Oh.
Come on, tell me all. You've fallen in love again, haven't you?
Well,
Who is she?
Well, Bertie, actually she's, well, look, you'd better come along and meet her at lunch.
A ripe suggestion, Bingo, not to say fruity. Now, where are you meeting her? At the Ritz?
Near the Ritz, Bertie. Yes, definitely near the Ritz. In fact, pretty well adjacent, Bertie.
He was geographically accurate. About 50 yards east of the Ritz, there's one of those blighted tea and bun shops you see dotted about all over London, and into this, if you believe me, young Bingo dived like a homing rabbit. And before I had time to say a word, we were wedged in at a table on the brink of a silent pool of coffee left there by an early luncher. Bingo! You're not going to lunch with the girl at this godforsaken eatery.
Shh, Bertie.
Look, if you're hard up, Bingo, I don't mind.
No, Bertie.
But it is a bit...
Shh. Here she comes.
Good morning. Can I take your order?
Where, Bingo?
Hello, Mabel.
Hello, Richard.
You see, I'm wearing the tie, Mabel.
Yes, it suits you beautiful.
Bingo!
Oh, Mabel, this is Bertie Wooster, a pal of mine. We were at school at Oxford together.
Pleased to meet you. Nice morning.
Fine.
What's it going to be today, then, Richard?
Oh, Mabel. Yes. I think I'll have a cup of cocoa, cold veal and ham pie, slice of fruitcake and a macaroon. Same for you, Bertie.
What? So, no. I'll have,
Or, how about a bit of hot steak pudding with a sparkling limado to wash it down?
No, Bingo, no. I'll have a roll and butter and a small coffee.
Right, thanks. Cold veal and ham pie, slice of fruitcake, macaroon.
Well, Bertie?
That's Mabel.
Yes.
Very nice.
You don't think she's the most wonderful girl you ever saw?
Oh, absolutely. Where did you meet her, Bingo?
At a subscription dance in Camberwell.
What on earth were you doing at a subscription dance in Camberwell?
It was your man Jeeves, actually, Bertie. He asked me if I'd buy a couple of tickets. It was in aid of some charity or other.
Jeeves? I didn't know he went in for that sort of thing.
Well, I suppose he has to relax a bit every now and then. Anyway, he was there, swinging a dashed efficient shoe. I hadn't meant to go at first, but I turned up for a lark. Oh, Bertie, think what I might have missed.
What might you have missed, Bingo?
Mabel, you chump. If I hadn't have gone, I wouldn't have met Mabel.
Oh, I see.
Here we are, then. Coffee for you, sir. There, Richard.
Thanks, Mabel.
Niece!
Just coming, sir.
Well, wrap yourself round that, Bertie.
Ugh.
These macaroons are excellent. Look, Bertie, I want your advice.
Carry on.
At least, not your advice, because that wouldn't be much use to anybody. I mean, you're a pretty consummate old ass, aren't you? Not that I want to hurt your feelings, of course.
No, I see that.
No, what I want you to do, Bertie, is put the whole binge to Jeeves and see if he can't scare up a happy ending somehow. What do you think my uncle's going to say to my wanting to marry a waitress? If he cut off my allowance, I should be very much in the soup. So tell Jeeves my future is in his hands, and that if the wedding bells ring out, he can rely on me even under half my kingdom. Well, we'll call it 10 quid. Jeeves would exert himself with 10 quid on the horizon. What?
Undoubtedly.
Then do put it to him and see what he suggests, Bertie. Yes, put it to him as soon as you can. There's a good chap, Bertie.
I sprang the details on Jeeves that night. He'd been clearing away the dinner things, but at the sound of the young master's voice, cheesed it courteously.
Sir?
Jeeves, are you busy this evening?
No, sir.
I mean, not doing anything in particular?
No, sir. It is my practice, having concluded my duties, to read some improving book. But if you desire my services further, this can easily be postponed or indeed abandoned altogether.
Well, I want your advice. It's about Mr. Little.
Young Mr. Little, sir, or the elder Mr. Little, his uncle, who lives in Pounceby Gardens?
Good God, Jeeves, do you know everything?
I really could not say, sir.
But how do you know the elder Mr. Little lives in Pounceby Gardens? I've been pally with Bingo practically all my life, yet I don't remember ever having heard his uncle lived anywhere in particular.
The matter is susceptible of a ready explanation, sir. I am on terms of some intimacy with the elder Mr. Little's cook. In fact, there is an understanding, sir.
What? Do you mean you're engaged?
It may be said to amount to that, sir.
Well, Jeeves, this has given me a bit of a start. Somehow I've never thought of you going in for that sort of thing, that's all.
She is a remarkably excellent cook, sir.
Oh, no, please don't feel called upon to explain, Jeeves.
Yes, sir. What was it you wished to ask me about Mr. Little?
Bingo? Yes. He's fallen in love. He always does in the spring, with a waitress in a tea shop.
You should have seen him, Jeeves. When she spoke to him, his entire map was suffused with a rich blush. He looked like the soul's awakening, done in pink.
I can well imagine it, sir.
Anyway, Jeeves, he wants to marry the female, but fears his uncle's wrath. So I thought we ought to rally round a trifle and help him put the thing through. Now tell me about old Mr. Little. What sort of chap is he?
Mr. Little has become a great recluse, and now devotes himself almost entirely to the pleasures of the table.
Greedy hog, you mean?
I would not, perhaps, take the liberty of describing him in precisely those terms, sir. He is what is usually called a gourmet, very particular about what he eats, and for that reason sets a high value on Miss Watson's services.
Miss Watson?
His cook, sir.
You're,
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes. Well, Jeeves, it looks to me as though our best plan would be to shoot young Bingo in on him after dinner one night. Well, melting mood, I mean to say, and all that.
The difficulty is, sir, that at the moment Mr. Little is on a diet, owing to an attack of gout.
Oh, well, things begin to look wobbly, Jeeves.
No, sir. I fancy that the elder Mr. Little's misfortune may be turned to the younger Mr. Little's advantage. I was speaking only the other day to Mr. Little's valet, and he was telling me that it has become his principal duty to read to Mr. Little in the evenings. If I were in your place, sir, I should send young Mr. Little to read to his uncle.
What, nephew's devotion, you mean? Old man touched by kindly action, what?
Partly that, sir. But I would rely more on young Mr. Little's choice of literature.
That's no good, Jeeves. Jolly old Bingo has a kind face, but when it comes to literature, he stops at the Sporting Times.
I would be happy to select books for Mr. Little to read, sir. Perhaps I might explain my idea further.
Well, I can't say I quite grasp it yet, Jeeves.
If young Mr. Little were to read day after day to his uncle a series of narratives in which marriage with young persons of an inferior social status was held up as both feasible and admirable, I fancy it would prepare the elder Mr. Little's mind for the reception of the information that his nephew wishes to marry a waitress in a tea shop.
But, Jeeves, are there any books of that sort nowadays? The only ones I ever see mentioned in the papers are about married couples who find life grey and can't stick each other at any price.
Yes, sir, there are a great many such books, neglected by the reviewers, but widely read. You may have encountered All for Love by Rosie M. Banks.
No.
Nor A Red, Red Summer Rose by the same author.
No.
I have an aunt, sir, who owns an almost complete set of Rosie M. Banks. I can easily borrow as many volumes as Mr. Little might require. They make very light, attractive reading.
Well, it's worth trying, Jeeves. We'll toddle round to your aunt's tomorrow and grab a couple of the fruitiest. We can but have a bash at it.
Precisely, sir. Will that be all tonight, sir?
Yes, thank you, Jeeves. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Bingo reported a few days later that Rosie M. Banks was the goods, and beyond a question, the stuff to give the troops. Bingo had got chapter 1 of All for Love past his guard before he knew what was happening, and after that there was nothing to it. Since then they had finished A Red, Red Summer Rose, Madcap Myrtle, and Only a Factory Girl, and were halfway through The Courtship of Lord Strathmorlick. The old egg was making an undoubted hit in the right quarter. We make progress, Jeeves.
That is very satisfactory, sir.
Mr. Little tells me that when he came to the big scene in Only a Factory Girl, his uncle gulped like a stricken bullpup.
Indeed, sir.
Where Lord Claude takes the girl in his arms, you know, and says...
I am familiar with the passage, sir. It is distinctly moving. It is a great favourite of my aunt's.
Well, I think we're on the right track anyway, Jeeves.
It would seem so, sir.
In fact, this looks like being another of your successes. I've always said, I always shall say, that for sheer brain, Jeeves, you stand alone. All the other great thinkers of the age are simply in the crowd, watching you go by.
Thank you very much, sir. Excuse me one moment, sir. I fancy I heard the front doorbell.
Righto, Jeeves.
Good morning, Mr. Little.
Is Bertie, Mr. Wooster in? Ah, hello, Bertie.
Bingo, old friend of my youth. What's the matter with the jolly old vocal cords?
Cracking under the strain, Bertie. I've looked up my symptoms in the medical dictionary, and I think I've got clergyman's throat.
If you will permit me, sir, I will beat up an egg in a glass of sherry for Mr. Little. While not effecting a cure, it will certainly alleviate the discomfort of Mr. Little's complaint.
A sound idea, Jeeves. Do that with all convenient speed.
Yes, sir.
Well, Bingo, how are things on the Rosie M. Banks front, apart from the larynx, that is?
Oh, fine. Look, the thing is, My uncle's gout's eased up a bit, don't you know, and tomorrow he's planning to be back at the old stand, working away with knife and fork as before, and, he wants you to go to lunch with him, Bertie.
Me? Your uncle?
Yes.
But why me? He doesn't even know I exist.
Oh, yes, he does. I've told him about you.
What have you told him about me, Bingo?
Oh, just various things. Odd things. Anyway, he wants to meet you, Bertie.
Now, wait a minute. There's more to this than meets the bally eye. Why should your uncle ask a fellow to lunch whom he's never seen?
My dear old fathead, haven't I just said I've been telling him all about you, that you're my best pal, school together, all that sort of thing? Take my tip, laddie. You go. I should think lunch tomorrow will be something special.
But why are you so dash keen on my going, Bingo? You've got something up your sleeve, haven't you?
Well, Bertie, yes. I want you to spring the news on him about my wanting to marry Mabel.
What?
Well, the thing is, Bertie, I haven't the nerve myself.
Well, I'm hanged if I have, Bingo. I'm not doing your dirty work for you.
And you call yourself a pal of mine?
Well, yes, I know, but there are limits. I mean...
Bertie, you can't let me down.
I certainly can, and I intend to as well.
Is this Bertram Wooster speaking?
Yes, it jolly well is.
Bertie! Bertie!
Oh, all right. But when you say you haven't enough nerve for any dash thing in the world, Bingo, you misjudge yourself. A fellow...
Look, Bertie, mustache. Thanks. 1:30 tomorrow. Don't be late. 16 pounds Big Gardens. Cheerio!
Bingo! Well, I'm dashed. I really am dashed. I'm bound to say that the more I contemplated the binge over the next 24 hours, the less I liked it. However, the word of a Wooster is his bond and all that sort of rot, so at 1:30 next day I tottered up the steps of number 16, Punsby Gardens, and punched the bell. And half a minute later, I was up in the drawing-room shaking hands with the fattest man I've ever seen in my life.
Mr. Wooster, I am gratified, I am honoured, I am proud to meet you.
Oh, well, thanks very much. And you too, likewise.
You are very young to have accomplished so much.
Me?
How I wish that my nephew Richard could boast of similar achievements.
What? I don't quite...
Oh, excuse me a moment, Mr. Wooster. Yes, Mary?
Beg pardon for interrupting, sir, but a telephone call for a Mr. Wooster, sir.
Oh, me? Oh, me? Oh, yes. Well, it's dashed odd. Oh, well, I won't be a tick.
Of course, Mr. Wooster.
The telephone's in the hall, sir.
Oh, thanks very much, don't you know. Yes, thanks. Hello, Bertram Wooster speaking.
Hello, Bertie, you got there.
Yeah, Bingo.
Good man, I knew I could rely on you.
But Bingo...
I say, old Crumpet, did my uncle seem pleased to see you?
Yes, absolutely all over me. The old lemon's slightly clouded. I can't make it out. He keeps prattling about achievements and whatnot. Has he got me mixed up with someone else, you think?
No, it's all right. I just rang up to explain. The fact is, old man, I knew you wouldn't mind being at school together and all that, but I told him, I told him that you were the author of those books I've been reading him.
What? Rosie M. Banks?
Yes, I told him that was your pen name, and you didn't want it generally known because you were a modest, retiring sort of chap.
But Bingo...
Nice idea, what? He'll listen to you now. Absolutely hang on your words.
Well, yes, but...
I doubt if Jeeves in person could have thought up a better one than that, eh? Well, pitch it strong, old lad.
But Bingo...
And keep steadily before you the fact that I must have my allowance raised.
But I've never read it,
I can't possibly marry on what I'm getting now, you see, Bertie.
Bingo!
If this film is to end with a slow fade-out on the embrace, at least double is indicated.
Yes, but I...
Well, that's that. Have a good lunch. Cheerio.
Bingo? Jeeves? Oh.
Ah, Mr. Wooster, your telephone call is finished? Excellent. Won't you come down to luncheon?
Rather, yes. Thank you, yes. Thank you very much. Yes, of course. Lunch? Rather.
Do sit down, Mr. Wooster. My nephew has probably told you that I have been making a study of your books of late.
Yes, he did mention it. How did you like the ballet things?
Mr. Wooster, I am not ashamed to say that the tears came into my eyes as I listened to them. It amazes me that a man as young as you can have been able to plumb human nature so surely to its depths, to play with so unerring a hand on the quivering heartstrings of your reader, to write novels so true, so human, so moving, so vital.
It's just a knack.
Do you find this room a trifle warm, Mr. Wooster?
Oh, no, rather not. No, just right, don't you know?
Then perhaps it's the pepper. If my cook has a fault, which I am not prepared to admit, it is that she is inclined to stress the pepper a trifle in her made dishes.
Oh, no, not at all. No, not too much. It's absolutely bang on, I say.
Indeed, she is the most excellent cook. But nothing is perfect in this world, Mr. Wooster, and I have had my cross to bear. For 7 years I have lived in constant apprehension lest some evilly disposed person might lure the good lady from my employment. To my certain knowledge she has received many offers, lucrative offers, to accept service elsewhere. You may judge of my dismay, Mr. Wooster, when only this morning the bolt fell. She gave notice.
Good Lord!
Your consternation does credit to the heart of the author of A Red, Red Summer Rose. But I am thankful to say the worst has not happened. The matter has been adjusted. Jane is not leaving me.
Good egg!
Good egg indeed. Though the expression is not familiar to me. I do not remember having come across it in any of your books.
Really? No, maybe not.
No. But speaking of your books, Mr. Wooster.
Yes?
May I say that what has impressed me about them even more than the moving poignancy of the actual narrative is your philosophy of life.
My philosophy?
Let me tell you, Mr. Wooster, that I appreciate your splendid defiance of the outworn fetishes of a purblind social system.
Oh, good show.
I appreciate it, Mr. Wooster. You are big enough to see that rank is but the guinea stamp, and that, in the magnificent words of Lord Bletchmore in Only a Factory Girl, how does it go? Exactly. Be her origin ne'er so humble. A good woman is the equal of the first lady on earth.
On earth. Rather... I say, do you think that?
I do, Mr. Wooster. I am ashamed to say there was a time when I was, like other men, a slave to the idiotic convention which we call class distinction. But since I read your books...
I see, you really think it's all right for a chappie in what you might call a certain social position to marry a girl of what you might describe as the lower classes?
Most assuredly I do, Mr. Wooster.
Oh. Young Bingo, your nephew, you know, wants to marry a waitress.
I honour him for it.
You don't object?
On the contrary.
Well, in that case, I hope you won't think I'm butting in, don't you know, but, how about it?
I fear I do not quite follow you.
Well, I mean to say his allowance and all that sort of thing. The money you're good enough to give him. He was rather hoping that you might see your way to jerking up the total a bit. I mean, you know.
Regretfully, Mr. Wooster, I fear that can hardly be arranged. You see, a man in my position is compelled to save every penny. I would gladly continue my nephew's existing allowance, but beyond that I cannot go. It would not be fair to my wife.
What? But you're not married.
Not yet. But I propose to enter upon that holy estate almost immediately. The lady who for years has cooked so well for me honoured me by accepting my hand this very morning.
I say, but... Oh.
Now let him try to get her away from me. Mr. Wooster?
Yes, rather. Yes. Oh, I say. Poor old Jeeves. Jeeves! Jeeves!
Sir?
Oh, Jeeves. There you are. Jeeves?
Sir?
Nothing, Jeeves.
Very good, sir. Young Mr. Little has been trying frequently during the afternoon to reach you on the telephone, sir.
I'll bet he has. He must have got my message.
He seemed a trifle agitated, sir.
I don't wonder, Jeeves. The thing is, Jeeves, that scheme of yours, reading those books to old Mr. Little and all that, well, it's blown our fuse.
They did not soften him, sir?
They did. That's the whole ballet trouble. You'd better brace up and bite the bullet, Jeeves. I'm afraid I've bad news for you.
Sir?
Well, I'm sorry to say that that fiancée of yours, Miss Watson, you know, the cook, you know, cook. Well, the long and the short of it is, Jeeves, that she's chosen riches instead of honest worth, if you know what I mean.
Sir?
Well, she's handed you the mitten and gone and got engaged to old Mr. Little.
Indeed, sir?
Well, you don't seem much upset.
No, sir. The fact is I had anticipated some such outcome.
What? Then what on earth did you suggest the scheme for?
To tell you the truth, sir, I was not wholly averse to a severance of my relations with Miss Watson. In fact, I greatly desired it. I respect Miss Watson exceedingly, but I have seen for a long time that we were not suited. Now, the other young person with whom I have an understanding...
Great Scott, Jeeves! There isn't another?
Yes, sir.
How long has this been going on?
For some weeks, sir. I was greatly attracted by her when I first met her at a subscription dance in the Camberwell district of London.
My sainted heart, not...
Yes, sir. By an odd coincidence, it is the same young person, that young Mr. Little... I have placed the cigarettes on the small table. Good night, sir.
Good night, Jeeves.
In that episode of What O! Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden; Bertie, Richard Bryars; Mortimer Little, Ronald Fraser; Bingo Little, Jonathan Cecil; Mabel and Mary, Anne Davis. Jeeves Exerts the Old Cerebellum was adapted for radio by Chris Miller from the book The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What O! Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What O! Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Horden as Jeeves and Richard Bryars as Bertie Wooster. Pearls mean tears.
It struck me forcibly one morning while I was splashing the sponge about in my bath that I hadn't a bally worry on earth, don't you know. Everything suddenly seemed to be going right. On 3 separate occasions, horses, on which I invested a sizable amount, had won by lengths instead of collapsing with the bots in the first furlong, as horses usually do when I've got money on them. Added to this, my new socks were admitted on all sides to be just the kind that Mother makes, and to run it all off, my Aunt Agatha had gone to France and wouldn't be on hand to snooze me for at least another 6 weeks. Since she is my tough aunt, the one who eats broken bottles and conducts human sacrifices by the light of the full moon, you will agree that was alone was happiness for anyone. I felt as chirpy as whatnot. I say, Jeeves.
Did you call, sir?
Absolutely topping bath, Jeeves.
Very kind of you to say so, sir. I'm preparing your breakfast at the moment.
Oh, righto, Jeeves.
They were lonely. I'm Lily, sonny boy.
I say, Jeeves.
Sir?
I met young Bingo Little last night.
Really, sir?
Ah, there's a resilient bird, Jeeves. Less than a week since the girl he was last in love with handed him his hat and begged him as a favour never to let her see him again. Yet when I came across him at Serie's last night, he was dancing like an untamed gazelle. Merry and bright as ever, Jeeves.
That is most satisfactory, sir. If you will excuse me now, sir, I will return to the kitchen to attend to your breakfast.
Carry on, Jeeves.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Jeeves.
If it could just wait one moment, sir.
Righto. Finish drying the old limbs and toddle in.
Ah, good night, Vienna.
Yes, sir, you had something you wished to communicate to me.
Did I? Oh, yes, Jeeves. It occurred to me in the bath just now, don't you know, that at the moment everything is absolutely for the best in the best of all possible worlds.
I'm extremely gratified to hear it, sir. There is a letter on the mantelpiece.
Oh, really?
And a mother came too.
Oh, gosh. Jeeves.
Sir?
This letter, Jeeves. It's from my Aunt Agatha. Mrs. Gregson, you know. I suddenly have a grim foreboding of an awful doom, Jeeves.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Oh, why is it something always comes along to give it you in the neck at the very moment when you're feeling most braced?
I have no information in the matter, sir.
The curse has come upon us, Jeeves. As I thought, she wants us to go and join her at, what's the name of that dash place? Roville-sur-Mer.
I had better be packing after breakfast, sir.
I suppose so. What's the bally idea this time, Jeeves? I wonder why she wants me.
I could not say, sir.
Oh, dash it.
Yes, sir.
Hang it all.
Very good, sir. I will attend to the matter immediately.
To people who don't know my Aunt Agatha, I find it extraordinarily difficult to explain why it is that even a letter from her turns my morale blue and makes me feel like a piece of chewed blotting paper. It's simply personality, I've come to the conclusion. In appearance, akin to a more than ordinarily well-bred vulture, this aunt has savaged me relentlessly from childhood up, with the result that when she says, "Jump to it, my lad," I do so, without further discussion. Anyway, it certainly never occurred to me to give her the miss in bulk on this occasion. If she said I must go to Roville, it was all over except buying the tickets. When I met her on the beach the next day, however, she was full of a sort of grim geniality and was almost motherly.
I'm so glad you were able to come, Bertie. The air will do you so much good. Far better for you than spending your time in stuffy London nightclubs.
Oh, yes, rather.
You'll meet some pleasant people, too. I want to introduce you to a Miss Hemingway and her brother, who've become great friends of mine. I'm sure you'll like Miss Hemingway, a nice, quiet girl, so different from so many of the bold girls one meets in London nowadays. Her brother is curate at Chipley and the Glen in Dorsetshire. He tells me they're connected with the Kent Hemingways, a very good family. She's a charming girl.
Oh, quite, Aunt Agatha, quite.
Aileen Hemingway is just the girl I should like to see you marry, Bertie.
What?
You ought to think of getting married.
No.
Marriage might make something of you, Bertie, and I couldn't think of a better wife than dear Aileen. She'd be such a good influence in your life.
I say that...
Bertie?
Yes, but
Bertie, it's young men like you who make the person with the future of the race at heart despair. Cursed with too much money, you fritter away in idle selfishness, a life which might have been made useful, helpful, and profitable. You do nothing but waste your time on frivolous pleasure. You're simply an antisocial animal, a drone.
But Aunt Agatha,
Bertie, it is imperative that you marry.
But dash it all!
Yes. You should be breeding children, too.
Oh, please, no, really, look, I say, please, I mean, look, it's just, look, please don't talk like that, Aunt Agatha.
Bertie, now behave. Here they are. Aileen, dear, I want you to meet my nephew, Bertie Wooster. He's just arrived. Such a surprise. I'd no notion that he intended coming to Roville. Bertie, this is Miss Aileen Hemingway and her brother, Mr. Sidney Hemingway.
Welcome to Roville, Mr. Wooster.
Oh, rather, yes. What?
Bertie, I think it would be a splendid idea if you were to take Miss Hemingway and her brother for a nice drive this afternoon.
No. I mean, the thing is, Aunt Agatha, I don't feel...
Bertie.
Oh, do please say yes, Mr. Wooster. I'd love to motor around the coast a short way. I believe there is some delightful scenery.
A reply in the affirmative would be deeply appreciated, Mr. Wooster.
Yeah, but I had a beastly choppy crossing and a jerky night in the train and all that.
Bertie,
but Aunt Agatha...
you will start at 2:00.
Oh, righto, Aunt Agatha. 2:00 it jolly well is. Jolly drive round the jolly old coast. Oh, frightfully jolly. I can only say, at this juncture, that I felt more like a cat in the middle of a lot of hounds than anything human. An inner voice was whispering that Bertram was up against it, and the thought of it depressed me to such an extent that I felt there was only one thing to be done. I brought with me to Roville a rather fruity cummerbund I'd had for about 6 months, but had never had the nerve to put on. One of those silk contrivances, you know, which you tie round your waist instead of a waistcoat. Something of the order of a sash, only more substantial. This one was a pretty brightish scarlet, and I felt it was about the only thing that would cheer me up. So as soon as I could tear myself away from Aunt Agatha and the blighted Hemingways, I went straight to my room, dug the thing out, and draped it round the old tum. I turned round, and Jeeves, who was fooling about in the background of some job or another, shied like a startled mustang.
I beg your pardon, sir. You're surely not proposing to appear in public in that thing?
The cummerbund? Oh, rather.
I should not advise it, sir. Really, I shouldn't.
Why not?
The effect, sir, is loud in the extreme.
You know, the trouble with you, Jeeves, is you're too, what's the word I want? Too bally insular. You can't realise you aren't in Piccadilly the whole time. In a place like this, positively dripping with the gaiety and joie de vivre of France, a bit of colour and a touch of the poetic are expected of you. Besides, what's wrong with this cummerbund? I consider it has rather a Spanish effect. The jolly old Hidalgo, the bullfight.
Very good, sir. Will that be all, sir?
No, Jeeves.
Sir?
I rather fancy I'm in the soup, Jeeves.
Indeed, sir.
Yes, right up to the hocks. Did you see that bally girl on the beach with Aunt Agatha? She had a brother, a small, round cove with a face rather like a sheep.
Yes, sir. I observed the young lady.
But Aunt Agatha wants me to marry her.
Indeed, sir.
Well, what about it?
Sir?
Well, I mean, have you anything to suggest?
No, sir.
Jeeves, you're not smarting because of my determination to gleam brightly about the waistband, are you?
I simply have no suggestions to make, sir. Will that be all?
Jeeves, your manner is dashed aloof. Couldn't you be a bit measured?
May I say, then, sir, that in my opinion the young lady looks thoroughly respectable.
That's what Aunt Agatha said, dash it. I don't pretend to be Sherlock Holmes or anything, Jeeves, but the moment I looked at her, I said to myself, the girl plays the organ in a village church.
That seems not improbable, sir, in view of her brother's incumbency.
Is what? Oh, yes. Well, I suppose you're right. Anyway, you still can't think of a way I can oil out of this, Jeeves?
No, sir.
Oh. Well, tra-la-la, then.
Precisely, sir.
In fact, tra-la-la-la-la. The drive that afternoon was as mouldy as I'd expected, as was every other activity I was dragged into over the next 2 weeks. It really was rummy the way the Hemingway family took to me. I wouldn't have said offhand that there was anything particularly fascinating about me. In fact, most people look on me as rather an ass. But there was no getting away from the fact that I went like a breeze with this girl and her brother. And with Aunt Agatha prodding and sticking her oar in, I could hear wedding bells chiming faintly and getting louder and louder every day. And how the deuce to slide out of it was more than I could think. I escaped to my suite one evening, having spent all afternoon with the Hemingway female, and ran into Jeeves. But the blighter was still brooding over the cummerbund and was so cold and unchummy, I simply couldn't bring myself to ask him to rally round. Oh, Jeeves.
Sir?
Oh, nothing, Jeeves. Jeeves, look at all those people popping happily about on their way to dinner and the casino and whatnot.
I have observed the activity on the promenade, sir.
Roville's a nifty spot, Jeeves, right enough. How happy I could be here if only Aunt Agatha and the other blisters were somewhere else. Oh, someone at the door, Jeeves.
Yes, sir. Miss Hemingway, sir.
Oh, hello.
And the Reverend Mr. Hemingway, sir.
Oh, Mr. Wooster, I don't know how to begin.
Oh, well, come in. Jeeves, take Mr. Hemingway's coat.
Sir.
Well, anything up?
Oh, poor Sidney. It was my fault. I ought never to have let him go there alone.
Well, what?
The fact is, Mr. Wooster, a sad, a most deplorable thing has occurred.
Yes.
This afternoon, while you were so kindly escorting my sister, I found the time hang a little heavy upon my hands, and I was tempted to gamble at the casino.
I say, that's rather sporting of you. For a chap who cures souls, I mean, and all that. Did you click?
If you mean was I successful, I must answer in the negative. I rashly persisted in the view that the colour red, having appeared no fewer than 7 times in succession, must inevitably at no distant date give place to black. I was in error. I lost my little all, Mr. Wooster.
Oh, I say, tough luck.
I left the casino and returned to the hotel. There I encountered one of my parishioners, a Colonel Musgrave, who chanced to be holiday-making over here. I induced him to cash me a cheque for £100 on my little account in my London bank.
Well, that was all to the good, what? Eh? Wasn't it? I mean, looking on the bright side, I mean. A bit of luck finding someone to slip it into, first crack out of the box.
On the contrary, Mr. Wooster, it did but make matters worse.
Yes.
I burn with shame as I make the confession, but I immediately went back to the casino and lost the entire sum. This time under the mistaken impression that the colour black was, as I believe the expression is, due for a run.
I say, you poor fish, you are having a night out.
And the most lamentable feature of the whole affair, Mr. Wooster, is that I have no funds in the bank to meet the cheque when presented.
I see.
Colonel Musgrave is not a man who would be likely to overlook the matter. He is a hard man. He will expose me to my vicar. My vicar is a hard man. He will expose me to my bishop. My bishop is a hard man.
Yes, I get the idea, yes.
In short, Mr. Wooster, if Colonel Musgrave presents that cheque, I shall be ruined. And he leaves for England tonight.
Oh, Mr. Wooster, won't you help us? Oh, please do say you will. We must have the money to get the cheque back from Colonel Musgrave before 8 o'clock. He leaves on the 8:20. I was at my wit's end when I remembered how kind you had always been. Mr. Wooster, will you lend Sidney the money and take these as security? My pearls. I don't know what they're worth. They were a present from my poor father.
Now, alas, no more.
But I do know they must be worth ever so much more than the amount we want.
Oh, no, I say, really, I mean, there's no any security, you know, or any rot of that kind. It makes me feel like a bally pawnbroker. I'll be too glad to let you have the money. I've got it on me, as a matter of fact. Rather luckily drew some this morning. Here.
Mr. Wooster, we appreciate your generosity, your beautiful, heartening confidence in us, but we cannot permit this.
What Sidney means, Mr. Wooster, is that you really don't know anything about us when you come to think of it. You mustn't risk lending all this money without any security at all to two people who, after all, are almost strangers. If I hadn't thought you would be quite businesslike about this, I would never have dared come to you.
The idea of pledging the pearls at the local Mont de Piété was, you will readily understand, repugnant to us.
Quite.
If you would just give me a receipt as a matter of form, Mr. Wooster.
A receipt? A receipt?
Yes.
Oh, well, righto, I feel a bit of an ass, don't you know? I mean, more than a touch of popping a watch about the whole business. Well, here you are, anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wooster. Bertie.
Oh, I say. Well, I'm dashed. Goodbye.
I fear my sister was somewhat overcome by emotion, Mr. Wooster, and I, too, cannot thank you sufficiently.
No, not at all. Jeeves?
Sir?
Mr. Hemingway's coat, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. I will put it on.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Wooster, you have saved my good name. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Good night.
Good night, old thing. Well, rather a sad affair, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
But I say, have you ever before encountered a curate so genuinely all to the mustard, eh? He might not look like one of the lads of the village, but he's the real Tabasco, Jeeves. I wish he'd shown me this side of his character before.
Indeed, sir.
And the female half of the sketch acted dashed oddly, too. Going about the place kissing fellas. Not her sort of thing at all, I'd have thought.
No, sir.
Anyway, lucky I happen to have all that money handy, what?
Well, yes, sir.
You speak as though you didn't think much of it. Well, I realise my ear was going to be bitten, Jeeves, in no uncertain manner, too, but my heart warmed to the poor prune.
Your generosity does you great credit, sir, but it is not my place to criticize your actions, sir, but I will venture to say that I think you behaved a little rashly.
What? Lending that money?
Yes, sir. These fashionable French watering places are notoriously infested by dishonest characters.
Oh, now look here, Jeeves, this is a bit too thick. I can stand a lot, but when it comes to your casting as whatever the word is on a bird in holy orders, I mean...
Perhaps I am over-suspicious, sir, but I have seen a great deal of these resorts. When I was in the employment of Lord Frederick Ranelagh, shortly before I entered your service, his lordship was very neatly swindled by a criminal known, I believe, by the sobriquet of Soapy Sid, who scraped acquaintance with us in Monte Carlo with the assistance of a female accomplice.
Jeeves, I don't want to butt in on your reminiscences, but you're talking through your bally hat. How can there have been anything fishy about this business? They've left me the pearls, haven't they?
Well, yes, sir.
Very well, then. Think before you speak. Now, you better be tooling down to the desk now and have these things shoved in the hotel safe. Good. Great Scott! Jeeves! The ballet case is empty. Oh, my lord! Don't tell me there's been dirty work at the crossroads after all.
Precisely, sir. It was in exactly the same manner that Lord Frederick was swindled on the occasion to which I have alluded. While his female accomplice was gratefully embracing his lordship, Soapy Sid substituted a duplicate case for the one containing the pearls and went off with the jewels, the money, and the receipt. On the strength of the receipt, he subsequently demanded from his lordship the return of the pearls, and his lordship, not being able to produce them, was obliged to pay a heavy sum in compensation.
Oh, my hat!
Indeed, sir. It is a simple but effective ruse.
But Soapy Sid, Jeeves. Sid? Sidney? Brother Sidney? By Jove, do you think that parson was Soapy Sid?
Yes, sir.
But it seems so extraordinary. He would have deceived a bishop. Do you really think he was Soapy Sid?
Yes, sir. I recognized him directly he came into the room.
What? You recognized the blighter?
Yes, sir.
Well, then, dash it all, Jeeves. Dash it all. I think you might have told me. Now I'm going to be called upon to cough up several thousand quid.
No, sir.
No?
Yes, sir. I thought it would save disturbance and unpleasantness if I merely abstracted the case from the man's pocket as I assisted him with his coat, sir. Here it is.
By Jove, Jeeves, you can't tell the ballet things apart, except that your one's got the good old pearls in it.
Precisely, sir.
I say, you don't think these are just paste or anything like that?
No, sir, these are genuine pearls and extremely valuable.
Well, then, dash it, Jeeves, I'm on velvet, absolutely reclining on the good old plush. I may be 100 quid down, but I'm up a jolly good string of pearls. Am I right or wrong?
Wrong, sir, if you will pardon the expression. I think that you will have to restore the pearls.
What? To Sid? Not while I have my physique.
No, sir, to their rightful owner.
Well, who is the rightful owner?
Mrs. Gregson, sir.
What? Aunt Agatha? How do you know?
It was all over the hotel an hour ago that Mrs. Gregson's pearls had been abstracted. I was speaking to Mrs. Gregson's maid shortly before you came in, sir, and she informed me that the manager of the hotel is now in Mrs. Gregson's suite.
Whew, having a devil of a time, what?
It is more than probable, sir.
So if I go and give the pearls back to her, it'll put me one up, what?
Precisely, sir. And if I may make the suggestion, I think it might be judicious to stress the fact that they were stolen by...
Great Scott, by the dashed girl she was hounding me on to marry, by Jove, don't you know, and all that.
Exactly, sir.
Chief, this is going to be the biggest score off my jolly old relative that has ever occurred in the world's history.
It is not unlikely, sir.
Keep her quiet for a bit, what? Oh, make her stop snoozing me for a while.
It should have that effect, sir.
Oh, golly! Come on, Jeeves. Come on.
Very good, sir. I shall follow at a respectful distance.
Hurry up, Jeeves. This is going to be good, ripe stuff. Come on!
I tell you, this girl was in my room when
I say, Jeeves, the hunt is up, what? Aunt Agatha's drawn a full house.
So it would appear, sir.
I can hear her from here. She sounds like a ballet sergeant major. Excusez-moi.
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 La grande dame. La grande dame est ma tante et tout cela. Merci, merci, yes. Well, Jeeves, this is her lair.
Let me inform you, sir, that unless you immediately institute a search of this girl's room, I shall have no hesitation in
I say,
calling the
Jeeves,
police.
touching on the dramatist personae, who's the wailing female?
That is the chambermaid, sir, whom Mrs. Gregson is accused of the theft of her jewels.
The girl who stole the pearls, eh? We'll see about that. And Wilfred, the Whisker King. The beavered cove who looks like a bandit.
That is the manager of the hotel, sir.
Oh, he seems to be taking a rest between rounds. Well, I think I'll be trickling in to back him up, Jeeves. Would you care to come in and join the fun?
Thank you very much, sir, but I would prefer to remain outside.
Righto, toodle pip.
This vacillation simply will not do. The girl may have an accomplice. She may be working with someone.
She is not working at all, thanks to all this. No one is working in this hotel.
Hello, Aunt Agatha.
Oh, don't bother me now, Bertie. Go away.
Something up?
Yes, of course something's up. I've lost my pearls.
Pearls? No, really? Dashed annoying. Where did you see them last?
What does it matter where I saw them last? They've been stolen.
I am telling you flat, they not have been stolen by this chambermaid. My saint in that, isn't
Be
it?
quiet, sir.
You sure you've looked everywhere, Aunt Agatha? I've often lost a collar stud, you know.
Do try not to be so maddening, Bertie. I've quite enough to bear without your imbecilities. Oh, be quiet.
I say, Aunt Agatha, I think there's something the matter with this girl. Isn't she crying or something? You may not have spotted it, but I'm rather quick at noticing things.
She stole my pearls. I'm convinced of it.
No, ce n'est pas vrai.
I tell you, my good man, for the 100th time.
I say, Aunt Agatha.
Bertie, please.
I don't want to interrupt you and all that sort of thing, but these aren't the little chaps by any chance, are they? Well, these look like pearls, what? I got them from your friend, Miss Hemingway.
Miss Hemingway? Miss Hemingway? But how did they come into her possession?
How? Because she jolly well stole them, that's how. Pinched them, swiped them, trousered them when you weren't looking. Because that's how she makes her living, dash it. Palling up to unsuspicious people in hotels and sneaking their jewellery. I don't know what her alias is, but her bally brother, the chappie whose collar buttons up the back, is known in criminal circles as Soapy Sid.
Miss Hemingway, a thief? But how did you manage to recover the pearls, Bertie, dear?
Never mind, I have my methods. I must say, Aunt Agatha, dash it all, I think you have been infernally careless. There's a printed notice in every bedroom in this place saying that there's a safe in the manager's office where jewellery and valuables ought to be placed, and you absolutely disregarded it. Absolutely. And what's the bally result? The first thief who comes along simply walks into your room and snitches your pearls. Instead of admitting that it was all your fault, you start biting this poor man here in the gizzard. You've been very, very unjust to this poor man.
Yes, my great aunt, you have.
And this unfortunate girl, what about her? Where does she get off? You've accused her of stealing things on absolutely no evidence, Aunt Agatha. I think she'd be jolly well advised to bring an action for whatever it is and soak you for substantial damages.
C'est trop fort.
I shall recompense her.
If you take my tip, you jolly well will, and that Eftsoon's all right speedily. She's got a cast-iron case, and if I were her, I wouldn't take a penny under 20 quid. But what gives me the most pip is the way you've unjustly accused this poor man and tried to give his hotel a bad name.
Yes, madame, it's too bad. You careless old woman. You give my hotel bad names, would you, or wasn't it? Tomorrow, you leave my hotel by Great Scotland. I will not be having jolly bad form, old boy, in my chamber. Sacred blue, no.
All right, my good man. You've had your say. Here, my dear, please take this. I apologize for my hasty words, but please go, both of you. Please go now.
Oh, merci, madame.
Oui, merci, madame, merci. Vous êtes trop gentille. Viens ici, Antoinette, à moi.
Oui, monsieur.
20 livres, n'est-ce pas?
Oui, c'est ça.
C'est 10 à chaque, je pense. Tu es d'accord, Antoinette?
D'accord, monsieur.
Oui. Bonsoir.
Well, Aunt Agatha, I don't want to rub it in, but I should just like to point out before I go that the blasted girl who stole your pearls is the same blasted girl you've been hounding me to marry ever since I got here. Good heavens! Do you realise that if you had brought the thing off, I should probably have had children who would have sneaked my watch while I was dangling them on my knee?
Let us say no more about it now, Bertie, dear. I'm feeling rather tired.
Oh, no. You're not getting off the hook as easily as that, Aunt Agatha. I'm not a complaining sort of chap as a rule, don't you know? But I must say that another time, I do think you might be more careful how you go about egging me on to marry females. Good night.
Good night, Bertie.
Jeeves.
Sir?
Jeeves. Did you hear all?
I did inadvertently chance to hear the major part of the proceedings, sir. It was highly enjoyable.
I'll say. I don't know when I've had a more juicy moment, Jeeves. When I pulled out the pearls, you know. Oh, it's one of those occasions about which I shall prattle to my grandchildren.
Sir?
What? Oh, if I ever have any, Jeeves. Which at the moment, I confess, seems more or less of a 100-to-1 shot.
I'm gratified to hear it, sir.
I've left Aunt Agatha looking like someone who's been picking daisies on the railway and has just caught the down express in the small of the back.
That is most satisfactory, sir.
Shall we leg it back to the jolly old sweet, Jeeves?
Certainly, sir.
And, if 20 quid would be any use to you, Jeeves?
I am most obliged, sir.
And,
Sir?
Jeeves, this cummerbund, if you could take it.
Do you wish me to press it, sir?
No, Jeeves. It has been very dear to me, but take it away. Give it to the deserving poor, if they have any use for it. I shall never wear it again.
Thank you very much, sir.
In that episode of What Oh Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden; Bertie, Richard Browers; Aunt Agatha, Joan Sanderson; Aileen Hemingway, Pat Coombs; Sidney Hemingway, Brown Ulton; the hotel manager, Brian Haynes; the chambermaid, Miriam Margulies. Pearls Mean Tears was adapted for radio by Chris Miller from the book The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What Oh Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What Oh Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Horden as Jeeves and Richard Browers as Bertie Wooster. with this week's guest, Andrew Crookshank, as Sir Roderick Glossop. Honoria Glossop.
I hadn't heard from my Aunt Agatha for some time, so it was a nasty jar to receive a letter one morning informing me that I was to meet her at Waterloo that day at 12:45 sharp in order to ferry her across London. A pretty frightful ordeal, believe me. So I got to Waterloo rather early, and feeling in need of a pre-aunt bracer, tottered into the bar. I had just ordered a quick one and was feeling about as cheerio as was possible under the circs, when a muffled voice hailed me from the northeast, and turning round, I saw young Bingo Little propped up in a corner, wrapping himself round a sizable hunk of bread and cheese. Bingo! Hello, hello, hello. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you for ages.
No, Bertie. Quite. I'm living out in the country at the moment, actually. Catching a train back at 1:30.
I thought you loathed the country. Where are you?
Down in Hampshire, at a place called Ditteridge.
No, really? I know some people who've got a house there, the Glossops. You know, Sir Roderick Glossop, the loony doctor and his gang. Have you met them?
That's where I'm staying. I'm tutoring Oswald, the Glossop kid.
What? Tutoring? You?
I've got a degree, Bertie.
Of sorts. Well, I haven't met the Glossop kid.
Don't.
The only one of the Glossops I really know is the girl.
Bertie.
Bingo. You all right? What's the matter? You swallowed a bit of cheese the wrong way round. Bingo.
Oh, Bertie.
Bingo. Oh, dash it all, no. Oh, no. It's not possible. I know you're always falling in love with someone, but surely even you couldn't fall in love with the Glossop scourge? She's nothing more or less than a pot of poison.
Bertie, I worship that girl. I worship the very ground she treads on.
But she's got the physique of a middleweight catch-as-can wrestler.
She's perfect, Bertie. So perfect, I can't drum up the nerve to tell her of my love. But we walk together in the garden most evenings, and it sometimes seems to me that there's a look in her eyes.
I know that look. Like a sergeant major.
Nothing of the kind. Like a tender goddess.
She strikes you as a tender goddess?
She does.
God bless you.
She walks in beauty like the night of cloudless times and starry skies, and all that's best and dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes. Another bit of bread and cheese, please.
Yes, sir. One moment. The train approaching platform 2 is the 12:45 boat train from Southampton. 12:45.
Bingo. That's Aunt Agatha's train. Look, I must pop off now.
How is your ghastly aunt these days, Bertie?
I'm still chewing broken bottles and killing rats with her teeth. Dash the woman. I'll tell you something else, Bingo. She's going through a phase of trying to marry me off.
No.
Absolutely. It's too frightful to contemplate. What? Oh, gosh. Oh, there she is. Bingo. To the pit, Bingo.
Cheerio.
Aunt Agatha! Aunt Agatha!
Bertie, always late. Thank you, my man. That's for you.
Oh, man.
Water! Coming, sir!
It's a nice day, Aunt Agatha.
That may well be, Bertie. Come along, we don't have much time. Those are my cases.
What? All of them?
Now, Bertie, I want to have a serious talk with you.
Well, what about?
I've been thinking again about how necessary it is that you should get married. I've found the very wife for you.
Stop! Aunt Agatha, stop! Who is it?
Sir Roderick Glossop's daughter, Honoria.
No! No!
Don't be silly, Bertie. She's just the wife for you.
Yes, but look here!
She'll mould you.
I don't want to be moulded.
Bertie, I hope you're not going to be troublesome.
Well, but I mean...
Lady Glossop has very kindly invited you to Ditteridge Hall for a few days. I told her you'd be delighted to come down tomorrow.
But, look, Aunt Agatha, Jeeves is going on his annual holiday this afternoon. I can't go without him.
Jeeves?
My man, you know.
Oh, I don't like him. And I fail to see what he has to do with the matter we're discussing, Bertie. He'll no doubt provide a replacement valet while he's away.
Well, yes, but
Now, is this your automobile? The suitcase is in the back, if you please, Bertie, and then straight to King's Cross.
Oh, ow!
And please be more careful with my cases, Bertie.
Oh.
Please, be more careful. Bertie!
Ow! I got back to the flat about an hour later, ready to weep on Jeeves's shoulder. But as I latchkeyed self and despondency through the front door...
And the master himself, Mr. Jeeves.
What's he like to work for?
I was coming to that, Foster. You will find Mr. Wooster a delightful employer. He is an exceedingly pleasant and amiable young gentleman, but not intelligent. By no means intelligent. Mentally, he is negligible. Quite negligible.
Well, I'm dashed. I mean to say...
Jeeves?
Sir? Oh, this is Foster, sir, who I've arranged will look after you in my absence.
Yes, very nice. Yes, hello.
Good afternoon, sir.
Jeeves, I'd like a word, if I may. In here.
Sir?
Now, look here, Jeeves. Dash it. Jeeves, but the thing is, Jeeves, oh, dash it.
Sir?
Oh, nothing, Jeeves. You may go.
Very good, sir.
And as it happens, Jeeves, I'm in a bit of a difficulty at the moment.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Yes, quite a bad hole. In fact, you might say on the brink of a precipice and faced by an awful doom.
If I could be of any assistance, sir?
Oh, no. Oh, no, Jeeves, no. Thanks so much, no. I won't trouble you. No doubt I can dig up some brainy scheme to get myself out of it.
Very good, sir.
Yes, it's a tight corner, Jeeves, tight, of the tightest. But I'm sure I'll be able to get out of it by myself. I'm not as big a fool as some people seem to think, Jeeves.
I'm very pleased to hear it, sir. Will there be anything further, sir?
No, thank you, Jeeves. No, you buzz off and have a good holiday.
Thank you very much, sir.
Goodbye, Jeeves. Don't worry about me.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, Jeeves. But I must say I'd welcome a bit more curiosity from the man. I'll show him. Rather decent, the grounds of Ditteridge. A couple of terraces, a bit of lawn with a cedar on it, a segment of shrubbery, and finally a small but goodish lake with a stone bridge running across it. I spotted young Bingo leaning against the bridge smoking a cigarette, and sitting on the stonework, fishing, was a species of kid I took to be Oswald, the plague spot.
Bertie, old man, what the devil are you doing here?
Bingo! How are I? Just a visit, don't you know?
Well, you might have told a pal.
Sorry.
Good to see you, though, Bertie. I say, this is Oswald.
Oh, what could be sweeter? And, how is Oswald?
All right.
It's a nice place you have here.
All right.
Having a good time fishing?
All right.
Quite.
Bertie, shall we go for a little toddle?
A sound idea. I say, Bingo, doesn't jolly old Oswald's incessant flow of prattle make your head ache sometimes?
It's a hard job, Bertie.
Tutoring him?
Loving him.
You love him? I shouldn't have thought it could be done.
I try to, Bertie, I try to. For her sake. She's coming back this afternoon, Bertie. She's coming. My love. My own...
Yes, quite, yes. Look, touching on young Oswald once more. How do you stick it? That supercilious manner of his. I mean, there he is, sitting on that bally bridge, wiggling his left ear in that peevish manner. How can you resist shoving him in?
Shoving him in?
Yes, into that beastly grubby lake. It seems to be distinctly the thing to do. It would wake him up a bit and make him take an interest in things.
Your proposition attracts me, Bertie, but I'm afraid it can't be done. You see, she would never forgive me. She's devoted to the little brute.
Great Scott, Bingo, I've got it!
Bertie, what?
Bingo, what would Jeeves have done?
When?
I mean, what would he have advised in a case like yours? I mean, you wanted to make a hit with Honoria Glossop and all that. Why, take it from me, laddie, he would have shoved you behind that clump of bushes over there. He would have got me to lure Honoria onto the bridge, and then, at the proper time, he would have told me to give the kid a pretty hefty jab in the small of the back so as to shoot him into the water. And then you would have dived in and hauled him out. The big rescue.
You didn't think of that by yourself, Bertie?
Yes. Jeeves isn't the only fellow with ideas, whatever he thinks.
But it's absolutely wonderful, Bertie. The only objection I can see is that it'd be so dashed awkward for you. I mean, suppose Oswald turned round and said you'd shoved him in. Well, that'd make you frightfully unpopular with her.
I don't mind risking that, Bingo.
Bertie, this is noble.
No. Oh, look, I think this must be her car coming now.
Oh, my love, my Honoria.
Yeah, quite. Yes, but look, quick. Nip down to those bushes by the lake. I'll bring her down instanter and try to pave the way a bit.
Bertie.
Go on.
Right here.
If only Jeeves could see me in action now. Mentally negligible indeed. Huh. Good afternoon, Honoria.
Oh, Mr. Wooster, what a pleasant surprise. How sweet of you to be waiting for me. Daphne, dear, this is Bertie Wooster. Mr. Wooster, this is my great friend, Daphne Braithwaite.
Oh, hello and all that.
How do you do, Mr. Wooster?
I say, Honoria, I know you've only just arrived and all that sort of rot, but I was wondering if you'd like to come for a little stroll. I've, something rather particular to say to you.
Oh, Mr. Wooster, I'd be delighted. Daphne, dear, would you mind if I just...
Of course not, Honoria. I'll go for a short walk myself. Right over there. Bye.
I thought we might stagger down towards the lake.
Of course. You're suddenly very quiet, Mr. Wooster. You said you had something important to say to me.
Did I? Did I? Oh, yes. Well, no. It's like it may sound rummy and all that, but there's somebody who's frightfully in love with you and so forth. A friend of mine, you know.
Oh, a friend of yours.
Yes, it is. He's not a bad chap, you know, in his way. He's rather an ass, perhaps, but well-meaning. Well, that's the position. You might just bear it in mind, what?
How funny you are.
Gloria, I wish the dickens you wouldn't make that row, scaring all the fish away.
I'm sorry, Oswald, dear. I do wish Oswald wouldn't sit on the bridge like that. I'm sure it isn't safe, Mr. Wooster. He might easily fall in.
Yes, he might. I'll go and tell him.
Oh, thank you.
Ah, hello, Oswald, little chap. Fishing?
Take a beastly hand off my shoulder. Here, look out.
Help. Bingo. Bing. Oh, golly. Bingo. Oh, dash it all. Help!
Mr. Wooster!
Oh, gosh, where's young Bingo gone? Oh, dash it all. All right. I'm coming! All right, Oswald. Don't panic. Don't panic. Stay right where you are. Where the devil are you? Oswald. Oh, dash it all. Wait for me. Wait. Oh, what a bally washout.
Oh, Bertie, you are funny. Here, swim to the shore and I'll give you a hand out.
Where's Oswald?
Oh, he's halfway back to the house. He is the Australian crawl champion of his school.
He would be.
I say, Bertie, you are wet.
Yes, I'm wet.
Oh, you are funny, Bertie. First proposing to me in that extraordinary roundabout manner.
What?
And then pushing poor Oswald into the lake so as to impress me by saving him.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Now, you run straight up to the house and change your wet clothes or you'll catch cold.
But, Honoria...
Go on, Bertie. For me.
Ooh, righto.
I say, Bertie.
Bingo!
Bertie, wonderful things happened.
You blighter! Come here! You were scheduled to emerge from those bally bushes, Bingo, and you didn't emerge to the slightest extent whatever.
Oh, the bushes. Oh, I didn't have time to tell you about that, Bertie, but it's all off. I say, you are wet.
What's all off?
Bertie, do you know, I was actually starting to hide in those bushes when the most extraordinary thing happened. Walking across the lawn, I saw the most radiant, the most beautiful girl in the world. She's a Miss Braithwaite, Bertie. Daphne Braithwaite. Bertie, do you believe in love at first sight? You do, don't you, old man?
Bingo!
Directly our eyes met, I realized that what I'd imagined to be my love for Honoria had been a mere passing whim. Oh, Daphne's so wonderful, Bertie. So sympathetic, like a tender goddess.
You blighter!
Ask anyone at the drones, and they will tell you that Bertram Wooster is a pretty difficult fellow to get down. But there is one surefire way of doing it, I have discovered, and that is to get him engaged to a girl with a brain like Einstein's, a voice like a lion tamer's, and a laugh like a squadron of cavalry charging over a tin bridge. By the time Jeeves returned from his fortnight's shrimping, I was a shadow. I give you my solemn word, a bally shadow of the gay young boulevardier of yesteryear. Jeeves?
Sir?
Jeeves, I've just about reached the death where is thy jolly old sting stage. Oh!
Excuse me one moment, sir. I fancy I heard the telephone.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. This is Gregson, sir.
Oh, no. Aunt Agatha?
Bertie, now listen carefully. Dear Honoria doesn't know it, but I regret to say a little difficulty has arisen about your marriage.
By Jove. Not really?
Oh, it's nothing at all, of course. It's only a little exasperating. The fact is, her father, Sir Roderick, is being a little troublesome.
Oh, well, thinks I'm not a good bet, eh? Wants to scratch the fixture. Well, perhaps he's right.
Pray don't be so absurd, Bertie. It's nothing so serious as that. But the nature of Sir Roderick's profession, unfortunately, makes him over-cautious. I suppose a nerve specialist with his extensive practice can hardly help taking a rather warped view of humanity.
You mean he thinks I'm a loony and he doesn't want a loony son-in-law?
He appears to have got hold of some extraordinary story about your having pushed Oswald into the lake down at Ditteridge.
Oh.
Sir Roderick wants to have a quiet talk with you, quite alone.
On a couch?
He'll lunch with you at your flat tomorrow at 1:30.
What?
And remember, Bertie, that Sir Roderick drinks no wine, strongly disapproves of smoking, and can only eat the simplest food owing to an impaired digestion. And don't offer him coffee, for he considers it to be the root of half the nerve trouble in the world.
I should think a dog biscuit and a glass of water would about meet the case, what?
Bertie!
Oh, all right, merely persiflage.
Now, that is precisely the sort of idiotic remark that would be calculated to arouse Sir Roderick's worst suspicions. Do please try to refrain from any misguided flippancy when you're with him. He's a very serious-minded man.
Right-ho, Aunt Agatha.
If anything goes wrong, Bertie, I shall never forgive you.
Right-ho. Tinkety-tonk, Aunt Agatha.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Early next morning, Honoria press-ganged me into caddying for her on a shopping tour down Regent Street, and consequently it was gone 1:30 when I bounded back into the flat, feeling more or less all of a twitter. Jeeves shimmied in.
Sir Roderick has not yet arrived, sir.
Oh, good egg. I thought I'd find him smashing up the furniture.
Your young cousins, Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace, called earlier, sir, and were disappointed to find you out.
What? Those two blisters?
Precisely, sir. They were accompanied by the Lord Rainsby, sir, whom they addressed rather gratuitously, in my opinion, as Dogface.
But they're meant to be up at Oxford.
They described their visit to London as strictly unofficial, sir.
That sounds ominous. Oh, Sir Roderick, Jeeves, stand by. We're off.
Very good, sir.
Ah, what-ho. Good afternoon, Sir Roderick.
Good morning, Mr. Wooster. Afraid I'm a little late. I was detained at my club by Lord Alistair Hungerford, the Duke of Ramfurland's son. His Grace, he informed me, had exhibited a renewal of the symptoms which have been causing the family so much concern.
Ah, Duke's of his rocker, what?
The expression which you use is not precisely the one I should have employed myself, with reference to the head of perhaps the noblest family in England. But there is no doubt that cerebral excitement does exist in no small degree. A profession like mine is a great strain, Mr. Wooster. A great strain.
Ah, must be. Shall we sit down?
Thank you. Sometimes, Mr. Wooster, I'm appalled at what I see around me.
Ah.
Do you keep a cat?
Eh? What? Cat? No cat.
I was conscious of a distinct impression that I heard a cat mewing.
Oh, probably a taxi or something in the street, what?
I fear I do not follow you.
Well, I would say taxis. Squawk, you know. Rather like cats in a sort of way.
Not observed the resemblance?
No. Have some lemon squash.
Thank you. Half a glassful, if I may.
Oh.
I have a particular dislike of cats. But I was saying... yes... Sometimes it seems to me, Mr. Wooster, the whole world is mentally unbalanced. This very morning, for example, a most distressing occurrence took place as I was driving from my house to my club. My hat was snatched abruptly from my head. And as I looked back, I perceived it being waved in a kind of feverish triumph from the interior of a taxicab.
Must have been meant as a sort of practical joke, what?
I trust I am not deficient in appreciation of the humorous, but I confess I am at a loss to detect anything akin to pleasantry in the outrage.
Oh.
Mr. Wooster, there is a cat close at hand. It is not in the street. The mewing appears to come from the adjoining room.
You're right, dash it. I'll get my man.
You rang, sir?
It's Jeeves, cats. What about it? Are there any cats in the flat?
Only the 3 in your bedroom, sir.
There you are. What?
Cats in his bedroom?
What do you mean? Only the 3 in my bedroom.
The black one, the tabby, and the small lemon-coloured animal, sir?
What on earth? What's happening in there?
Noise is unendurable. I cannot hear myself speaking.
I fancy, sir, that the animals may have become somewhat exhilarated as the result of having discovered the fish under Mr. Wooster's bed.
Fish? Did I hear you rightly?
Yes, sir.
But, Jeeves, how the dickens... I say, Sir Roderick, you're not going?
Mr. Wooster, I am going. I prefer to spend my leisure time in less eccentric company.
Oh, but I say, no, here, I must come with you. I'm sure the whole business can be explained. Jeeves, my hat.
Sir.
Thank you, Jeeves. Good heavens. This isn't my hat.
No, Mr. Wooster, it is my hat. The hat which was stolen from me this morning as I drove in my car.
But...
Thank you. I should be glad, my man, if you would accompany me a few yards down the street. I wish to ask you some questions.
Very good, sir.
Well, where are all these ballet cats? Good Lord, no, get out, go on, get down. Buzz off.
Oh, I say, look here. Where are those my cats?
Who the devil are you?
Rainsby, don't you know? I say, are you Bertie Wooster and so forth? I'm a pal of your cousins, Claude and Eustace.
Hello.
Where are those my cats that shot past just now?
They came out of my bedroom.
Then they were my cats. Oh, dash it.
Did you put cats in my bedroom?
Your man, what's his name, did. He rather decently said I could keep them there till the train went. I just come to fetch them. And now they've gone. Dash it all. Oh, well, can't be helped, I suppose. I'll take the hat and the fish, anyway.
Did you put that ballet fish in there, too?
No, that was Eustace's. The hat was Claude's.
What? Look, you couldn't explain all this, could you?
Why, don't you know all about it? I say, the whole thing must seem a bit rummy to you, then.
Rummy is the word.
But it was for the Seekers, you know.
The Seekers?
Rather a blood club, don't you know, up at Oxford, which your cousins and I are rather keen to get into. You have to pinch something, you know, to get elected. It's rather jolly. Well, we wanted to make a sort of special effort and do the thing in style, so we came up to London. And we had the most amazing luck right from the start. Your cousin Claude managed to collect quite a decent top hat out of a passing car, and Eustace got away with a really goodish salmon or something from Harrods. Oh, could I take the fish and the hat, do you think?
The ballet cats ate the fish, and the fellow you pinched the hat from happened to be the man who was lunching here. He took it away with him.
Oh, I say. No cats, no fish, no hat. I do call that hard. We've had all our trouble for nothing. And on top of that... Oh, I say, I hate to ask you, but you couldn't lend me a tenner, could you?
What the devil for?
Well, the fact is, Claude and Eustace are more or less languishing in Vine Street police station till I pop round and bail them out. They've been arrested.
What?
Yes, I'm afraid we had rather a festive lunch, and they got a bit above themselves and tried to pinch a motor lorry. Silly, of course, but... Oh, thanks, that's fearfully good of you. It would have been too bad to leave them there, what? They're both such frightfully good fellows. Everybody likes them up at the varsity. They're fiercely popular.
I bet they are. Goodbye.
Jeeves? Sir?
I want a word with you.
Sir?
Well, Jeeves...
Sir Roderick asked me a number of questions, sir, respecting your habits and mode of life, to which I replied guardedly.
I don't care about that. What I want to know is why you didn't explain the whole thing to him right at the start. A word from you would have put everything clear.
Yes, sir.
Well, now he's gone off thinking me a loony.
I should not be surprised from his conversation with me, sir, if some such idea had not entered his head.
Then dash it, Jeeves! Oh.
No, madam, Mr. Wooster is not in. No, madam, I do not know when he will return. No, madam, he left no message. Yes, madam, I will inform him. Your aunt, Mrs. Gregson, sir.
What? Does she know? Already?
I gather Sir Roderick has been speaking to her on the telephone, sir, and...
By golly! No wedding bells for me, what?
Mrs. Gregson did not actually confide in me, sir, but I fancy that some such thing may have occurred. She seemed decidedly agitated, sir.
Jeeves, I'm free. I'm free. I'm not engaged to Honoria Glossop.
No, sir.
I'm free, Jeeves. By Jove, I believe you worked the whole thing.
Sir?
You had the jolly old situation in hand right from the start, didn't you? The cats and the fish and whatnot.
Well, sir, though it may be a liberty to say so, I confess that I entertained hopes that something might occur to prevent the match between yourself and the young lady. I doubt if she was entirely suitable to you, sir. Mrs. Gregson wishes you to contact her immediately, sir.
Oh, she does, eh? Well, what do you advise, Jeeves?
I think a trip abroad might prove enjoyable, sir.
She'd come after me.
Not if you went far enough afield, sir. There are excellent boats leaving every Wednesday and Saturday for New York.
Jeeves, you're right as always. Book the tickets.
I already have, sir.
Oh, thank you, Jeeves.
In that episode of What O! Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden, Bertie, Richard Briers. Sir Roderick Glossop, Andrew Cruikshank, Bingo Little, Jonathan Cecil. Aunt Agatha, Joan Sanderson, Lord Rainsby, James Villiers. Honoria Glossop, Miriam Margulies, Oswald Glossop and Daphne Braithwaite, Denise Breyer. Other parts were played by Brian Haynes. Honoria Glossop was adapted for radio by Chris Miller from the book The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What O! Jeeves was produced by David Hatch.
After Goodwood's over, I generally find that I get a bit restless. I'm not much of a lad for the birds and the trees and the great open spaces as a rule, but there's no doubt London's not at its best in August. All my pals were away, most of the theatres were shut, and they were taking up Piccadilly in large spadefuls. It was most infernally hot.
Good evening, sir.
Jeeves, I'm not sure I can muster up enough energy to go to bed, don't you know?
The weather is oppressive, sir.
Not all the soda, Jeeves.
No, sir.
I think we've had enough of the metrop for the time being, Jeeves. We need a change. Shift-ho, I think. What?
Just as you say, sir. There is a letter on the tray, sir.
By Jove, Jeeves, that was practically poetry. Rhymed. Did you notice? What's this? I see this is rather extraordinary.
Sir?
Well, you know Twing Hall, Lord Wick Hammersley's place.
Very well, sir. I always much enjoy our visits to Twing.
Well, Mr. Little's there. Young Bingo, you know.
Indeed, sir.
Absolutely in the flesh. He's had to take another of his tutoring jobs.
I trust Mr. Little is in good health, sir.
Well, this letter isn't from him. It's from Eustace. You remember my twin cousins, Claude and Eustace, Jeeves? They're the curse of the human race, you know.
I recall the young gentleman very vividly, sir.
Well, they're down at Twing, too, reading for some exam or other with old Heppenstall, the vicar.
Indeed, sir.
And now young Eustace writes to say... Oh, well, you read it, Jeeves.
Very good, sir. The Vicarage, Twing, Gloss. Dear Bertie, do you want to make a bit of money? I hear you had a bad Goodwood, so you probably do. Well, come down here quick and get in on the biggest sporting event of the season. I'll explain when I see you, but you can take it from me that it's all right.
What do you make of that, Jeeves? It's a rummy communication, what?
Very high-spirited young gentlemen, sir, Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace. Up to some game, I should be disposed to imagine.
Well, yes, but what game, do you think?
It is virtually impossible to say, sir. But I observe that the letter continues over the page.
What?
Great Sermon Handicap, Runners and Betting, Probable Starters, Reverend Joseph Tucker Badgwick, Scratch, Reverend Leonard Starkey, Stapleton, Scratch. Reverend Alexander Jones, Upper Bingley, receives 3 minutes. Reverend W. Dix, Little Clickton in the Wold, receives 5 minutes. Reverend Francis Heppenstall Twing receives 8 minutes. Reverend Cuthbert Dibble Bousted Parver receives 9 minutes. Reverend Orlo Hoff Bousted Magna receives 9 minutes. Reverend G. Hayward Lower Bingley receives 12 minutes. Reverend James Bates Gandle by the Hill receives 15 minutes. The above have arrived. Prices: 5-2 Tucker Starkey, 3-1 Jones, 9-2 Dix, 6-1 Heppenstall Dibble Hoff, 100-8 The Field.
Do you understand any of that, Jeeves?
No, sir.
Nor do I. Well, I suppose you might as well have a look into it anyway, what?
Undoubtedly, sir.
Righto, then. Oh, pack our spare dicky and a toothbrush in a neat brown paper parcel. Send a wire to Lord Wickhammersley to say we're coming, and buy a brace of tickets on the 2:10 at Paddington tomorrow.
Very good, sir.
When I arrived at the hall the next afternoon, there was a sort of young tennis party in progress. Various strenuous chappies were biffing the ball to and fro in a hearty manner, while other coves watched them and went to sleep. I slid into a vacant deck chair and found that I was sitting next to old Wickhammersley's youngest daughter, Cynthia, a dashed pretty and lively and attractive girl who'd been a great pal of mine ever since I was a kid.
Hello, Cynthia, old thing. Not playing?
Bertie! So you've arrived!
Yes, I've arrived. Yes, here I am, in fact. I seem to have plunged into quite a gathering of local nibs. Who are they all?
Oh, just people from round about. You know most of them. Colonel Willis over there and the Spencers.
Of course, yes. And there's old Heppenstall. Who's the other clergyman talking to Mrs. S?
Mr. Hayward from Lower Bingley.
I say, what an amazing lot of clergymen there are here. There's another on the other side by the net.
Oh, that's Mr. Bates, Mr. Heppenstall's nephew. He's an assistant master at Eton.
Oh, he's on holidays, what?
Yes, he's acting as local tenant for Mr. Spettigue, the rector of Gandle by the Hill.
Oh, I see. Oh, there's the old egg. I thought he'd be here.
Who? Who are you talking about, Bertie?
Young Bingo Little, great pal of mine. He's tutoring your brother, you know.
Good gracious. Is Mr. Little a friend of yours?
Rather, I've known him all my life.
Then tell me, Bertie, is he at all weak in the head?
Bingo? Well,
I don't mean simply because he's a friend of yours, but he's so strange in his manner.
How do you mean?
Well, he keeps looking at me so oddly.
Oddly? How? Well, give me an imitation.
Well, I can't in front of all these people, Bertie.
Yes, you can. Here, behind my hat.
All right, then. Quick.
Oh. Yes, I recognise symptoms. The open mouth, the dropped jaw, the marked resemblance to a dyspeptic calf. It's all right, Cynthia. No need to be alarmed. He's simply fallen in love with you.
In love with me? Oh, don't be absurd.
Oh, my dear old thing, you don't know young Bingo. He can fall in love with anybody.
Thank you. You're not at your most tactful today, are you, Bertie?
What? Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way, you know. I don't wonder if he's taking to you, Cynthia. You're a topper.
Thank you. He's very good looking, isn't he?
Who? Bingo? Now, really?
Well, I mean, compared with some people.
Who? Well, Boris Karloff or my Aunt Agatha, perhaps. Good look. Well, I think I'll toddle over and have a word with the old ass. Pip, pip, Cynthia.
Well, bye, Bertie.
It's yours, sir, Eustace.
No, it's yours, Claus.
Bingo! Hello!
Oh, Bertie, you're here.
Absolutely.
I didn't know you knew these people.
Me? I've known them since I was a kid. Old Wickhammersley was a great pal of my governor's.
What? Do you mean to say you've known Lady Cynthia all that time?
Rather. She can't have been 7 when I met her first.
Good Lord. I love that girl, Bertie.
Yes. She's a nice girl, of course.
Well, don't speak of her in that horribly casual way. She's an angel, Bertie.
Oh. As it happens, Bingo, I've just been chatting to her.
And?
Nothing.
Well, what did she say, Bertie? Did she talk about me?
This and that.
What did she say, you blighter?
Oh, nothing much. She said she thought you were good-looking.
Look, pop off, old man. There's a good chap. I suddenly had the urge to do a bit of writing.
Writing? You?
Yes, poetry, if you must know. I wish the dickens she'd been christened something except Cynthia. There isn't a damn word in the language it rhymes with. Ye gods, How I could have spread myself if she'd only been called Jane. Oh.
Thank you, Morris.
Thank you both.
Bertie! Eustace, it's Bertie!
Bertie! Oh, what ho, you blighted twins. You won then?
Thanks to Eustace.
No, thanks to you, Claude.
Good to see you anyway, Bertie. How's the boy?
Oh, I'm all right. Stout fellow. I knew that letter of mine would fetch you.
You can always bank on Bertie, Eustace, a sportsman to his fingertips. Well, Bertie, has Bingo told you about it?
What? It. The great event. What great event?
Oh, I think you'd better start at the beginning, Eustace.
Righto, Claude. Well, it's like this, Bertie. Well, look, apart from tennis, there are absolutely no facilities for relaxation in this place whatsoever. And then Steggles got this idea. Steggles? Well, one of our reading party. Between ourselves, rather a worm as a general thing. Still, you have to give him credit for getting this idea. What idea? Well, you tell him, Claude.
Me, Eustace?
Yes, go on, you, Claude.
Right-ho. Well, Bertie, you know how many parsons there are around here?
Here, you mean?
I mean in the area. There are about a dozen hamlets within a radius of 6 miles, and each hamlet has a church, and each church has a parson, and each parson preaches a sermon every Sunday. Well, tomorrow week, Sunday the 23rd, we're running the Great Sermon Handicap. Steggles is making the book. Each parson is to be clocked by a reliable steward of the course, and the one that preaches the longest sermon wins. Did you study the race card Eustace sent you?
I couldn't understand what it was all about. Why, you chump! It gives the handicaps and current odds on each starter. Look, I've got another one here in case you've lost yours. Now, take a careful look at it. Does anything strike you about it? It certainly does. The thing's a sitter for old Heppenstall. He's got the event sewed up in a parcel.
Quite!
Well, that there isn't a parson in the land who will give him 8 minutes.
Absolutely, Bertie.
But your pal Steggles must be an ass giving him a handicap like that. Why, in the days when I was with him, old Heppenstall never used to preach under half an hour. And there was one sermon of his on brotherly love which lasted 45 minutes if it lasted a second. Has he lost his vim lately or what?
Not a bit of it. Tell him what happened, Eustace.
Well, it was like this, Bertie. The first Sunday we were here, we all went to Twing Church, and old Heppenstall preached a sermon that was well under 20 minutes. Well, this is what happened. Steggles didn't notice it, and the Rev didn't notice it himself. But Claude and I both spotted that he had dropped a chunk of at least, half a dozen pages out of his sermon case as he was walking up to the pulpit. Well, he sort of flickered when he got to the gap in the manuscript, but he carried on all right. And Steggles went away with the impression that 20 minutes or a bit under was his usual form. The next Sunday we heard Tucker and Starkey, and they both went well over the 35 minutes. So Steggles arranged the handicapping as you see on the card.
You must come into this, Bertie. You see, the trouble is that I haven't been, and Eustace hasn't been, and Bingo Little hasn't been.
So you'll have to finance the syndicate, Bertie.
Don't weaken, old man. It's just putting money in all our pockets.
But the thing is, we must get a bet on Instanter. Steggles will be watching Heppenstall canter again tomorrow morning, and if the old boy's back to his normal form, the price is bound to shorten dramatically in no time.
So you see, we must act now, Bertie.
Steggles is here somewhere. Yes, he's over there. Look. How about it, old lad?
You must come in with us, Bertie. It's like finding money by the bally wayside.
Righto. Now, what's the current price on the twin flyer? 6 to 1. Then I'd think a tenner each would be adequate, what?
Rather!
Bertie, you're a corker!
Come on, Eustace, time for business.
We'll report back, Bertie. Pip, pip. Toodaloo.
Bye.
Bye.
Bertie?
Oh, Bingo. You still around?
When Cynthia smiles, the skies are blue. The world takes on a roseate hue. Birds in the garden trill and sing, and joy is king of everything. When Cynthia smiles. When Cynthia frowns.
What the devil are you talking about?
I'm reading you the poem I've just written. To Cynthia. I'll go on, shall I?
No.
No?
No, absolutely not. There are far more important matters at stake. Eustace! Eustace! How do you get on? Ha-ha! The odds have lengthened to a snappy 7 to 1, Bertie. It seems the Rev's subject to hay fever, and Steggles reckons he's taking a big chance by strolling around in the paddock behind the vicarage every morning. Anyway, we're all on at a tenner each.
A tenner on Heppenstall? For me as well?
Even for you, Bingo.
Bertie, you're a good fellow.
Yes, 1,000 thanks, Bertie, old egg. Must be popping now, though. See you tomorrow.
Cheer, Eustace.
I say, a tenner on Heppenstall. Now I can see daylight at long last, Bertie. Say I cop, 60 quid here. Then I'll be in a position to go to my uncle and beard him in his lair somewhat. He's quite a bit of a snob, you know, and when he hears that I'm going to marry the daughter of an earl...
You mean Cynthia? I say, old man, you're looking ahead rather far, aren't you?
No, that's all right. It's true nothing's actually settled yet, but she practically told me the other day she was fond of me.
What?
Well, She said the sort of man she liked was the self-reliant, manly man with strength, good looks, character, ambition, and initiative.
I see, Bingo. Look, laddie, leave me now, would you? I see Jeeves approaching with the cup that cheers and the cucumber sandwiches, so leave me, Bingo. There's a good fellow. Just leave me to my tea. The next day, at morning service, old Heppenstall fairly took the bit between his teeth and gave us 36 solid minutes on certain popular superstitions. I was sitting next to Steggles in the pew and saw him blench visibly. He was a little rat-faced man with shifty eyes and a suspicious nature, and the first thing he did when we emerged into the open air was to announce formally that anyone who fancied the Rev could now be accommodated at 15 to 8 on, and he added in a rather nasty manner, if he had his way, this sort of in-and-out running would be brought to the attention of the Jockey Club, but he supposed there was nothing to be done about it. And so matters stood until Tuesday afternoon, when I was strolling up and down in front of the house with Jeeves, trying to interest him in a little speculation. Well, that's the scheme, Jeeves. How about it?
Thank you, sir, but I think not.
No sporting blood, eh?
Perhaps it would be more accurate to say, sir, that I would consider any investment at this juncture a trifle injudicious.
Oh, drivel, man. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Bertie! Hello, it's the twins. What's up with you two?
Bertie, unless we take immediate action and do a bit of quick thinking, we're in the bally cart.
What? What's the matter?
G. Hayward's the matter.
G. Hayward?
The Lower Bingley outsider, receiving 12 minutes, 100 to 8 against.
Eustace and I happened by the merest fluke to be riding through Lower Bingley this morning.
And you see, there was this wedding at the church, you see, Bertie.
And it suddenly struck us that it wouldn't be a bad move to get a line on G. Hayward's form.
Well, in case he might be a dark horse, you see.
And it was jolly lucky we did, Bertie.
He delivered an address of 26 minutes.
At a village wedding, Marky.
I mean, what will he do when he really extends himself?
There's only one thing to be done, old man.
You must spring some more pounds so that we can hedge on Hayward and save ourselves.
It's the only way out, Bertie.
But I say, I hate the idea of all that money we put on Heppenstall being chucked away.
But what else can you suggest? You don't suppose he can give this absolute marvel 4 minutes and still win, do you?
Oh, dash it. I do see what you mean. Aha. The soft, low, gentle cough, like a sheep with a blade of grass caught in its throat. Jeeves, you have an idea.
A suggestion merely, sir. I was recalling what you were telling me earlier, sir, about Mr. Heppenstall's voluminous sermon on brotherly love. It occurred to me, sir, that the slight difficulty with which you are at present faced might be avoided were you to ask Mr. Heppenstall, as a personal favour, to preach that same sermon on Sunday next.
Genius!
It's a scheme.
A jolly brainy scheme.
But even so, fizzer as that sermon no doubt is, Bertie, will it be good enough in the face of a 4-minute handicap?
Oh, absolutely. When I told you it lasted 45 minutes, I was probably understating it. I should call it, from my recollection of the thing, nearer 50.
Then pop over tonight, Bertie, and do your best.
Right-ho. Jeeves, thank you.
Not at all, sir. I endeavour to give satisfaction.
I toddled over in the evening and fixed the whole thing up. Old Heppenstall was most decent about the whole affair. He seemed pleased and touched that I should have remembered the sermon all these years, and said that he had once or twice had an idea of preaching it again, only it had seemed to him, on reflection, that it was perhaps a trifle long for a rustic congregation.
And in these restless times, my dear Wooster, I fear that brevity in the pulpit is becoming more and more desiderated by even the bucolic churchgoer, who, one might have supposed, would be less afflicted with the spirit of hurry and impatience than his metropolitan brother. I have had many arguments on the subject with my nephew, young Bates, who is taking my old friend Spetigue's cure over at Gandle by the hill. His view is that a sermon nowadays should be a bright, brisk, straight from the shoulder address, never lasting more than 10 or 12 minutes.
Long? My goodness, Mr. Heppenstall, you don't call that brotherly love sermon of yours long, do you?
It takes fully 50 minutes to deliver.
Surely not.
Your incredulity, my dear Wooster, is extremely flattering. Far more flattering, of course, than I deserve. Nevertheless, the facts are, as I have stated. You are sure that I would not be well advised to make certain excisions and eliminations? You do not think it would be a good thing to cut, to prune?
Don't touch a word of it, Mr. Hebenstall, or you'll spoil the whole thing.
I am delighted to hear you say so, Wooster, my dear fellow. I shall preach the sermon without fail next Sunday morning.
Oh, good egg. What I have always said, and what I always shall say, is that this ante-post betting is a mistake, an error, and a mug's game. You can never tell what's going to happen. If fellows would only stick to the good old SP, there'd be fewer young men go wrong. I hardly finished my breakfast on the Saturday morning when Jeeves meandered in with the most appalling news.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Eustace on the telephone, from the vicarage.
What? Good Lord, Jeeves. What's the matter, do you think?
Mr. Eustace did not confide in me, sir.
Well, has he got the wind up?
Somewhat vertically, sir, to judge by his voice. He is holding the wire.
By Jove, yes. Hello? Hello?
Bertie, we're sunk, old man. The Rev's blown up.
No.
Yes, coughing in his stable all last night. Hay fever.
Oh, my sainted aunt.
The doctor's with him now, and it's only a question of minutes before he's officially scratched. Well, that means the curate will show up at the post instead, and... well, he's no good at all. He's being offered at 100 to 6, but no takers. What shall we do?
Eustace.
Hello?
What can you get on G. Hayward?
Well, it's only 4 to 1 now. The odds shortened late last night in a significant manner.
Well, 4 to 1 will clear us. Put another 5 all round on G. Hayward. That'll bring us out on the right side of the ledger.
If he wins, yes.
What do you mean? I thought you considered him a cert, bar Heppenstall.
I'm beginning to wonder if there's such a thing as a cert in this world. However, it seems our only chance. So long.
Tinkety-tonk. Oh, what a bally business.
And when we return to the comfort of our own fireside...
Yes, I was walking over to Fair by the water. I saw
Nearly up against sea God's work, they did not. The treadle and the heavy laden.
And the lot fell upon his mother,
and they heeded him not. And God's vengeance was on him.
Fell upon him. Yes, I was walking over to Fair by the water.
Hello? Bingo Little? Fine! Splendid! Topping! Eh? Oh, we needn't worry about him. Righto, I'll tell Bertie. He's just got back. Bertie, that was Eustace. We won. The report from Lower Bingley's just come in. G. Hayward robbed home in 47 minutes, 14 seconds, inclusive of handicap.
I know that, Bingo, I know that. I was there. All the other returns in, are they?
Well, all except Gandle by the Hill, but we needn't worry about young Bates. He never had a chance. Tucker ran a splendid race at Badgwick, but the handicap was too much for him. Starkey had a sore throat and was nowhere. Robertson failed by the water was third, and the field was way down at the 32 minutes mark. Good old G. Hayward. Oh, by the way, Bertie, poor old Jeeves loses his tenner. Ha! Silly ass.
Jeeves? What do you mean?
He came to me this morning, just after you'd set out on your trek to Lower Bingley, and asked me to put a tenner on Bates for him. Bates, of all people. Well, I told him he was a chump, and begged him not to throw his money away, but he would do it.
Oh, Jeeves, where did you materialise from?
I beg your pardon, sir. This note arrived for you just after you'd left the house this morning.
Eh? What? Note?
The Reverend Mr. Heppenstall's butler brought it over from the vicarage, sir. It came too late to be delivered to you at the moment.
Well, let's have a look at it, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
Jeeves, you know you lost your tenner, don't you, old man? G. Hayward cantered home a popular and worthy winner.
Indeed, sir?
Absolutely. That'll teach you to bet against the form book, Jeeves. I'd have thought someone with your giant brain...
Oh, no!
Bertie, what the dick is the matter?
We're dished, Bingo, dished. Listen to this. The Vicarage, Twing, Gloss. My dear Wooster, as perhaps you have heard, young Bates, my nephew...
Young Bates, my nephew, is one of the candidates for the headmastership of a well-known public school. And the choice has narrowed down between him and one rival. Late yesterday evening, James received private information that the head of the board of governors of the school proposed to sit under him this Sunday morning in order to judge the merits of his preaching. Most important item in swaying the board's choice. It was too late for him to compose a sermon of suitable length in place of the brief address which, mistakenly, in my opinion, he had designed to deliver to his rustic flock. So, wishing to help the boy, I acceded to his plea that I lend him a somewhat less exiguous homily. I'm telling you all this, my dear Wooster, because I'm willing that you should be disappointed by my unfortunate inability to preach a sermon of which you so flatteringly said you retain a vivid recollection. I suggested to James that he deliver my sermon on brotherly love, which he indicated he would be delighted to do. I recommend, therefore, that you attend a divine service at Gandle by the Hill this a.m., but I trust my nephew's preaching of the sermon will supply you with as pleasant memories as you say you have of mine.
You say you have of mine. I remain cordially yours, F. Heppenstall. P.S. Wait for it, Bingo. The hay fever has rendered my eyes unpleasantly weak for the time being, so I am dictating this letter to my butler, Brookfield, who will convey it to you.
Well, I'm dashed. Great Scott, Jeeves. An SP job.
I believe that is the technical term, sir.
So you had inside information, dash it.
Why, yes, sir. Brookfield happened to mention the contents of the note to me when he brought it. We are old friends.
But all I can say is... it's a bit bally thick, preaching another man's sermon. Do you call that playing the game?
Well, my dear old thing, is quite within the rules. Clergymen do it all the time. They aren't expected always to make up the sermons they preach.
And in the present case, sir, if I may be permitted to take the liberty of making the observation, I think we should make allowances. We should remember that the securing of the headmastership meant everything to the young couple.
Young couple? What young couple?
The Reverend James Bates, sir, and the Lady Cynthia.
What?
Yes, sir. I am informed by her ladyship's maid that they have been engaged to be married for some weeks, provisionally, so to speak. And his lordship made his consent conditional on Mr. Bates securing a really important and remunerative position.
Engaged to be married?
Yes, sir.
I think I'll go for a walk.
But my dear old thing, it's just lunchtime. The gong will be going any minute now.
I don't want any lunch.
What O' Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What O' Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Hordern as Jeeves and Richard Briers as Bertie Wooster, with this week's guest, Ronald Fraser, as Lord Bittlesham. Episode 5, Comrade Bingo.
Sisters, we may have the vote, but that is not yet over, sisters.
It isn't that often that you'll find me at Speaker's Corner, don't you know? It isn't an end of the park that collars much of Bertram Wooster's custom, but on the Sabbath after my return to the good old Metrop, I had a call to pay in Manchester Square, and having decided to hoof it, as it was a decentish afternoon, I suddenly found myself in the middle of all those weird birds on their soapboxes.
Woe unto ye!
Ye vipers and sinners of this generation.
Jeeves was with me, it happened, he being on his way to chew the fat with the butler pal in Hyde Park Gardens. And it was he who first drew my attention to the gaggle of ghastly outsiders trading under the name of Heralds of the Red Dawn. Jolly the park on a Sunday, eh, Jeeves? Makes the returned exile really sure he's back again.
It is pleasant, sir.
Can you follow a god like that? Could you?
I say, listen to that atheist, Jeeves. Pity he's got no roof to his mouth, what? Bit of a handicap in his profession, I should imagine.
Indeed, sir. I was concentrating my attentions on the bearded gentleman to our right, sir.
Does anyone ever lift a finger in my fear?
What's his line? Hello? Heralds of the Red Dawn.
No,
You know anything about them, Jeeves?
I can only hazard a conjecture that they represent a political movement of the socialist variety, sir.
Well, he's certainly slipping into the idle rich with breadth and vigour. Grab an earful, Jeeves.
Factory to steal filthy husks and trifling crumbs from the starving mabs of little children.
Yes, well, I think it's about enough of him, Jeeves. I say, who's that stout chappie? Over there, just abaft the atheist. I know the map, but I can't place it.
That is young Mr. Little's uncle, sir, Mr. Mortimer Little. If you recall, sir, you took luncheon with him on one occasion.
That's right. No wonder I didn't recognise him. He was a sloppy old buffer when I met him, Jeeves. I think I'll stagger over and have a word with the old egg.
Very good, sir. If you have no further need of my services, I will proceed to my destination.
Righto, Jeeves. The afternoon is yours. To do with it as you will. Toodle-pip.
Goodbye, sir.
And now, Comrade Buck, the movement is continually on the upsurge.
I say,
You
what
heard the news from Russia, comrade?
Mr. Wooster, is it not?
Rather. How are you? Going strong?
I am in excellent health, thank you. And yourself?
Oh, in the jolly old pink, don't you know. I say, seen anything of Bingo lately?
Bingo? What is Bingo?
Oh, young Bingo, your nephew.
Oh, Richard. No, not very recently. Since my marriage, a little coolness seems to have sprung up.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So you've got splice since I saw you like. Mrs. Little all right?
My wife is happily robust, but, not Mrs. Little. On the publication of the last honours list, I became Lord Bittlesham.
By Jove, really? I say, well, heartiest congratulations and all that sort of rot. That's the stuff to give the troops, eh? But dash it, Lord Bittlesham. You're the owner of Ocean Breeze.
Oh, indeed.
Well, I've got my chemise on it.
And I hope the quadruped will justify your confidence in it, Mr. Wooster. I know little of these matters myself, but my wife tells me that it is regarded in knowledgeable circles as what I believe is termed a snip.
Absolutely. Oh, I say, look, that blighter's started up again.
Which, blighter is that, Mr. Wooster?
The Red Dawn chappie, don't you know? That bearded egg in the slouch hat and tweed suit. I say, he's pointing at us.
Yes, look at him. Drink him in. Look at the tall, thin one with a face like a motor mascot.
I say.
Has he ever done a day's work in his life? No, 100 times no, comrades. A prowler, a trifler, and a bloodsucker, if ever I saw one. And I bet he still owes his tailor for those trousers.
I say, by Jove, that's verging on personal.
A great gift of expression these fellows have, Mr. Wooster. Very trenchant.
Well, I don't know, you know.
And the fat one. Don't miss him.
What?
Do you know who that is? That's Lord Bittlesham. One of the worst. What's he ever done except eat 4 square meals a day? Not a thing. Not a thing, comrades. His gourd is his belly. And he sacrifices burnt offerings to it.
I say, that's rather well put, don't you think?
I do not, Mr. Wooster.
If you open up Lord Bittlesham now, comrades, you would find inside him enough lunch to support 10 working-class families for a week.
Come away, Mr. Wooster, quickly, please. Let us at least try to behave with dignity. I am the last man to oppose the right of free speech, but I refuse to listen to this vulgar abuse any longer.
Absolutely, don't you know? Beastly rude. Beastly.
I don't know what the country's coming to, Mr. Wooster.
Absolutely. Quite. The next day, I looked in at the Drones Club for a game of rackets with Beefy and Struther. I was just knocking up on court and waiting for him to materialise when young Bingo Little tooled in, grinning like a cat that's been locked in the dairy all night and has been rather letting itself go in the matter of the cream.
Bertie! Hello, old thing. I heard you were in here. How's the prowling these days?
Oh, tolerable, Bingo, tolerable. And you?
Oh, jogging along.
I saw your Uncle Mortimer yesterday. I know you did, you trifler.
You weren't there?
Yes, I was.
Well, I didn't see you.
Oh, yes, you did. Perhaps you didn't recognize me in the shrubbery.
Shrubbery?
The beard, laddie, the beard.
What?
What a beard, eh? Worth every penny I paid for it. Of course, it's a nuisance having people shouting beaver at you the whole time, but it's absolutely guaranteed to defy detection.
But, Pinko, I mean, why? I mean, what are you playing at?
I'll tell you. But first, give me your honest opinion, Bertie. Isn't she the most wonderful girl you ever saw in your puff?
Well, who? Where?
This photograph, fathead.
Oh. Oh, my golly. This? She's all eyes and teeth.
Wonderful eyes, Bertie. Wonderful teeth.
What? Oh, great Scott, Bingo, don't tell me you're in love again.
What do you mean, again?
Well, to my certain knowledge, you've been in love with at least half a dozen girls since the spring. It's only July now. There was that waitress, Honoria Glossop.
Oh,
and there was...
tush, Bertie. Not to say pish. Those gals, mere passing fancies. This is the real thing.
It would be, of course. All right, Bingo, where did you meet this one?
On top of a bus. Her name is Charlotte Corday Rowbottom.
My God!
Her father had her christened that because he's all for the revolution, and it seems the original Charlotte Corday used to go about stabbing oppressors in their baths, which old Rowbottom approves of. You must meet him, actually, Bertie. Delightful chap. Wants to massacre the bourgeoisie, sack Park Lane, and disembowel the hereditary aristocracy. Well, nothing could be fairer than that, what?
What?
Oh, never mind. About Charlotte. We fell in love within 5 minutes, and 2 days later I bought the beard and toddled round to meet the family.
Yes, but why the beard, Bingo?
Well, she'd told me all about her father on the bus, you see, and I realized that to get any footing at all in the home, I should have to join these Red Dawn blighters. And naturally, if I was to make speeches in the park, something fairly fruity in the nature of disguise was indicated. So I bought the fungus, and by Jove, it's certainly done me a lot of good with old Rowbottom. He thinks I'm a Bolshevist hiding from the police.
My God!
You really must meet old Rowbottom, Bertie. Tell you what, you doing anything tomorrow afternoon?
Huh? No, nothing special. Why?
Good. Then you can have us all to tea at your flat.
No.
Thank you, Bertie. We're delighted to accept your invitation.
No.
It'll save me money, laddie. And believe me, nowadays, as far as I'm concerned, a penny saved is a penny earned. My uncle told you he got married.
Yes, he did. He said there was a coolness between you.
Coolness? I'm down to Serie. Ever since he married, he's been launching out in every direction and economizing on me. He's even started a racing stick. Oh, by the way, put your last collar stud on Ocean Breeze for the Goodwood Cup. It's a cert.
I'm going to.
Can't lose. Anyway, old chap, must be going. Do us well at tea tomorrow, and blessings shall reward you.
But, Bingo,
By the way, I may have misled you by using the word tea. None of Jeeves's niftily cut wafer slices of bread and butter, old man. We're good trenchermen, we of the Revolution. What we shall require will be something of the order of scrambled eggs, muffins, jam, ham, cake, and 5 or 6 wagon loads of sardines. Expect us at 5 sharp.
But, Bingo, I said, I'm not quite sure
Yes, you are. Use your intelligence, you prowling inhaler of red corpuscles. Don't you see this is going to do you a bit of good when the revolution breaks loose? When you see old Rowbottom sprinting up Piccadilly with a dripping knife in each hand, you'll be jolly thankful to be able to remind him that he once ate your tea and shrimps. There'll be 4 of us. Charlotte, self, the old man, and, Comrade Butt. I suppose he'll insist on coming along.
Who the devil's Comrade Butt?
Did you notice a fellow standing on my left in our little troop yesterday? Small, shriveled chap, looks like a haddock with lung trouble. Well, that's Butt, my rival, dash him. He's sort of semi-engaged to Charlotte at the moment. But hang it all, Bertie, if I can't thoroughly encompass this Butt and cut him out and put him where he belongs among the discards, well, I'm not the man I was, that's all. Well, I must be pushing now. Oh, I say, you don't know how I could raise 50 quid somehow, do you?
Why don't you work?
Work? What, me? No. I'll have to think of some way. I must put at least 50 quid on Ocean Breeze. Well, see you tomorrow, old thought. God bless you, and don't forget the muffins.
But Bingo, Bingo... Oh, dash it. The heralds of the Red Dawn, when young Bingo unleashed them on me the following afternoon, proved to be a very C3 collection. Comrade Butt looked like one of those things that come out of dead trees after the rain. Moth-eaten was the word I should have used to describe old Rowbottom, and as for Charlotte, well, it wasn't that she was exactly bad-looking. There was just too much of her. Rather like the Albert Hall, made out of jelly, if you know what I mean. All billowy curves and wobble.
However, they all waded into the foodstuffs as if eating were a totally new experience for them, and I was just beginning to feel that the binge was going on forever when suddenly supplies gave out, and as if they'd been called upon to sing a trio, they sprang to their feet.
I must thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Wooster.
Oh, not at all. I'm glad you liked it, Mr. Rowbottom.
Comrade Rowbottom, and may I say Comrade Wooster?
No. I beg your pardon?
Are you not of the movement? Do you not yearn for the revolution?
Well, I don't know that I exactly yearn, don't you know. I mean to say, as far as I can make out, the whole hub of the scheme seems to be to massacre coves like me. And I don't mind owning I'm not frankly keen on the idea.
I'm talking him round, Mr. Rowbottom. I'm wrestling with him. A few more treatments ought to do the trick. Eh, Comrade Wooster?
Yes, Bingo. Ouch! Comrade.
Comrade Little certainly has great eloquence.
I think he talks something wonderful.
Oh, Charlotte.
Oh, Richard. Oh, behave yourself. Oh, thank you so much for your generosity, Comrade Wooster.
Generosity?
Yes, Comrade Butt. Comrade Wooster has been very kind.
Huh. I wonder the food didn't turn to ashes in our mouths. Eggs, muffins, sardines, all wrung from the bleeding lips of the starving poor.
Oh, I say, what a beastly idea.
I'll send you some literature on the subject of the cause, Mr. Wooster. And soon I hope we shall see you at one of our little meetings.
Oh, yes, righto. Jeeves, Miss Rowbottom's coat.
Very good, sir.
Hey, what's this? What's this? No civility, if you don't mind. No civility.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Don't call me sir. Call me comrade. Do you know what you are? You're an obsolete relic of an exploded feudal system.
Very good, sir.
If there's one thing that makes my blood boil in my veins...
I think we ought to be going. Come along, everyone. Bye-bye, Comrade Wooster, and thanks.
Phew, that's the first sensible thing Bingo's done since I've known him.
Oh, Richard, naughty!
Oh, all gone, Jeeves?
Yes, sir.
Thank goodness for that. Well, Jeeves, how about it?
I would prefer to express no opinion, sir.
Well, don't worry. All through tea, I could see by the look of your back what you felt. Jeeves, Mr. Little is in love with that female.
So I gathered, sir. She was slapping him in the passage.
Slapping him?
Yes, sir. Roguishly.
Great Scott! I didn't know it had got as far as that. But how did Comrade Butt seem to be taking it? He's Bingo's rival, you know.
He struck me as extremely jealous, sir.
Well, I can't see it, Jeeves. I cannot see it. Young Charlotte may have a heart of gold. The thing I noticed about her first was she had a tooth of gold. And a few Swedish exercises wouldn't do her any harm either, Jeeves.
There is much in what you say, sir.
And I know that young Bingo, when in form, can fall in love with practically anything of the opposite sex. But this time, Jeeves, I frankly can't find any excuse for him at all.
No, sir.
Well, what are we going to do about it?
I could not say, sir.
Nor could I, Jeeves, nor could I. But it's a bit thick, that's all.
Precisely, sir.
A bit belly thick. I had promised to meet young Bingo next day to tell him what I thought of his infernal Charlotte. And I was mooching slowly up St. James's Street, trying to think how the dickens I could explain to him, without hurting his feelings, that I considered her one of the world's foulest, when who should come toddling out of the Devonshire Club but old Bittlesham and Bingo himself. I what-hoed in a chummy sort of manner, but the result of this simple greeting was a bit of a shock. Old Bittlesham's face went a delicate shade of green, his eyes popped, and he quivered from head to foot like a poleaxe blamant.
Oh! Mr. Wooster, you gave me a severe start.
Oh, sorry.
My uncle isn't feeling quite himself this morning, Bertie. He's had a threatening letter.
I go in fear of my life, Mr. Wooster.
Threatening letter?
Yes, Mr. Wooster. Written in an uneducated hand and couched in terms of uncompromising menace. Do you recall that sinister, bearded man who assailed me in no measured terms in Hyde Park last Sunday?
What? Why, Ah, yes. A bearded man, yes. Chap with a beard, you mean? On his face and so forth. Absolutely.
Could you identify him if necessary?
Well, how do you mean?
The fact is, Bertie, we think this man with the beard is at the bottom of all this business. I happened to be walking late last night through Pounceby Gardens, where Uncle Mortimer lives, and as I was passing the house, a fellow came hurrying down the steps in a furtive sort of way. Probably he'd just been shoving the threatening L in at the front door. I noticed he had a beard. Well, I didn't think any more of it, of course, until Uncle Mortimer rang me this morning. I'm going to make inquiries.
The police should be informed, Richard.
No, not at this stage of the proceedings, Uncle. It would hamper me. But don't you worry. I think I can track this fellow down. You leave it all to me. Look, I'll pop you into a taxi now and go and talk it over with Bertie. Taxi!
You're a good boy, Richard.
Bless you. Goodbye, Uncle, and don't worry.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
What ho, Bertie?
Bingo. Did you send that bally letter?
Rather. You ought to have seen it. One of the best gents' ordinary threatening letters I ever read.
But where's the sense of it?
Bertie, if I'd gone to my uncle and asked him for 50 quid, would I have got it? No. But now, look. A cheque, an absolute dash cheque, for 50 of the best, signed Bittlesham, and made out to the order of our little. Expenses, Bertie, for my investigation.
But Bingo, I say.
So I now proceed to the bank and startle them into a fit with it. Later I edge round to my bookie and put the entire sum on Ocean Breeze. And then, after Goodwood, I collect enough to marry Charlotte on. How about that?
But Bingo...
Oh, by the way, what did you think of her? Charlotte, I mean.
Well,
I know, old man. Don't try to find words. She bowled you over, eh? Left you speechless, what? I know. That's the effect she has on everybody. Well, I'll leave you here. Before we part, but. What about but? Nature's worst blunder, what?
Well, I must say I've seen cheerier souls. But dash it, Bingo...
I think I've got him licked, Bertie. Charlotte's coming to the zoo with me this afternoon. Alone. And later on to the pictures. That looks like the beginning of the end, what? Well, toodaloo, friend of my youth.
But Bingo... Oh, dash the fellow. I lost sight of young Bingo after that. I left messages a couple of times at the club, but they might have been begging letters for all the effect they had, so I took it that he was too busy making a stupendous ass of himself to respond. The Red Dawn Blighters also passed out of my life, with the result that things toddled on quite peacefully for a while. And then Goodwood came along, as it does, so I dug out the best suit, a jolly tie, and a brightish bit of shirting that only just passed Jeeves' screen test, and biffed down for the day. Glorious Goodwood, eh, Jeeves?
The epithet is most apt, sir.
Absolutely. I mean, look at it. Blue sky, the rolling prospect, the joyous crowds of pickpockets, the parties of the second part having their pockets picked.
And the heralds of the Red Dawn, sir?
What? Are they here?
So I am reliably informed, sir. I chanced to meet Mr. Butt. Perhaps he would prefer me to say Comrade Butt. One evening last week, he revealed to me that they intended to hold a meeting or rally just outside the paddock.
Good heavens. Is young Bingo going to be here?
I would imagine so, sir.
Well, he's taking a bit of a risk, isn't he? Supposing old Bittlesham recognises him.
Presumably Mr. Little is relying on his facial disguise retaining its effectiveness, sir.
Oh, the beard, you mean? Yeah, something in that, I suppose. How was Comrade Butt, then?
More than usually gloomy, sir. He gave me to understand, without, of course, saying so in so many words, that Mr. Little, by his exertions for the cause, had eclipsed him almost entirely in the competition for the favours of the young lady.
Oh, the bulging Charlotte. Well, that's bad news, Jeeves. Very bad news.
Yes.
I suppose what it amounts to is that when young Bingo really takes his coat off and starts in, there is no power of God or man that can prevent him from making a chump of himself.
It would appear so, sir.
I mean, how the deuce does he think he's going to get away with marrying into a family of such pronounced loonies, Jeeves? That's what I want to know. Old Bittlesham's bound to knock off his allowance if he goes ahead. With a fellow like Bingo, if you knock off his allowance, you might as well hit him on the head with an axe and make a clean job of it.
I dare say you're right, sir.
They're under starter's orders.
I say, Jeeves, the cup's about to start.
So I observed, sir.
You've got your little all on Ocean Breeze, I take it?
No, sir.
No? But Jeeves, the beast's an absolute dash cert. If I were you,
They're off.
I'd go... Well, too late now. They're off.
Yes.
Ocean Breeze! Ocean Breeze! Oh, I say, Jeeves, where's Ocean Breeze? Oh, dash it! What's happened to Ocean Breeze? Oh, hang it all, he's not even in the first six. Golly, dash it all! Dash it all! Jeeves, what the blazes went wrong?
I fear I could not say so.
But the bally animal was absolutely nowhere, Jeeves.
I believe that is the technical expression.
But But one had come to look on the race as a pure formality, Jeeves. A sort of quaint old world ceremony to be gone through before one sauntered up to the bookie and collected. Oh, dash it, dash it, dash it.
Very good, sir.
Here is the result of the Goodwood Cup. First, number 3, Sombrero. Second, number 8, Gallivanter. Third, number 4...
Oh, poor old Bingo must be feeling it a bit.
So I would imagine, sir. If you were to look to your left, sir, you would observe his uncle, the Lord Bittlesham.
What? Oh, yes, poor old Blighter. He looks considerably rattled and purple, too, Jeeves. I suppose I'd better go over and commiserate with the old boy.
Yes, sir.
And then, Jeeves, I think I'm going to shoot straight back to London.
Sir?
Oh, I know this was meant to be a jolly day out and all that sort of rot, but my heart's gone out of this Valley Race meeting all of a sudden.
Very good, sir.
Do you want to stay?
If you could spare me, sir, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity of watching the remaining races on the card. I could catch a train back sometime this evening, sir.
Right-ho, Jeeves, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir.
Toodaloo, then.
Goodbye, sir.
Pip-pip. Lord Bittlesham?
Oh, Mr. Wooster.
Me too. How much did you drop?
Drop?
On Ocean Breeze.
I did not bet on Ocean Breeze.
What? You owned the favourite for the cup and didn't back it?
I never bet on horse racing. It is against my principles. I am told that the animal failed to win the contest.
Failed to win? He was so far behind, he's probably got a good chance in the next race.
Let us be thankful for that, then, Mr. Wooster.
If I say, my jolly old peer of the realm, if you hadn't dropped a parcel on Ocean Breeze, why are you looking so dash rattled?
Mr. Wooster, that fellow is here.
What fellow?
That bearded man.
Oh, I know that. Oh, I saw him earlier.
At this very moment, Mr. Wooster, that man is making an inflammatory speech specifically directed at me. He is accusing me of having deliberately misled the public as to Ocean Breeze's ability.
I'm not surprised. He probably lost a packet himself, don't you know?
Come and listen for yourself, Mr. Wooster, where that crowd is.
Oh, righto.
But what does Lord Bittlesham worry if the poor working man loses his hard-earned savings on his rotten horse? I tell you, friends and comrades, you may talk, you may argue, you may cheer, and you may pass resolutions, but what you need is action. Action! The world won't be a fit place for honest men to live in till the blood of Lord Bittlesham and his kind flows in rivers down a gutter to part the line.
Officer! Officer! Come here!
Sir?
Officer, I demand, I insist you arrest that man at once.
Why, sir?
Damn it, man, he is threatening my personal safety. I am Lord Bittlesham.
Yes, my lord. Well, I think you'll find that it's just talk, my lord. Nothing to concern yourself about.
What? Officer, this is monstrous.
Oh, I'm sorry, my lord, but...
Thank you, friends. And now, friends, Comrade Butt would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Charlotte. Comrades, we have all been much moved by what our comrade here with the beard has just said about Lord Bittlesham. But, comrades, you may not realise that Lord Bittlesham is actually here with us at this very moment in time. There he is!
This is outrageous, Mr. Wooster.
Absolutely.
Comrades! Every day and every hour, our movement against the vile plutocracy that Lord Bittlesham represents is gaining strength and momentum. It is spreading like wildfire, comrades. Even among the so-called upper classes it is spreading. Perhaps you believe me, comrade. Don't go, Lord Bittlesham. Perhaps you believe me, comrades, when I tell you that here today, on this very spot, we have in our little band of earnest workers the nephew of Lord Bittlesham himself. Here.
Hey, that's my dear.
Richard!
You bounder! I'll belly throttle you.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Let me pass, please. Right, come along, you two. Stop that, both of you. Come along with me.
Richard!
Oh, my golly, Uncle. Oh, my golly.
Sometimes when Jeeves has brought in my morning tea and shoved it on the table beside my bed, he drifts silently from the room and leaves me to go to it. At other times, he sort of shimmies respectfully in the middle of the carpet, and then I know that he wants a word or two. On the day after Goodwood, I was lying on my back staring at the ceiling when I noticed that he was still in my midst. Oh, yes, Jeeves?
Mr. Little called earlier in the morning, sir.
Oh, by Jove, what? Did he tell you what happened?
Yes, sir. It was in connection with that he wished to see you. He proposes to retire to the country and remain there for some little while.
Dash sensible.
That was my opinion also, sir. There was, however, a slight financial difficulty to be overcome. I took the liberty of advancing him £10 on your behalf to meet current expenses. I trust that meets with your approval, sir?
Oh, of course. Take a tenner off the dressing table.
Very good, sir.
He told you all, did he, Jeeves?
I believe so, sir.
Well, I'm bound to say that he acted with a good deal of decision and character, Jeeves. When he lost his beard, you know. To grab Comrade Butt by the neck and try to twist his head off was for him the work of a moment.
I am hardly surprised, sir.
What beats me, though, is how the diggins the thing happened. I mean, how did the chappie Butt ever get to know who he was?
There, sir, I fear I may have been somewhat to blame.
You? How?
I fear I may have carelessly disclosed Mr. Little's identity to Mr. Butt on the occasion when I had that conversation with him.
What?
Indeed. Now I recall the incident. I distinctly remember saying that Mr. Little's work for the cause really seemed to me to deserve something in the nature of public recognition. I greatly regret having been the means of bringing about a temporary estrangement between Mr. Little and his lordship. And I am afraid there is another aspect of the matter, sir. I am also responsible for the breaking off of relations between Mr. Little and the young lady who came to tea here.
What? Do you mean to say it's off?
Completely, sir. I gathered from Mr. Little's remarks that his hopes in that direction may now be looked on as definitely quenched. If there were no other obstacle, the young lady's father, I'm informed by Mr. Little, now regards him as a spy and a deceiver.
Well, I'm dashed.
I appear inadvertently to have caused much trouble, sir.
Jeeves?
Sir?
How much money is there on the dressing table?
In addition to the £10 note which you instructed me to take, sir, there are 2 £5 notes, 3 £1, a 10 shillings, 2 half-crowns, a florin, 4 shillings, a sixpence, and a halfpenny, sir.
Collar it all, Jeeves. You've earned it.
In that episode of What Ho, Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden, Bertie, Richard Briars. Lord Bittlesham, Ronald Fraser, Bingo Little, Jonathan Cecil. Comrade Butt, Richard O'Callaghan. Charlotte, Anne Davis. Old Rowbottom, Nigel Anthony. Comrade Bingo was adapted to radio by Chris Miller from the book The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What Ho, Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What Ho, Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Horden as Jeeves and Richard Briars as Bertie Wooster, with this week's guest, Maurice Denham, as the Reverend Heavenstall. The Great Sermon Handicap.
After Goodwood's over, I generally find that I get a bit restless. I'm not much of a lad for the birds and the trees and the great open spaces as a rule, but there's no doubt London's not at its best in August. The whole town was empty and smelled of burning asphalt. All my pals were away, most of the theatres were shut, and they were taking up Piccadilly in large spadefuls. It was most infernally hot.
Good evening, sir.
Jeeves, I'm not sure I can muster up enough energy to go to bed, don't you know?
The weather is oppressive, sir.
Not all the soda, Jeeves.
No, sir.
I think we've had enough of the metrop for the time being, Jeeves.
We need a change. Shift hoe, I think. What?
Just as you say, sir. There is a letter on the tray, sir.
Oh. By Jove, Jeeves. That was practically poetry. Rhymed. Did you notice? What's this? I see this is rather extraordinary.
Sir?
Well, you know Twing Hall, Lord Wick Hammersley's place?
Very well, sir. I always much enjoy our visits to Twing.
Well, Mr. Little's there. Young Bingo, you know.
Indeed, sir.
Absolutely, in the flesh. He's had to take another of his tutoring jobs.
I trust Mr. Little is in good health, sir.
No, this letter isn't from him. It's from Eustace. You remember my twin cousins, Claude and Eustace, Jeeves? They're the curse of the human race, you know.
I recall the young gentleman very vividly, sir.
Well, they're down at Twing, too, reading for some exam or other with old Heppenstall, the vicar.
Indeed, sir.
And now young Eustace writes to say... Oh, well, you read it, Jeeves.
Very good, sir. The Vicarage, Twing, Gloss. Dear Bertie, do you want to make a bit of money? I hear you had a bad Goodwood, so you probably do. Well, come down here quick and get in on the biggest sporting event of the season. I'll explain when I see you, but you can take it from me that it's all right.
What do you make of that, Jeeves? It's a rummy communication, what?
Very high-spirited young gentlemen, sir, Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace. Up to some game, I should be disposed to imagine.
Well, yes, but what game, do you think?
It is virtually impossible to say, sir. But I observe that the letter continues over the page.
What?
Great Sermon Handicap, Runners and Betting, Probable Starters, Reverend Joseph Tucker Badgwick, Scratch, Reverend Leonard Starkey Stapleton, Scratch, Reverend Alexander Jones, Upper Bingley, receives 3 minutes. Reverend W. Dix, Little Clickton in the Wold, receives 5 minutes. Reverend Francis Heppenstall Twing receives 8 minutes. Reverend Cuthbert Dibble Bousted Parver receives 9 minutes. Reverend Orlo Hoff Bousted Magna receives 9 minutes. Reverend G. Hayward Lower Bingley receives 12 minutes. Reverend James Bates Gandle by the Hill receives 15 minutes. The above have arrived. Prices, 5-2 Tucker Starkey, 3-1 Jones, 9-2 Dix, 6-1 Heppenstall Dibble Hoff, 100-8 The Field.
Do you understand any of that, Jeeves?
No, sir.
Nor do I. Well, I suppose you might as well have a look into it anyway, what?
Undoubtedly, sir.
Righto, then. Pack our spare dicky and a toothbrush in a neat brown paper parcel, send a wire to Lord Wick Hammersley to say we're coming, and buy a brace of tickets on the 2:10 at Paddington tomorrow.
Very good, sir.
When I arrived at the hall the next afternoon, there was a sort of young tennis party in progress. Various strenuous chappies were biffing the ball to and fro in a hearty manner, while other coves watched them and went to sleep. I slid into a vacant deck chair and found that I was sitting next to old Wick Hammersley's youngest daughter, Cynthia, a dashed pretty and lively and attractive girl who'd been a great pal of mine ever since I was a kid. Hello, Cynthia, old thing. Not playing?
Bertie, so you've arrived.
Yes, I've arrived. Yes, here I am, in fact. I seem to have plunged into quite a gathering of local nibs. Who are they all?
Oh, just people from round about. You know most of them. Colonel Willis over there and the Spencers.
Of course, yes. And there's old Heppenstall. Who's the other clergyman talking to Mrs. S?
Mr. Hayward from Lower Bingley.
I say, what an amazing lot of clergymen there are here. There's another on the other side by the net.
Oh, that's Mr. Bates, Mr. Heppenstall's nephew. He's an assistant master at Eton.
Oh, it's only holidays, what?
Yes, he's acting as local tenant for Mr. Spettigue, the rector of Gandle by the Hill.
Oh, I see. Oh, there's the old egg. I thought he'd be here.
Who? Who are you talking about, Bertie?
Young Bingo Little, great pal of mine. He's tutoring your brother, you know.
Good gracious. Is Mr. Little a friend of yours?
Rather, I've known him all my life.
Then tell me, Bertie, is he at all weak in the head?
Bingo? Well,
I don't mean simply because he's a friend of yours, but he's so strange in his manner.
How do you mean?
Well, he keeps looking at me so oddly.
Oddly? How? Well, give me an imitation.
Well, I can't in front of all these people, Bertie.
Yes, you can. Here, behind my hat.
All right, then. Quick.
Oh. Yes, I recognise symptoms. The open mouth, the dropped jaw, the marked resemblance to a dyspeptic calf. It's all right, Cynthia. No need to be alarmed. He's simply fallen in love with you.
In love with me? Oh, don't be absurd.
Oh, my dear old thing, you don't know young Bingo. He can fall in love with anybody.
Thank you. You're not at your most tactful today, are you, Bertie?
What? Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way, you know. I don't wonder if he's taking to you, Cynthia. You're a topper.
Thank you. He's very good looking, isn't he?
Who? Bingo? Now, really?
Well, I mean, compared with some people.
Who? Well, Boris Karloff or my Aunt Agatha, perhaps. Good look. Well, I think I'll toddle over and have a word with the old ass. Pip, pip, Cynthia.
Well, bye, Bertie.
It's your serve, Eustace.
No, it's yours, Claude.
Bingo! Hello!
Oh, Bertie, you're here.
Absolutely.
I didn't know you knew these people.
Me? I've known them since I was a kid. Old Wick Hammersley was a great pal of my governor's.
What? Do you mean to say you've known Lady Cynthia all that time?
Rather. She can't have been 7 when I met her first.
Good Lord. I love that girl, Bertie.
Yes. A nice girl, of course.
Well, don't speak of her in that horribly casual way. She's an angel, Bertie.
Oh. As it happens, Bingo, I've just been chatting to her.
And?
Nothing.
Well, what did she say, Bertie? Did she talk about me?
This and that.
What did she say, you blighter?
Oh, nothing much. She said she thought you were good-looking.
Look, pop off, old man. There's a good chap. I suddenly had the urge to do a bit of writing.
Writing?
You? Yes, poetry, if you must know. I wish the dickens she'd been christened something except Cynthia. There isn't a damn word in the language it rhymes with. Ye gods, how I could have spread myself if she'd only been called Jane. Oh.
Thank you, Morris.
Thank you both.
Bertie, Eustace, it's Bertie.
Bertie!
Oh, what ho, you blighted twins. You won then?
Thanks to Eustace.
No, thanks to you, Claude.
Good to see you anyway, Bertie. How's the boy?
Oh, I'm all right.
Stout fellow. I knew that letter of mine would fetch you.
You can always bank on Bertie, Eustace, a sportsman to his fingertips. Well, Bertie, has Bingo told you about it?
What?
It. The great event.
What great event?
Oh, I think you'd better start at the beginning, Eustace.
Righto, Claude. Well, it's like this, Bertie. Well, look, apart from tennis, there are absolutely no facilities for relaxation in this place whatsoever. And then Steggles got this idea.
Steggles?
Well, one of our reading party. Between ourselves, rather a worm as a general thing. Still, you have to give him credit for getting this idea.
What idea?
Well, you tell him, Claude.
Me, Eustace?
Yes, go on, you, Claude.
Right-ho. Well, Bertie, you know how many parsons there are around here?
Here, you mean?
I mean in the area. There are about a dozen hamlets within a radius of 6 miles, and each hamlet has a church, and each church has a parson, and each parson preaches a sermon every Sunday. Well, tomorrow week, Sunday the 23rd, we're running the Great Sermon Handicap. Steggles is making the book. Each parson is to be clocked by a reliable steward of the course, and the one that preaches the longest sermon wins. Did you study the race card Eustace sent you?
I couldn't understand what it was all about.
Why, you chump! It gives the handicaps and current odds on each starter. Look, I've got another one here in case you've lost yours. Now, take a careful look at it. Does anything strike you about it?
It certainly does. The thing's a sitter for old Heppenstall. He's got the event sewed up in a parcel.
Quite!
Well, that it isn't a parson in the land who will give him 8 minutes.
Absolutely, Bertie.
But your pal Steggles must be an ass giving him a handicap like that. Why, in the days when I was with him, old Heppenstall never used to preach under half an hour. And there was one sermon of his on brotherly love which lasted 45 minutes if it lasted a second. Has he lost his vim lately or what?
Not a bit of it. Tell him what happened, Eustace.
Well, it was like this, Bertie. The first Sunday we were here, we all went to Twing Church, and old Heppenstall preached a sermon that was well under 20 minutes. Well, this is what happened. Steggles didn't notice it, and the Rev didn't notice it himself. But Claude and I both spotted that he had dropped a chunk of at least, half a dozen pages out of his sermon case as he was walking up to the pulpit. Well, he sort of flickered when he got to the gap in the manuscript, but he carried on all right. And Steggles went away with the impression that 20 minutes or a bit under was his usual form. The next Sunday we heard Tucker and Starkey, and they both went well over the 35 minutes. So Steggles arranged the handicapping as you see on the card.
You must come into this, Bertie. You see, the trouble is that I haven't been, and Eustace hasn't been, and Bingo Little hasn't been.
So you'll have to finance the syndicate, Bertie.
Don't weaken, old man. It's just putting money in all our pockets.
But the thing is, we must get a bet on in Scanter. Steggles will be watching Heppenstall canter again tomorrow morning, and if the old boy's back to his normal form, the price is bound to shorten dramatically in no time.
So you see, we must act now, Bertie.
Steggles is here somewhere. Yes, he's over there. Look. How about it, old lad?
You must come in with us, Bertie. It's like finding money by the valley wayside.
Righto. Now, what's the current price on the twin flyer? 6 to 1. Then I'd think a tenner each would be adequate, what?
Rather!
Bertie, you're a corker!
Come on, Eustace, time for business.
We'll report back, Bertie. Pip, pip. Toodaloo.
Bye.
Bye.
Bertie?
Oh, Bingo. You still around?
When Cynthia smiles, the skies are blue. The world takes on a roseate hue. Birds in the garden trill and sing, and joy is king of everything. When Cynthia smiles. When Cynthia frowns.
What the devil are you talking about?
I'm reading you the poem I've just written. To Cynthia. I'll go on, shall I?
No. No, absolutely not. There are far more important matters at stake. Ah, Eustace! How do you get on?
Ha! The odds have lengthened to a snappy 7 to 1, Bertie. It seems the Red's subject to hay fever, and Steggles reckons he's taking a big chance by strolling around in the paddock behind the vicarage every morning. Anyway, we're all on at a tenner each.
A tenner on Heppenstall? For me as well?
Even for you, Bingo.
Bertie, you're a good fellow.
Yes, 1,000 thanks, Bertie, old egg. Must be popping now, though. See you tomorrow.
Cheer, Eustace.
I say, a tenner on Heppenstall. Now I can see daylight at long last, Bertie. Say I cop, 60 quid here. Then I'll be in a position to go to my uncle and beard him in his lair somewhat. He's quite a bit of a snob, you know, and when he hears that I'm going to marry the daughter of an earl...
You mean Cynthia? I say, old man, you're looking ahead rather far, aren't you?
No, that's all right. It's true nothing's actually settled yet, but she practically told me the other day she was fond of me.
What?
Well, she said the sort of man she liked was the self-reliant, manly man with strength, good looks, character, ambition, and initiative.
I see, Bingo. Look, laddie, leave me now, would you? I see Jeeves approaching with the cup, the cheers, and the cucumber sandwiches, so leave me, Bingo. There's a good fellow. Just leave me to my tea. The next day, at morning service, old Heppenstall fairly took the bit between his teeth and gave us 36 solid minutes on certain popular superstitions. I was sitting next to Steggles in the pew and saw him blench visibly. He was a little rat-faced man with shifty eyes and a suspicious nature, and the first thing he did when we emerged into the open air was to announce formally that anyone who fancied the Rev could now be accommodated at 15 to 8 on, and he added in a rather nasty manner, if he had his way, this sort of in-and-out running would be brought to the attention of the Jockey Club, but he supposed there was nothing to be done about it. And so matters stood until Tuesday afternoon, when I was strolling up and down in front of the house with Jeeves, trying to interest him in a little speculation. Well, that's the scheme, Jeeves. How about it?
Thank you, sir, but I think not.
No sporting blood, eh?
Perhaps it would be more accurate to say, sir, that I would consider any investment at this juncture a trifle injudicious.
Oh, drivel, man. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Bertie! Hello, it's the twins. What's up with you two?
Bertie, unless we take immediate action and do a bit of quick thinking, we're in the bally cart.
What? What's the matter?
G. Hayward's the matter.
G. Hayward?
The Lower Bingley outsider, receiving 12 minutes, 100 to 8 against.
Eustace and I happened by the merest fluke to be riding through Lower Bingley this morning.
You see, there was this wedding at the church, you see, Bertie.
And it suddenly struck us that it wouldn't be a bad move to get a line on G. Hayward's form.
Well, in case he might be a dark horse, you see.
And it was jolly lucky we did, Bertie.
He delivered an address of 26 minutes.
At a village wedding, Marky.
I mean, what will he do when he really extends himself?
There's only one thing to be done, old man.
You must spring some more pounds so that we can hedge on Hayward and save ourselves.
It's the only way out, Bertie.
But I say, I hate the idea of all that money we put on Heppenstall being chucked away.
But what else can you suggest? You don't suppose he can give this absolute marvel 4 minutes and still win, do you?
Oh, dash it. I do see what you mean. Aha. The soft, low, gentle cough, like a sheep with a blade of grass caught in its throat. Jeeves, you have an idea.
A suggestion merely, sir. I was recalling what you were telling me earlier, sir, about Mr. Heppenstall's voluminous sermon on brotherly love. It occurred to me, sir, that the slight difficulty with which you are at present faced might be avoided were you to ask Mr. Heppenstall, as a personal favour, to preach that same sermon on Sunday next.
Genius!
It's a scheme.
A jolly brainy scheme.
But even so, fizzer as that sermon no doubt is, Bertie, will it be good enough in the face of a 4-minute handicap?
Oh, absolutely. When I told you it lasted 45 minutes, I was probably understating it. I should call it, from my recollection of the thing, nearer 50.
Then pop over tonight, Bertie, and do your best.
Right-ho. Jeeves, thank you.
Not at all, sir. I endeavour to give satisfaction.
I toddled over in the evening and fixed the whole thing up. Old Heppenstall was most decent about the whole affair. He seemed pleased and touched that I should have remembered the sermon all these years, and said that he had once or twice had an idea of preaching it again, only it had seemed to him, on reflection, that it was perhaps a trifle long for a rustic congregation.
And in these restless times, my dear Wooster, I fear that brevity in the pulpit is becoming more and more desiderated by even the bucolic churchgoer, who, one might have supposed, would be less afflicted with the spirit of hurry and impatience than his metropolitan brother. I have had many arguments on the subject with my nephew, young Bates, who is taking my old friend Spetigue's cure over at Gandle by the hill. His view is that a sermon nowadays should be a bright, brisk, straight from the shoulder address, never lasting more than 10 or 12 minutes.
Long? My goodness, Mr. Heppenstall, you don't call that brotherly love sermon of yours long, do you?
It takes fully 50 minutes to deliver.
Surely not.
Your incredulity, my dear Wooster, is extremely flattering. Far more flattering, of course, than I deserve. Nevertheless, the facts are, as I have stated. You are sure that I would not be well advised to make certain excisions and eliminations? You do not think it would be a good thing to cut, to prune?
Don't touch a word of it, Mr. Heppenstall, or you'll spoil the whole thing.
I am delighted to hear you say so, Wooster, my dear fellow. I shall preach the sermon without fail next Sunday morning.
Oh, good egg. What I have always said, and what I always shall say, is that this ante-post betting is a mistake, an error, and a mug's game. You can never tell what's going to happen. If fellows would only stick to the good old SP, there'd be fewer young men go wrong. I hardly finished my breakfast on the Saturday morning when Jeeves meandered in with the most appalling news.
Excuse me, sir. Mr. Eustace on the telephone, from the vicarage.
What? Good Lord, Jeeves. What's the matter, do you think?
Mr. Eustace did not confide in me, sir.
Well, has he got the wind up?
Somewhat vertically, sir, to judge by his voice. He is holding the wire.
By Jove, yes. Hello? Hello?
Bertie, we're sunk, old man. The rev's blown up.
No.
Yes, coughing in his stable all last night. Hay fever.
Oh, my sainted aunt.
The doctor's with him now, and it's only a question of minutes before he's officially scratched. Well, that means the curate will show up at the post instead, and... well, he's no good at all. He's being offered at 100 to 6, but no takers. What shall we do?
Eustace.
Hello?
What can you get on G. Hayward?
Well, it's only 4 to 1 now. The odds shortened late last night in a significant manner.
Well, 4 to 1 will clear us. Put another 5 all round on G. Hayward. That'll bring us out on the right side of the ledger.
If he wins, yes.
What do you mean? I thought you considered him a cert, bar Heppenstall.
I'm beginning to wonder if there's such a thing as a cert in this world. However, it seems our only chance. So long.
Tinkety-tonk. Oh, what a bally business.
And when we return to the comfort of our own fireside...
The other day, as I was walking over to Fair by the water, I saw there the operates see God's work. They did not.
The treadle and the heavy lid.
And fell upon us, master, and they heeded it not, and God's vengeance was on fell upon us. As I was walking over to Fair by the water,
Hello? Bingo Little? Fine! Splendid! Topping! Eh? Oh, we needn't worry about him. Righto, I'll tell Bertie. He's just got back. Bertie, that was Eustace. We've won. The report from Lower Bingley's just come in. G. Hayward robbed home in 47 minutes, 14 seconds, inclusive of handicap.
I know that, Bingo, I know that. I was there. All the other returns in, are they?
Well, all except Gandle by the Hill, but we needn't worry about young Bates. He never had a chance. Tucker ran a splendid race at Badgwick, but the handicap was too much for him. Starkey had a sore throat and was nowhere. Roberts of Fail by the Water was third, and the field was way down at the 32 minutes mark. Good old G. Hayward. Oh, by the way, Bertie, poor old Jeeves loses his tenner. Ha! Silly ass.
Jeeves? What do you mean?
He came to me this morning, just after you'd set out on your trek to Lower Bingley, and asked me to put a tenner on Bates for him. Bates, of all people. Well, I told him he was a chump, and begged him not to throw his money away, but he would do it.
Oh, Jeeves, where did you materialise from?
I beg your pardon, sir. This note arrived for you just after you'd left the house this morning.
Eh? What? Note?
The Reverend Mr. Heppenstall's butler brought it over from the vicarage, sir. It came too late to be delivered to you at the moment.
Well, let's have a look at it, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
Jeeves, you know you lost your tenner, don't you, old man? G. Hayward cantered home a popular and worthy winner.
Indeed, sir?
Absolutely. That'll teach you to bet against the form book, Jeeves. I'd have thought someone with your giant brain...
Oh, no!
Bertie, what the dick is the matter?
We're dished, Bingo, dished. Listen to this. The vicarage, Twing, Gloss. My dear Wooster, as perhaps you have heard, young Bates, my nephew...
Young Bates, my nephew, is one of the candidates for the headmastership of a well-known public school. And the choice has narrowed down between him and one rival. Late yesterday evening, James received private information that the head of the board of governors of the school proposed to sit under him this Sunday morning in order to judge the merits of his preaching. The most important item in swaying the board's choice. It was too late for him to compose a sermon of suitable length in place of the brief address which, mistakenly, in my opinion, he had designed to deliver to his rustic flock. So, wishing to help the boy, I acceded to his plea that I lend him a somewhat less exiguous homily. I'm telling you all this, my dear Wooster, because I'm willing that you should be disappointed by my unfortunate inability to preach a sermon of which you so flatteringly said you retained a vivid recollection. I suggested to James that he deliver my sermon on brotherly love, which he indicated he would be delighted to do. I recommend, therefore, that you attend a divine service at Gandle by the Hill this a.m., but I trust my nephew's preaching of the sermon will supply you with as pleasant memories as you say you have of mine.
You say you have of mine. I remain cordially yours, F. Heppenstall. P.S. Wait for it, Bingo. The hay fever has rendered my eyes unpleasantly weak for the time being, so I am dictating this letter to my butler, Brookfield, who will convey it to you.
Well, I'm dashed. Great Scott, Jeeves, an SP job.
I believe that is the technical term, sir.
So you had inside information, dash it.
Why, yes, sir. Brookfield happened to mention the contents of the note to me when he brought it. We are old friends.
But all I can say is... it's a bit bally thick, preaching another man's sermon. Do you call that playing the game?
Well, my dear old thing, is quite within the rules. Clergymen do it all the time. They aren't expected always to make up the sermons they preach.
And in the present case, sir, if I may be permitted to take the liberty of making the observation, I think we should make allowances. We should remember that the securing of the headmastership meant everything to the young couple.
Young couple? What young couple?
The Reverend James Bates, sir, and the Lady Cynthia.
What?
Yes, sir. I am informed by her ladyship's maid that they have been engaged to be married for some weeks, provisionally, so to speak. And his lordship made his consent conditional on Mr. Bates securing a really important and remunerative position.
Engaged to be married?
Yes, sir. I think I'll go for a walk.
But my dear old thing, it's just lunchtime. The gong will be going any minute now.
I don't want any lunch.
In that episode of What Ho, Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden, Bertie, Richard Briers. The Reverend Heppenstall, Maurice Denham. Bingo Little, Jonathan Cecil. Eustace, David Jason. Claude, Jonathan Lynn. And Cynthia, Carol Marsh. The Great Sermon Handicap was adapted for radio by Chris Miller from the book Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What Ho, Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What Ho, Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Horden as Jeeves and Richard Briers as Bertie Wooster, with this week's guest, Maurice Denham, as the Reverend Heppenstall. The Purity of the Turf.
After the Great Sermon Handicap had run its merry course, hitting the Wooster bank balance a frightful wallop and snootering Bingo Little's love life in the process, things at Twing simmered down a bit and started to jog along pretty peacefully. The only event of any importance on the horizon, as far as I could ascertain, was the annual village school sports, so one simply filled in the time by loafing about the grounds, playing a bit of tennis, and avoiding young Bingo as far as was humanly possible. This last being a very necessary move, for the Cynthia affair had jarred the unfortunate mutt to such an extent that he was always waylaying one and decanting his anguished soul. One morning, as I lay in bed wondering when Jeeves was going to show up with a cup of tea, a heavy weight descended on my toes, and the voice of young Bingo polluted the air.
Bertie, old man, wake up! I say, Bertie, do wake up!
Bingo! Now look here, you blighter. I know your bally heart is broken and all that, and I can put up with you moaning all over me at dinner and even at lunch. But before I've had my morning cup of tea, no, no, no.
I haven't come to talk about that, Bertie.
You haven't? Oh, good egg. Ah, here is Jeeves with the beverage. Morning, Jeeves.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Mr. Little.
Morning, Jeeves, old friend.
Oh, thank you, Jeeves.
Very good, sir.
No, what I came to see you about this morning, Bertie, was to ask if you'd care to come in on another little flutter.
What? I say, really? Well, if there's one thing we Woosters are absolutely dripping with, it's sporting blood, you know. Oh, hands off the toast. Now proceed, Bingo. You interest me strangely, old bird.
Well, on Monday week, as you may or may not know, Bertie, the annual village school sports takes place.
I know that. Cynthia told me.
What? Would you mind not mentioning that name? I am not made of marble.
Oh, sorry.
As I was saying... Oh, what was I saying? Oh, yes.
Hold the line a minute, Bingo. I've just had a thought. If this is a sporting proposition, let's have Jeeves in on it. After all, he was the only one who copped on the sermon handicap. It's time he joined the syndicate.
Right-ho.
Ah, Jeeves, rally round.
Sir?
Stand by. We require the services of your great intellect.
Very good, sir.
State your case, Bingo.
Yes. Well, Jeeves, I was just saying that the annual village school sports are slated for Monday next.
Precisely, sir.
The question is, are we on?
How do you mean, are we on?
The sports, Bertie. Steggles did so well on the sermons that he decided to make a book on these sports. Punters can be accommodated at anti-post odds or starting price, according to preference, and personally, I think we ought to look into it.
Jeeves, what about it? Do we go in?
I am inclined to favour the idea, sir.
Right, that's good enough for me. We'll form a syndicate and bust the ring. I supply the money, you, Jeeves, supply the brains, and Bingo... Oh, what do you supply, Bingo?
If you can carry me and let me settle up later, Bertie, I think I can put you in the way of winning a parcel on the Mother's Sack race.
All right, we'll put you down as inside information. Now, what are the events?
Well, here's the list. Girls under 14 50-yard dash. That seems to open the proceedings.
Anything to say about that, Jeeves?
No, sir. I have no information.
Right. Skip that for the nonce, then. Now, what's next, Bingo?
Boys and girls mixed animal potato race, all ages.
What? I never heard of that at any of the big meetings. What is it?
Well, it's rather sporting, Bertie. The competitors enter in couples, each couple being assigned an animal cry and a potato. For instance, let's suppose that you and Jeeves entered. Jeeves would stand at a fixed point holding a potato.
A potato?
Yes, and you'd have your head in a sack, and you'd grope about trying to find Jeeves, and making a noise like a cat, and Jeeves also making a noise like a cat. and the other competitors were making noises like cows and pigs and dogs.
No. Jolly if you're fond of animals, but on the whole, no.
Precisely, sir. No. I wouldn't touch it.
Quite. Carry on, Bingo. Where do we go from there?
Mother's sack race.
That's better. This is where you know something.
Absolutely. It's a gift for Mrs. Penworthy, the tobacconist's wife. I was in her shop yesterday buying cigarettes, and she told me she'd won 3 times at fairs in Worcestershire. She only moved to these parts a short time ago, so nobody knows about her. She promised me she'd keep herself dark, and Steggles is quoting a decentish 7-1.
Risk a tenner each way, Jeeves, what?
I think so, sir.
Right-ho. Bingo?
Gals open egg and spoon race.
Oh, how about that? Jeeves?
I doubt if it would be worthwhile to invest, sir. I am told it is a certainty for last year's winner, Sarah Mills, who will doubtless start an odds-on favourite.
Good, is she?
They tell me in the village that she carries a beautiful egg, sir.
Right-ho. Forget it. Bingo?
Father's hat trimming contest. Another speculative event, I think. That's all except for the choir boys' 100 yards handicap for a pewter mug presented by the vicar, open to all those whose voices have not broken before the second Sunday in Epiphany. I don't know what to advise.
If I may make a suggestion, sir.
Jeeves, I say, I don't know that I've ever seen you look so nearly excited. Have you got something up your sleeve?
In that precise department of my costume, sir.
Red hot?
Positively incandescent, sir. I think I may confidently assert that we have the winner of the choir boys' handicap under this very roof, sir. Harold the page boy.
Page boy? Do you mean that tubby little chap in buttons one sees bobbing about here and there? By dash it, Jeeves, he's practically circular. And every time I've seen him, he's been leaning up against something, half asleep.
He receives 30 yards, sir, and could win from scratch. The boy is a flyer.
Are you sure? I mean, how do you know?
I was as much astonished as yourself, sir, when I first became aware of the lad's capabilities. I happened to pursue him one morning with the intention of fetching him a clip on the side of the head.
Great Scott, Jeeves! You?
Yes, sir. The boy is of an outspoken disposition, and had made an opprobrious remark respecting my personal appearance. I endeavoured to correct him, but he outdistanced me by yards and made good his escape.
But I say, Jeeves, this is sensational. And yet, if he's such a sprinter, why hasn't anybody in the village found out? Surely he plays with the other boys?
No, sir. As his lordship's page boy, Harold does not mix with the village lads.
Bit of a snob, what?
He is somewhat acutely alive to the existence of class distinctions, sir.
Yes, but dash it, Jeeves. He's quoted here at 100 to 12, and Steggles is no chump, even if he is pimpled. Are you absolutely certain the kid's such a wonder?
If you desire to ascertain the boy's form by personal inspection, sir, it will be a simple matter to arrange a secret trial.
Well, I'm bound to say I shall feel easier in my mind, Jeeves.
Then, if I may take a shilling from the money on your dressing table, sir.
What for?
I propose to bribe the lad to speak slightingly of the second footman's squint, sir. Charles is somewhat sensitive on the point and should undoubtedly make the lad extend himself. If you will be at the first-floor passage window overlooking the back door in half an hour's time, I think I can promise you a revelation, sir.
Right-ho, Jeeves. We'll be there. Here they come.
Cross-eye! Cross-eye! Cross-eye!
Wait till I lay my hands on you, you little devil!
Cross-eye! Cross-eye! Who's got a squid? Who's got a squid?
Bertie, what was that?
Well, it was something round and blue and buttony.
But he's going like a Mustang. I say, Bertie, he's in the bushes already.
Throwing stones, don't you know?
And Charles isn't even at the halfway mark. There's nothing to it, Bertie.
Absolutely nothing.
But the field never had a chance.
I say. Jeeves?
Sir?
Jeeves, no discussion. The Wooster shirt goes on this boy.
Very good, sir.
Absolutely, don't you know? Absolutely. The worst of these country meetings is that you can't plunge as heavily as you'd like when you have a stumour, because it alarms the ring. If I had invested all I wanted to on young Harold, Steggles would undoubtedly have put 2 and 2 together, and even the fairly solid bet I did manage to get down for the syndicate made him look thoughtful. However, I suppose he must have come to the conclusion that I was having a long shot on the strength of that 30-yard start, for he accepted it with a good grace, and all was well. We, meanwhile, started to put Harold into strict training, and it was a wearing business, I can tell you. A wearing business. Jeeves!
Good evening, sir.
Jeeves, a large gore and soda before anything else. I'm a broken man, Jeeves.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
Thanks. I can now understand why most of the big trainers are grim, silent men, Jeeves, who look as though they have suffered. That kid Harold needs constant watching.
Yes, sir. He would certainly appear to be demonstrating a marked reluctance to participate in the rigorous diet that you and Mr. Little have devised.
Ah, say, the kid seems to live for pastry and cigarettes. I just caught him in the smoking room collecting a handful of the best Turkish, don't you know?
That is bad news, sir. Only this morning I had cause to chase him out of the pantry on some 7 occasions.
7? He must be in the place the whole time.
Yes, sir. Whenever the butler's back is turned.
Another, please, Jeeves.
Certainly, sir. We must be grateful, however, sir, that the lad is at least taking more than his wonted amount of exercise.
Well, thanks to the second footman, yes. Even that's running into money, Jeeves, though I suppose that can't be helped.
I was not alluding to the boy's morning dash, sir, beneficial though that doubtless is, but to the fact that Mr. Little took him out this afternoon to act as caddy on the golf links. I have considerable hopes that this task, if performed frequently, will eventually effect an amelioration in the boy's physical condition.
Sweating round 18 holes with a heavy bag of clubs, it's just what the little snurge needs, Jeeves.
My sentiments precisely, sir.
Hello, Bertie, old man.
Ah, here's the old egg, full of good cheer and blitheringness. Sit down, Bingo, and suck a bit of blood.
Thanks.
Jeeves, a drink for Mr. Little.
Sir.
Well, Bingo, have a good game of golf.
Ha! You should have been there, Bertie. Oh, thanks, Jeeves. You should have seen Steggles's face.
Seen Steggles's face? Why, did you go round in under 100?
When he saw young Harold sprint, I mean.
You... What? You didn't let Harold sprint in front of Steggles?
What? I never thought of that.
Oh, good Lord, Bingo, you fathead!
It wasn't my fault. We were just having a quick snort after the game, and as we came out of the clubhouse, we saw Harold practising swings with Steggles's driver and a stone. He was off over the horizon before Steggles could get near him.
You great chump, Bingo!
Oh, Bertie, it doesn't matter that much. We're on at a good price, so even if the boy starts at odds on, it doesn't affect us.
It affects us all right if he doesn't start at all. Correct, Jeeves?
Correct, sir.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, I think Steggles will try to nobble him before the race.
Oh, my golly. You don't really think...
I do. Steggles is a bad man.
Oh, gosh. Oh, my golly. Oh, gosh.
Jeeves,
Lord.
From now on we must watch Harold like hawks.
Gosh.
Undoubtedly, sir.
Ceaseless vigilance, what?
Precisely, sir.
You wouldn't care to sleep in his room, would you?
No, sir. I should not.
No, nor would I if it comes to that.
Oh, my golly.
Oh, dash it all, Bingo. We're letting ourselves getting rattled. We're losing our nerve. How can Steggles possibly get at Harold even if he wants to?
Bertie, you ought to read some of these racing novels. There are all sorts of ways of nobbling favourites. In Pipped at the Post, Lord Jasper Moore Leverer, as near as a toucher, outed Bonnie Betsy by bribing the head lad to slip a cobra into her stall the night before the derby.
Jeeves, what are the chances of a cobra biting Harold?
Slight, I should imagine, sir. And in such an event, knowing the boy as intimately as I do, my anxiety would be entirely for the snake.
Quite. Still, unceasing vigilance, Jeeves.
Most certainly, sir.
Cheer up, Bingo, for heaven's sake. Don't be so morbid. Nothing's happened yet.
No, Bertie, not yet. Nothing happened yet. No, not yet. No, not yet. No, nothing's happened yet. No.
I must say I got a bit fed with young Bingo in the next few days. Of course, it meant a lot to the poor fish if he could collect on this race, because it would give him enough money to chuck his job tutoring young Egbert Wick-Hammersley and get back to London. But in my opinion, he overdid it. The blighter's mind appeared to be absolutely saturated with racing fiction, and in stories of that kind, as far as I could make out, no horse is allowed to start a race without at least a dozen attempts to put it out of action. He stuck to Harold like a plaster, never letting the unfortunate kid out of his sight, and all the time the wildest imaginings were going on inside what he was pleased to call his mind.
Bertie, I've been thinking.
What?
You, could you go to Evensong on Sunday?
Evensong? What the devil for?
Well, it's the day before the sports, you see, and I can't go myself as I shan't be here. I've got to go to London tomorrow morning with young Egbert. He's going for a visit down in Kent, and I've got to see him off at Charing Cross. It's an infernal nuisance. Shan't be back till Monday afternoon, and in fact I expect I shall miss most of the sports. Everything, therefore, depends on you, Bertie.
But, Bingo, why on earth should either of us go to evening service?
Ass! Harold sings in the choir, doesn't he?
Well, what about it? I can't stop him dislocating his neck on a high note, if that's what you're afraid of.
Fool! Stiggles sings in the choir, too. There may be dirty work after the service.
Oh, absolute rot, Bingo.
Is it? Well, let me tell you that in Jenny the Girl Jockey, the villain kidnapped the boy who was to ride the favourite the night before the big race, and he was the only one who understood and could control the horse. And if the heroine hadn't dressed up in riding things...
All right, Bingo. If there's any danger, it seems to me the simplest thing would be for Harold not to turn out on Sunday evening.
He must turn out, Bertie. You seem to think the infernal kid's a monument of rectitude, beloved by all. He's got the shabbiest reputation of any kid in the village. His name's as near being mud as it can jolly well stick, and he's played hooky from the choir so often that old Heppenstall told him if one more thing happened, he'd fire him out. Nice chumps we should look if he was scratched the night before the race.
All right, Bingo. I'll be there. There's something about evening service in a country church that makes a fellow feel drowsy and content. A sort of end of a perfect day feeling, if you know what I mean. Old Heppenstall was up in the pulpit, and he had a kind of regular bleating delivery that assisted thought.
Dearly beloved, it is not enough for us to think benevolently towards our neighbour.
That's what I'm driving at.
It is not
I
even
felt
sufficient
peaceful.
for us to
Everybody
feel
felt peaceful.
benevolently towards
And that is why the explosion, when it came, sounded like the end of all things.
perhaps matter towards him too.
Why, sainted aunt, what's that? Jeeves, it's the kid Harold. He appears to be having some species of fit.
If you will observe, sir, he is jumping up and down and slapping at the back of his neck.
What the devil for? He sounds like 600 pigs having their tails twisted at the same time.
Take that boy away.
Jeeves, you know what I think? It's that hellhound Steggles.
I should not be surprised, sir.
Take that boy away.
The boy is being removed by the vergers.
Jeeves, I'm going round to investigate. Meet me at the stage door as soon as the service is over.
Very good, sir.
Ah, Wooster.
Steggles! What the devil's going on?
Mr. Heppenstall's concluded the service somewhat abruptly, that's all, Wooster, but do come in. Ah, here is the old boy.
Bring Harold to me, Mr. Mason.
Yes, Mr. Heppenstall.
Harold, come here. Silence, boy! I have never in 40 years in the ministry come across such shameful and indecorous behaviour from a member of the choir.
Somebody put a beetle down my back, Mr. Heppenstall.
A what?
A beetle, Mr. Heppenstall.
Harold! Pray do not add mendacity to your already multitudinous offences.
But I felt it wriggling, Mr.
Nonsense! I do not credit a word of your story, wretched boy.
I did.
Sounds pretty thin, doesn't it, Wooster?
Steggles, you put that beetle down his neck.
Me, Wooster? Me?
Silence, everyone! Harold, I have warned you about your conduct on too many previous occasions. The time has come to act. You cease from this moment to be a member of the choir. Go, miserable child. Go and show him out, Mr. Mason.
Yes, Mr. Heppenstall. Come on, Harold. Come on, son. Come on.
In that case, Wooster, those bets, you know, I'm afraid you lose your money, dear old boy.
You blister, Steggles.
Oh, come now, let's not be acrimonious, Wooster. It's a pity you didn't put it on SP, don't you think? I always think SP's the only safe way.
Oh, yes, and they talk about the purity of the turf.
I beg your pardon, sir?
What? Oh, I was just saying something to Steggles, Jeeves, and I meant it to sting, by Joe. Do you know what he did?
No, sir.
He put a beetle down Harold's neck.
An ingenious young gentleman, Mr. Steggles, sir.
A ballet swindler, you mean?
Perhaps that would be a more exact description. We would now rely, then, it would seem, sir, almost entirely on Mrs. Penworthy. Should she justify Mr. Little's encomiums and show real class in the mother's sack race, Our gains will just balance our losses.
Well, I suppose so, Jeeves. There's not much consolation when you'll be looking forward to a big win.
It is just possible that we might find ourselves on the right side of the ledger after all, sir. Before Mr. Little left, I persuaded him to invest a small sum for the syndicate, of which you were kind enough to make me a member, sir, on the girls' egg and spoon race.
On Sarah Mills?
No, sir. On a long-priced outsider, little Prudence Baxter, the child of his lordship's head gardener. Her father assures me she has a very steady hand. I am aware that it is what is termed a long shot, sir. Still, I thought it judicious.
Well, I suppose it's all right, Jeeves. I've never known you make a bloomer yet.
Thank you very much, sir. The tribute is much appreciated.
Right-ho, Jeeves. I'm bound to say that, as a general rule, my idea of a large afternoon would be to keep as far away from the village school sports as possible. A sticky business. But with such grave issues toward, if you know what I mean, I sank my prejudices on this occasion and rolled up. And I must say I found the proceedings about as scaly as I had expected. It was a warm day, and the hall grounds were a dense, virtually liquid mass of peasantry. Kids seethed to and fro, and as I clove my way through the jam to where the mother's sack race was to finish, one of them, a small girl of sorts, grabbed my hand and hung on.
Hello, mister.
Hello, infant.
Look, I won in the lucky dip, mister.
Ugh. What is it?
It's a rag doll. I'm going to call it Gertrude, and I shall undress it every night and put it to bed, and wake it up in the morning, and dress it, and put it to bed at night, and wake it up in the morning, and dress it.
Yes, I say, old thing, look, I don't want to hurry you and all that, but couldn't you condense it a bit? Could you? I mean, I'm rather anxious to see the finish of this race. The Wooster fortunes are by way of hanging on it.
I'm going to run in a race soon, mister.
Really lovely. Excuse me, could you? Yes, thank you. And what race is that, child?
Egg and spoon. I'm running in egg and spoon.
The egg and spoon. Really? You're not Sarah Mills, are you?
No, I'm Prudence Baxter.
Prudence Baxter? Well, I'm dashed. One of the stable.
Huh?
I say, old friend, that being so, you mustn't buzz about in the hot sun, taking the edge off yourself, you know. You must conserve your energies. Why not sit down here in the shade?
I don't want to sit down.
You don't want to? Well, take it easy anyway, my dear old gardener's daughter. What?
Ah, Wooster, my dear fellow.
Hello, Mr. Hempsall.
So you made friends with this little lady, have you?
Oh, rather.
Admirable. I'm delighted, my dear Wooster. Quite delighted at the way you young men are throwing yourselves into the spirit of this little festivity of ours.
Oh, yes.
Indeed, Wooster. Even Rupert Steggles. I must confess that my opinion of Rupert Steggles has materially altered for the better this afternoon.
Well,
I have always considered Rupert Steggles, between ourselves, my dear Wooster, a rather self-centred youth, by no means the kind who would put himself out to further the enjoyment of his fellows, and yet, twice within the last half hour, I have observed him escorting Mrs. Penworthy, our worthy tobacconist's wife, to the refreshment tent.
What? Refreshment tent? Excuse me, Mr. Hempsall. I must go. I must go now. Pip.
Bertie.
Bingo. Did you see the result? Who won?
I don't know. I didn't notice. But it wasn't Mrs. Penworthy, dash her. Bertie, that hound Steggles is nothing more or less than one of our leading snakes. He must have got onto it that she was dangerous. Do you know what he did? He weighed that miserable woman down with so much cake and tea that she blew up in the first 20 yards. Just rolled over and lay there.
I knew it.
Thank goodness we still have Harold, Bertie.
Harold, haven't you heard?
Heard? What? I haven't heard anything. I only arrived 5 minutes ago, came straight here from the station. What's happened? Tell me.
Harold was booted out of the choir last night.
Oh, my golly. Steggles?
The very toe.
Oh, no.
Bingo. Bingo, look, I know it's a nasty shock and all that, but Oh, poor chap.
Good afternoon, sir.
What? Oh, Jeeves, you gave me a start. Have you heard about Mrs. Penworthy?
Yes, sir, I am very sorry, sir.
No sorrier than I am, Jeeves. All we've got now is the bally egg and spoon race. Oh, they seem to be off. There you are, you see, Jeeves. She's nowhere already, the Baxter kid. Nowhere. Is that Sarah Mills, the graceful one?
It is, sir.
Well, she's the winner. You can see it at once. A natural egg and spoon if ever I saw one.
She is certainly most accomplished, sir.
Well, you can tell by the way she holds the bally spoon. There you are. You see, Jeeves? Class will tell. I made it Sarah Mills first, the freckled blonde second, and the sniffing female in blue gingham beating the pie-faced kid in pink for the place money. And where was Prudence Baxter, Jeeves? 5th or 6th?
5th, sir. I'm very sorry, sir, but if you could excuse me now...
Righto, Jeeves. What a day.
Oh, Wooster, old man, come to watch the prize giving.
Stiggles, I have nothing to say to you, you serpent.
Oh, Wooster, I know you've not had a very good meeting, but, well, none of the big punters have. Poor old Bingo Little went down badly over the egg and spoon race.
How do you mean badly? He only had a small bet on.
Oh, I don't know what you call a small bet, Wooster. He had 30 quid on the Baxter kid.
What?
30 quid at 10 to 1. I thought he must have heard something, but apparently not. The race went by the form book, after all.
Oh, my golly, 30 quid? 30 and 10 and... Oh, gosh.
Listen, Wooster, Heppenstall still hasn't finished labelling out the prizes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with regard to the girls' egg and spoon race, which has just concluded, I have a very painful duty to perform. Circumstances have arisen which it is impossible to ignore. It is not too much to say that I am stunned. I will not weary you with the unpleasant details. I will merely say that before the race was run, a stranger in our midst, the manservant of one of our guests at the hall, approached several of the competitors and presented each of them with 5 shillings on condition that they finished. A belated sense of remorse has led him to confess to me what he did, but it is too late. The evil is accomplished, and retribution must take its course. It is no time for half measures. I must be firm. I rule that Sarah Mills, Jane Parker, Bessie Clay, and Rosie Jukes, the first 4 to pass the winning post, have forfeited their amateur status and are disqualified. And this handsome work bag, presented by Lord Wickhammersley, goes in consequence to Prudence Baxter.
In that episode of What Ho, Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden, Bertie, Richard Briers, the Reverend Heppenstall, Maurice Denham. Bingo Little, Jonathan Cecil, Steggles, Edwin Apps. Harold, the page boy, and Prudence Baxter, Denise Breyer. Charles and the Verger, John Sampson. The Purity of the Turf was adapted for radio by Chris Miller from the book The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What Ho, Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What Ho, Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Horden as Jeeves and Richard Briers as Bertie Wooster. Episode 21, The Metropolitan Touch.
One evening in November, about a month after I'd got back from my visit to Twing Hall, I was sitting in the old flat, gazing into a log fire and thinking of nothing in particular except possibly giving young Bingo Little a ring, but then possibly not, when Jeeves shimmied in with a telegram.
Good evening, sir. A telegraphic communication has just arrived.
Oh, thank you, Jeeves. I say, it's from Bingo Little. He's down at Twing again. What the deuce is he doing there, do you think, Jeeves?
Mr. Little has been compelled to resume his old position as tutor to Lord Wickhammersley's son, I believe, sir, owing to having been unsuccessful in some speculations at Hurst Park at the end of October.
Good Lord, Jeeves, is there anything you don't know?
I could not say, sir.
Well, better read the bally thing, I suppose. Oh, my golly.
Sir?
Oh, Lord, I say, Jeeves, listen to this. I know young Bingo's got about as much reticence as a soap advertisement, but even by his standards, this is pretty hot.
I say, Bertie, old man, I am in love at last. Stop. She is the most wonderful girl, Bertie, old man. Stop. This is the real thing at last, Bertie. Stop. Come here at once and bring Jeeves. Stop. Oh, I say, you know that tobacco shop in Bond Street on the left side as you go up. Stop. Will you get me 100 of their special cigarettes and send them to me here? Stop. I have run out. Stop. I know when you see her you will think she is the most wonderful girl. Stop. Mind you, bring Jeeves. Stop. Don't forget the cigarettes. Stop. Bingo.
Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, would you credit it, Jeeves? He submitted this frightful rot to the goggling eyes of the village postmistress, who's probably the mainspring of all the local gossip.
It is more than likely, sir.
I don't know why he didn't hire the town crier while he was about it.
No, sir.
Well, of course, it's about due. Young Bingo hasn't been in love for at least a couple of months. Well, I wonder who it is this time.
Miss Mary Burgess, sir, the niece of the Reverend Mr. Heppenstall. She is staying at Twing Vicarage.
Great Scott! Is this second sight or something, Jeeves?
No, sir. Now, I am on terms of some intimacy with Brookfield, Mr. Heppenstall's butler, and he is good enough to keep me abreast of the local news from time to time. From his account, sir, the young lady appears to be a very estimable young lady, of a somewhat serious nature, I understand. Mr. Little is very épris, sir.
Oh, I suppose he wants us to go down and help him out a bit.
That would appear to be his motive in dispatching the message, sir.
Well, what shall we do? Go?
I would advocate it, sir. If I may say so, I think that Mr. Little should be encouraged in this particular matter. The young lady is very highly spoken of, sir.
All right, Jeeves, you know. Well, you better book a couple of tickets on the 12:10 tomorrow and wire the old fathead to meet us at the station.
I will attend to the matter immediately, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, Jeeves.
Bertie! I say, Bertie!
Oh, there he is, Jeeves. What-ho, Bingo!
I say, Bertie. Oh, good to see you, old man. Hello, Jeeves.
Good afternoon, sir.
I say, Bertie, would you mind, that's to say, would you mind, walking back to the hall? Walking?
Haven't you bought the car?
Oh, yes. Jeeves can go in that with the luggage. But, well, I'd quite like to, well, hoof it, Bertie, don't you know? Bit of a blow and whatnot.
All right, old Scout. I dare say the limbs could do with a stretch. Is that all right with you, Jeeves?
Most certainly, sir.
Oh, we meet at Philippi, then, or whatever the place is.
Precisely.
Cheerio, then. Come on, Bingo, don't hang around. I'm freezing.
Oh, right here. Bertie.
Hello.
Have I told you about, a girl called, Mary Burgess, if you must know.
You did mention her, yes, Bingo, yes.
She's very wonderful, Bertie. She's not one of your flippant, shallow-minded modern girls. She's sweetly grave and beautifully earnest. She reminds me of, oh, what's the name I want?
Maury Lloyd?
No, Saint Cecilia, you loathsome blister. She reminds me of Saint Cecilia. She makes me yearn to be a better, nobler, deeper, broader man.
You know, what beats me, Bingo, is the principle you pick them on, the girls you fall in love with, I mean. I mean to say, what's your system? As far as I can see, no two of them are alike. First it was Mabel, the waitress, then Honoria Glossop, then that fearful blister Charlotte Corday Rowbottom.
Oh, no, Bertie, please.
Yes, the thought of Charlotte always makes me shudder too, I admit.
You don't seriously mean, Bertie, that you're intending to compare the feeling I have for Mary Burgess, the holy devotion, the spiritual fervour, the...
All right, look, let it go, Bingo. I say, Olette, aren't we going rather a long way round?
Round what?
Well, I said, aren't we going rather a long way round? We're supposed to be heading for Twing Hall, not Little Clifton in the Wold. We've gone miles out of our way already.
No, look, she sometimes takes her little brother for a walk round this way, Bertie, and I thought we'd meet her and bow, and you could see her, you know, and then we'd walk on.
Of course. That's enough excitement for anyone, isn't it? Undoubtedly a corking reward for tramping 3 miles out of one's way over ploughed fields with tight boots. But, I mean, don't we do anything else? Don't we tack on to the girl and buzz along with her?
Oh, good Lord, no. You don't think I've got enough nerve for that, do you? I just look at her from afar off, all that sort of thing. Quick, Bertie, here she is.
No, I'm wrong. This is her. No, it's a rabbit. What? The song of Harry Lauder. Rather similar situation, Bingo. Chappie waiting for his best girl, you know.
Bertie, please. Ah, here she is. No, that's her there. No, it isn't. No, no, there. Yeah, no, this definitely, no. Oh, yes, I think that might be her.
Ooh. 10 minutes. 10 minutes he kept me waiting there, Jeeves. 10 bally minutes in the teeth of a northeast half gale. Good. How's that bath coming along?
It is progressing satisfactorily, sir.
Oh, good. 10 minutes. And for what? Nothing. The merest glimpse, Jeeves. I was just about to cheese it, I can tell you, when suddenly a fox terrier came round the corner and set old Bingo quivering like an aspen. Then a small boy hove in sight and he shook like a jelly. Bingo, I mean, not the boy. And finally the girl appeared, Jeeves. And you should have seen the blighter. His face got so red that with his white collar and his blue nose, he looked more like the French flag than anything else, and he sagged from the waist upward as if he'd been filleted.
I gather that Mr. Little's affection is not unmingled with awe, sir.
He's lost his pep, Jeeves. He's got no dash. He didn't even have the common manly courage to say good evening.
You must remember, sir, that Mr. Little was in the grip of a powerful emotion.
I'll say. Not as powerful as when he saw that girl, when he saw that she wasn't alone, by Jove. There was a sort of clerical chappie in attendance. And young Bingo was so distraught he could hardly get his fingers to his cap.
Ah, yes, sir. That would be the Reverend Mr. Wingham, Mr. Heppenstall's new curate.
Oh, of course. You know about him already.
Yes, sir. I gather from Mr. Brookfield that he is Mr. Little's rival, sir, and that at the moment the young lady appears to favour him. Mr. Wingham has the advantage of being on the premises, and he and the young lady played duets on the pianoforte, which acts as a bond. Mr. Little, on these occasions, I understand, sir, prowls about in the road, chafing, visibly.
Yeah, but how are we going to help the blighter, Jeeves, when he's turned into such a complete rabbit? I shall be seeing him at dinner. He's sure to ask first thing what you advise.
In my opinion, sir, the judicious course for Mr. Little to pursue would be to concentrate on the young gentleman.
Well, the small brother, how do you mean?
Make a friend of him, sir. Take him for walks and so forth.
Well, he doesn't sound one of your red-hottest ideas, Jeeves.
It would be a beginning, sir, and might lead to better things. Your bath is ready, sir.
Oh, thank you, Jeeves. Well, I'll tell him anyway and see what he thinks.
Very good, sir.
Righto, Jeeves. Jeeves is always right. By the time we left Twing 10 days later, it had become a mere commonplace for young Bingo to speak to the girl without doing an impression of an overripe tomato. The pipsqueak brother was forming a bond, a dash sight stronger than the ballet curate's duets, and it all seemed highly promising to me, which made it that much more of a jar, don't you know, when a fortnight after we'd got back to town, another telegram arrived. Read it to me, Jeeves.
Very good, sir. Bertie, old man, I say, Bertie, could you possibly come down here at once? Stop. Everything has gone wrong, hang it all. Stop. Dash it, Bertie, you simply must come. Stop. I am in a state of absolute despair and heartbroken. Stop. Would you mind sending another 100 of those cigarettes? Stop. Bring Jeeves when you come, Bertie. Stop. You simply must come, Bertie. Stop. I rely on you. Stop. Don't forget to bring Jeeves. Stop. Bingo. Sir?
You know, for a chap who's perpetually hard up, Jeeves, young Bingo is the most wasteful telegraphist I ever struck.
Yes, sir.
Besides which, I'm getting a bit fed up with all this. A large part of my existence seems to be spent in fussing over the blighter like a bally old hen and hauling him out of the soup. I can't go chucking all my engagements every second week in order to biff down to Twing and rally round young Bingo. Send him a wire telling him to end it all in the village pond.
If you could spare me for the night, sir, I should be glad to run down and investigate.
Oh, dash it, Jeeves. Well, I mean, dash it. Oh, well, I suppose there's nothing else to be done. After all, you're the fellow he wants. All right, carry on. I've got to be near Paddington tomorrow evening. I'll collect you off the 5:45.
That is most kind of you, sir. Thank you very much.
Right-o, Jeeves. Not at all, don't you know? Not at all. Not at all. Jeeves!
Ah, good evening, sir.
Hop in, Jeeves. Oh, well, Jeeves, how do you get on?
I've done what I could, sir, but I fear Mr. Little's chances do not appear bright. Since our last visit, sir, there has been a decidedly sinister and disquieting development.
Oh, what's that?
You may remember Mr. Steggles, sir, who devised the great sermon handicapped during the summer?
Steggles, yes. What's Steggles got to do with it?
I gather from Brookfield, sir, who chanced to overhear a conversation, that Mr. Steggles is interesting himself in the affair.
Good Lord. Making a book on it?
I understand that he is accepting wages from those in his immediate circle, sir, against Mr. Little, whose chances he does not seem to fancy.
I don't like that at all, Jeeves. From what I know of Steggles, there'll be dirty work.
It has already occurred, sir.
What? No! Blister! Already, Jeeves?
Yes, sir. At the church bazaar.
Ye gods! What happened?
It seems, sir, that while Mr. Little was escorting Master Burgess to that function, they chanced to meet Mr. Steggles in the company of young Master Heppenstall, who is home from Rugby just now, having recently recovered from an attack of mumps. The encounter took place in the refreshment room, and, to cut a long story short, sir, the two gentlemen became extremely interested in the hearty manner in which the lads began to fortify themselves, and Mr. Steggles offered to back his nominee in a weight-for-age eating contest against Master Burgess for £1 a side. Mr. Little admitted to me that he was conscious of a certain hesitation on what the upshot of the matter might be should Miss Burgess come to hear of it, but...
Don't tell me, Jeeves, I can guess. His sporting blood was too bally much for him, the fathead.
Exactly, sir. And though Master Burgess justified Mr. Little's confidence by winning the contest, next day both competitors were in considerable pain. Inquiries were made and confessions extorted, sir. And Mr. Little, I learned from Brookfield, who happened to be near the drawing-room door at the moment, had an extremely unpleasant interview with the young lady, which ended in her desiring him never to speak to her again.
Jeeves, there's no getting away from the fact that if ever a man required watching, it's Steggles.
Undoubtedly, sir.
Machiavelli could have taken his correspondence course.
Had Mr. Steggles been alive at that time, most certainly, sir.
Well, he seems to have dished poor old Bingo, all right.
That is the prevalent opinion, sir. Brookfield tells me that down in the village at the Cow and Horses, 7 to 1 is being freely offered on Mr. Wingham, and finding no takers.
Good Lord, are they betting on it down in the village, too?
Yes, sir. And in adjoining hamlets also.
Oh, really? Well, I don't see what there is to do, frankly, Jeeves. I mean, Bingo is such a chump.
One is fighting a losing battle, I fear, sir. But I did venture to indicate to Mr. Little a course of action which might prove of advantage. Since the young lady is of such a serious disposition, sir, I recommended Mr. Little to busy himself with good works.
Good works?
About the village, sir. Reading to the bedridden, chatting with the sick, that sort of thing, sir. We can but trust that good results will ensue.
Yes, I suppose so. But by gosh, if I were a sick man, Jeeves, I'd hate to have a loony like young Bingo gibbering at my bedside.
There is that aspect of the matter, sir.
I didn't hear a word from Bingo for a couple of weeks after that, and I took it eventually that he had found the going too hard and had chucked in the towel. And then, one night, not long before Christmas, I came back to the flat after dinner and... Well, we Woosters are all for the good old medieval hosp and all that, but when it comes to finding chappies behaving like pub pianists in your own sitting room, the thing becomes a trifle too mouldy.
Oh, won't you something oranges, my something oranges, my something oranges. Oh, won't you something I forget. Something, tumty yet. Oh!
Bingo!
Oh, hello, Bertie.
What the deuce are you doing here?
Oh, I came up to town for the night on business.
Business? You?
Absolutely. Sit down and I'll tell you all about it.
No, thank you, I'm going to bed.
Bertie, old man, 1 minute. I see daylight.
The time, Little, is 11:23 Pip Emma.
I was speaking figuratively, you ass. I meant that hope's begun to dawn about Mary Burgess, you know. Sit down. But sit down, you chump. Don't you want to hear? Now, to begin with, Bertie, I must once again pay a marked tribute to good old Jeeves, a modern Solomon. Did you know he'd recommended me to win back lost ground by busying myself with good works, visiting the sick and so forth?
He did tell me.
Well, it worked, by Jove. She softened visibly before I'd been at it a week. About a couple of days ago, she distinctly smiled. And yesterday... I say, you remember that curate chap, Wingham? Fellow with a long nose.
Oh, yes, of course I remember, yes. Your rival.
Rival? Oh. Well, yes, I suppose you could have called him that at one time, though it sounds a little far-fetched.
Oh, does it, you complacent chump? Well, let me tell you, the last I heard was that the cow and horses in Twing Village, they were offering 7 to 1 on the curate and finding no takers.
Betting? You don't mean that they're betting on this holy sick... Oh, I say, dash it all. I mean, haven't people any sense of decency or reverence? Is nothing safe from their beastly, sordid, gruff... Ooh. I say, I wonder if there's any chance of my getting any of that 7 to 1 money. 7 to 1? What a price! Who's offering it, do you know? Oh, well, I suppose it wouldn't do, no. No, I suppose it wouldn't be quite the thing.
You seem dash confident, Bingo, if I may say so. I've always thought that Wingham...
Oh, no, I'm not worried about him. I was just going to tell you, Wingham's got the mumps and won't be out and about for weeks. And jolly as that is in itself, it's not all. You see, he was producing the village school Christmas entertainment, and now I've taken over the job. I went to old Heavenstall last night and clinched the contract.
What's so good about that?
Well, don't you see? I shall be absolutely the centre of village life for 3 solid weeks, Bertie, with a terrific triumph to end up with. It's bound to have a powerful effect on Mary's mind. It'll show her that I'm capable of serious effort. Of course, I'm handicapped a bit by not having been in on the thing from the start. Would you credit it that uninspired donut of a curate wanted to give the public some rotten little 50-year-old fairy play without one semblance of a gag in it? It's too late to alter the thing entirely, of course, but I'm going to write in something tolerably zippy to jazz it up a bit.
You can't write?
Well, when I say write, I mean pinch. I mean, that's why I bopped up to town. I mean, I've just been to see that show at the Palace, full of good stuff. Then tomorrow, I'll try and see the matinee of Cuddle Up at the Palladium, and that should give me more than enough to work on. Of course, with no scenery to speak of and a chorus of practically imbecile kids aged from 9 to 14, it's going to be rather hard to get anything in the nature of a big, spectacular effect. But I think I see my way.
Good-o. Well, if you excuse me now, man, I shall toddle off to bed. You're staying the night? Yes, that's what I feared.
One thing before you go, Bertie. Do you remember how that orange girl number goes in the Palace show?
What? No, I don't, Bingo. No. Good night.
My something oranges, my something oranges.
Bingo! Oh, this nuisance must now cease. I'm going to bed.
Right-ho. Good night, old thing. I say, you will come and see the show, won't you?
Good night. Oh, Jeeves, are you still up?
Yes, sir. I regret to say I do not find Mr. Little's attempts at syncopation somniferous.
Quite. I say, Jeeves, has he told you about his plans for entertaining the Twing multitudes?
Yes, sir.
What do you make of the idea?
I confess I'm a little doubtful, sir. I think Mr. Little would have done better to follow my advice and confine himself to good works about the village.
You think the thing will be a frost?
I could not hazard a conjecture, sir. But my experience has been that what pleases the London public is not always so acceptable to the rural mind. The metropolitan touch sometimes proves a trifle too exotic for the provinces.
Quite. I suppose we'll have to go down and see the dash thing. I
think Mr. Little would be offended were you not present, sir.
Yes. Well, good night, Jeeves.
Good night, sir.
Except as a prompter, Bingo wasn't much in evidence in the early part of the performance. The thing at the outset was merely one of those weird dramas you dig out of books entitled 12 Little Plays for Tots, or something like that. The kids drooled on in the usual manner, and the audience were settling down into the sort of torpor customary on these occasions, when the first of Bingo's interpolated bits occurred. A boy, with a face like a turbot and a voice like a slate pencil, edged out in front of the curtain and started to sing that song of George Thingamy's out of Cuddle Up. You know the one I mean? Always listen to Mother Girls. Consider this somewhat ripish ballad suitable for a children's Christmas entertainment?
No, sir.
Absolutely. Only a perfect sap-headed prune like young Bingo would. The audience are stiffening in their seats like corpses, Jeeves.
Yes, sir. And Miss Burgess, seated over there next to the Reverend Mr. Wingham, sir, would appear to be wearing a somewhat stunned expression.
I don't blame her. You know, Jeeves, with the most charitable feelings towards him, there are times when I can't help feeling that young Bingo ought to be in some sort of home.
Indeed, sir.
Oh, my golly, I've just thought. When this song is done at the Palladium, Jeeves, old George Whatnot gets the audience to join in the refrain. Join in, dash it. You don't think...
We can only hope not, sir.
But that would put the bally lid on it, Jeeves.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will now call upon Squire Tressider to join in and sing the refrain.
Oh, no. And then the lights went out. They didn't flicker, they just went out. And when they came on again 5 minutes later, the old squire, who was by now a brighter purple than ever, was seen to be marching out at the head of his family, fed out to the eyebrows. The Burgess girl was staring vacantly into space, and Wingham, the curate chappie, was gazing at her with something in his expression that seemed to suggest that, although all this was no doubt deplorable, he had spotted the silver lining. Only the tough eggs seemed still to be enjoying themselves. It was jam for the tough eggs. The show eventually got going again. There were great chunks of plays for the Tots dialogue, and then the pianist struck up the introduction to the Orange Girl number from the show at the Palace. I took it that this was to be Bingo's Act 1 finale. It wasn't long before I realised it was something more. It was the end.
Oh, won't you buy my lusty oranges, my lusty oranges, my trusty oranges? Oh, won't you
Jeeves,
come and see?
when they do this number in town, Jeeves, the girls in the chorus take oranges made out of yellow wool out of their baskets and toss them lightly at the customers. It always tickles them to bits, don't you know?
Yes, sir. Audiences invariably seem to enjoy having objects thrown at them from the stage.
Oh, my golly. But not real oranges, Jeeves.
No, sir. This does appear to be something of a departure from convention.
Good Lord, real oranges, Jeeves. I mean, young Bingo has been... mildew.
If you would be guided by me, sir, I would suggest you take cover. The gentlemen standing beside us are about to return the fruit to the stage.
Oh, my sainted aunt, Jeeves.
Yes.
The audience out there must be getting it, coming as well as going.
Indeed, sir. The young persons on the stage appear to be making the most of this unforeseen ballistic opportunity.
Jeeves, do you detect the hand of the serpent Steggles behind this?
Yes, sir. I would imagine he substituted real oranges for the woolen simulacra at some moment when Mr. Little's back was turned.
Oh, gosh. Do you think this will do anything for young Bingo's popularity in the village?
Very little, I regret to say, sir.
I think we ought to go and rescue the poor Zib, Jeeves, before the audience decide to splash him about in the village on the bit.
That would be the humane thing to do, sir.
Righto, Jeeves. Let's get you before the angry crowd. Follow me.
Very good.
It couldn't have been more than a week later when Jeeves, after he had brought me my tea, gently steered me away from the sporting page of the Morning Post to direct my attention to an announcement in the engagements and marriages column. The marriage has been arranged and will shortly take place between the Honourable and Reverend Hubert Wingham, third son of the Right Honourable the Earl of Sturridge, and Mary, only daughter of the late Matthew Burgess of Weatherly Court, Hants. Well, of course, I expected this, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
She would never forgive him for what happened that night.
No, sir.
Well, I don't suppose it'll take old Bingo long to get over it. It's about the 111th time this sort of thing has happened to him. You're the man I'm sorry for.
Me, sir?
Well, dash it all, Jeeves, you can't have forgotten what a deuce of a lot of trouble you took to bring the thing off for Bingo. It's too bad that all your work should have been wasted.
Not entirely wasted, sir.
What?
It is true that my efforts to bring about the match between Mr. Little and the young lady were not successful, but I still look back upon the matter with a certain satisfaction.
Oh, because you did your best, you mean?
Not entirely, sir, though, of course, that thought also gives me pleasure. I was alluding more particularly to the fact that I found the affair financially remunerative.
Financially What do you mean?
When I learned that Mr. Steggles had interested himself in the contest, sir, I went shares with my friend Brookfield and bought the book which had been made on the issue by the landlord of the Cow and Horses. It has proved a highly profitable investment. Your breakfast will be ready almost immediately, sir. Kidneys on toast and mushrooms. I will bring it when you ring.
Thank you, Jeeves.
In that episode of What O! Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden, Bertie, Richard Browers. Bingo Little, Jonathan Cecil, Steggles, Edwin Apps. The Kid and the Girl, Denise Breyer. The pianist was John Gould. The Metropolitan Touch was adapted to radio by Chris Miller from the book The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What O! Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What O! Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. Starring Michael Horton as Jeeves and Richard Briers as Bertie Wooster. The delayed exit of Claude and Eustace.
One of the advantages I get from being a bachelor, and according to my nearest and dearest, practically a half-witted bachelor at that, is that as a rule I am not lugged into family rows. On the occasions when aunt is calling to aunt, like mastodons bellowing across primeval swamps, and Uncle James's letter about Cousin Mabel's peculiar behaviour is being shot round the family circle, please read this carefully and send it on to Jane, the clan has a tendency to ignore me, and I'm bound to say I'm all for it. A quiet life is what I like. So that's why I felt that the curse had come upon me, so to speak, when Aunt Agatha, the one who always makes me feel as if I had gelatine where my spine ought to be, trapped me in my lair after lunch one day and started to tell me about my young cousins, Claude and Eustace.
Thank goodness, Bertie, that arrangements have at last been made about Eustace and Claude.
What? Arrangements?
They sail on Friday for South Africa. Mr. Van Alstyne, a friend of poor Emily's, has given them berths in his firm at Johannesburg, and we are hoping that they'll settle down there and do well.
Friday? Tomorrow, you mean?
I mean precisely that.
But for South Africa?
Yes. They leave on the Edinburgh Castle.
But what's the idea, Aunt Agatha? I mean, are they in the middle of their term at Oxford?
Do you positively mean to tell me, Bertie, that you take so little interest in the affairs of your nearest relatives that you're not aware that Claude and Eustace were expelled from Oxford over a fortnight ago?
No, really?
Oh, you're hopeless, Bertie.
Why were they sent down?
They poured lemonade on the junior dean of their college. I see nothing amusing in the outrage, Bertie.
Oh, no, rather not. No, I wasn't laughing. I was choking. Got something stuck in my throat, you know.
Poor Emily, being one of those doting mothers who are the ruin of their children, wished to keep the boys in London. She suggested that they might cram for the army. But I was firm. The colonies are the only place for wild youths like Claude and Eustace, so they sail tomorrow. They'll spend the night in London and catch the boat train first thing in the morning.
I mean, it's a bit risky, isn't it, Aunt Agatha? I mean, aren't they apt to cut loose a bit tonight if they're left all alone in London?
They will not be alone. They will be in your charge.
What? Mine?
Precisely, Bertie. You'll put them up in your flat for the night and see that they do not miss their train in the morning.
Oh, I say, no,
Bertie?
Well, I mean, they're quite jolly coves, both of them, but I don't know, Aunt Agatha. I mean, they're rather nuts, you know. I'm always glad to see them, of course. When it comes to putting them up for the night...
Bertie, if you are so sunk in callous self-indulgence that you cannot even put yourself to this trifling inconvenience for the sake of your Aunt Emily...
Oh, all right, Aunt Agatha, all right.
That's better. They've been staying with your Uncle Clive in Worcestershire for the last fortnight. They'll be arriving at Paddington at 3:45 this afternoon, Bertie. You will meet them there.
3:45? In an hour's time, you mean?
Of course. Don't be late. Goodbye, Bertie. And remember, I'm relying on you.
Cheerio, Aunt Agatha. Well, Jeeves.
Sir?
Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace will be staying here tonight.
Very good, sir.
I'm glad you think so. To me, the outlook seems black and scaly. You know what those two lads are.
Very high-spirited young gentlemen, sir.
Blisters, Jeeves. Undeniable blisters. It's a bit thick.
Yes, sir. While you were entertaining Mrs. Gregson, sir, there was a delivery for you from the Burlington Arcade. But on opening the package just now, I discovered that it contained garments clearly rendered to you in error. I will send them back immediately, sir.
Right, Jeeves. One moment. What precisely are these garments to which you allude?
A most unsuitable pair of spats, sir. Decorated in the old Etonian colours.
I see. The objects under advisement are mine, Jeeves. I chose them this morning. Caught 'em smiling up at me from inside the window and couldn't resist the little chaps.
But surely you are not intending to wear them in public, sir? They are, if you will pardon the expression.
I won't, Jeeves. I might have guessed you wouldn't approve of old Etonian spats, but I personally consider them a rather topping idea. Jazzy, don't you know?
No, sir, I do not. They are most unbecoming, sir.
Jeeves, I wear those spats. You are too hidebound and reactionary in these matters, not to say an enemy of progress.
As you say, sir. Would there be anything further?
No, thanks, no. Except you might be laying the jolly things out. I think I'll wear them to meet the twins at Paddington.
Very good, sir.
Righto, Jeeves. Dash the fellow. Dash the fellow.
Bertie!
Oh, hello, you two.
Hello, Bertie, old thing. Jolly decent of you to come and meet us like this.
Yes, and jolly decent of you to put us up, Bertie, old top.
Oh, not at all. I only wish you were staying a good long time, don't you know?
Hear that, Eustace? He wishes we were staying a good long time.
I expect it will seem a good long time, Claude. Come on, let's get the luggage out. Come on. That's right, yes.
You two blighters seem dashed cheerful, I must say. Anyone would think you'd achieved your life's ambition instead of having come a frightful perler and being under sentence of exile.
Oh, you heard about our binge, did you, Bertie? Our little bit of trouble.
Aunt Agatha told me you poured lemonade on the junior dean, yes.
I wish the deuce people would get these things right. It wasn't the junior dean. It was the senior tutor.
And it wasn't lemonade, it was soda water. Dear old thing just happened to be standing under the window while I was leaning out with a siphon in my hand. He looked up and... well, it would have been chucking away the opportunity of a lifetime if I hadn't let him have it in the eyeball. Hey, Claude.
Absolutely, Eustace. Simply chucking it away.
It might never have occurred again, Claude.
100 to 1 against it, Eustace. Porter, these cases, please. Thank you.
Now, Bertie, may we ask what you intend to do in the way of entertaining the handsome guests tonight?
What? Oh, my idea was to have a bite of dinner at the flat.
Fine. And afterwards?
Afterwards? Well, I thought we might chat of this and that, don't you know? And then, well, it struck me that you would possibly like to turn in early and have a good night's rest.
A good night's rest?
Well, yes. With your train going at 10 tomorrow and whatnot.
Oh, it's pitiful, isn't it, Claude? Absolutely. Oh, Bertie, old man. You don't for a moment imagine we're dreaming of going to bed tonight, do you?
What?
Oh, good heavens, no.
No. We've sketched out a scenario that goes roughly like this, Bertie. After dinner, we toddle along to Serie's for a spot of dancing.
It's an extension night, isn't it?
Yes, so that should see us through till about 2:30 or 3.
And after that, we're bound to find some fellows who like a game of Serie, so that should keep us out of trouble till about 6.
And after that?
Well, the Lord will provide, Eustace.
Precisely, Claude. The Lord will provide. Yes, I think we can confidently assume that after that,
the good Lord will provide.
I suppose the fact of the matter is I'm not the man I was. I mean, these all-night vigils don't seem to fascinate me as they used to a few years ago. I can remember the time when I was up at Oxford, when a Covent Garden ball till 6 in the morning, with breakfast at the Hammonds and probably a free fight with a few selected costermongers to follow, seemed to me just what the doctor ordered. But nowadays, 2 o'clock is about my limit. By 2 o'clock, the twins were just settling down and beginning to go nicely. And it must have been about 9 a.m. when we finally fetched up at the flat, by which time I'd bound to admit the first careless freshness was beginning to wear off a bit. In fact, I just got enough strength to say toodaloo to the twins, wish them a pleasant voyage and a happy and successful career in South Africa, and stagger to bed. The next thing I knew, Jeeves was hovering respectfully at my bedside, like an undertaker inspecting the remains.
Good afternoon, sir.
What's the bally time, Jeeves?
It is 1 o'clock, sir.
Oh, Jeeves. I'm feeling more or less like something the Pure Food Committee's just rejected. Fetch me one of those morning pick-me-ups of yours, would you?
I have one in readiness in the icebox, sir. Excuse me.
They have gone, have they, Jeeves? The twins, I mean?
They have, sir.
Oh, so they'll be leaning on the rail of the liner about now, what? Taking their last glimpse of the dear old homeland.
So I would imagine, sir.
Then let bells ring out, Jeeves, for God is in his heaven and all is right with the world.
Sir?
Thank you, Jeeves. That's better. I don't know what you put in those things, Jeeves, but I feel like a giant refreshed.
There are several constituents, sir. It is the Wooster sauce that gives the preparation its colour, the raw egg makes it nutritious, and the red pepper gives it its bite.
You've never tried one on an Egyptian mummy, I suppose?
No, sir. I have not had the opportunity for such an experiment.
Well, be careful if you do. You might get a nasty shock.
I will bear it in mind, sir.
Righto then, Jeeves. Well, after breakfast, or possibly lunch, I shall go for a walk in the park to celebrate the departure of the twins.
Very good, sir.
So, lay out the gents' suiting, the quiet shirt, the knee-length underwear, and, the old Etonian spats.
The spats, sir?
Yes, Jeeves, the old Etonian spats.
As you wish, sir.
An hour later, it was a Bertram Wooster with an uplifted heart who closed his front door behind him and set off downstairs for the wide open spaces. Even the frosty look Jeeves had shot at my jazz spats could not deflate me as I thought of Claude and Eustace getting nearer and nearer to South Africa and further away from England with every passing minute. Which made it all the more of a shock as I stepped onto the street when a taxi suddenly screeched to a halt in front of me and Claude leapt out.
Bertie!
Great Scott, what?
Hello, Bertie, old man. Feeling better than you did this morning, I hope.
Claude, why the devil aren't you on your way to South Africa?
Ah, yes, Bertie. Now, that's a point I rather thought you would want to have explained. It's like this, old man. You remember that girl you introduced me to at Serie's last night? Her name was Marion, and she's playing in that show at the Apollo at the moment. I danced with her a good deal, if you remember.
Oh, Marion Warder, yes?
We're soulmates, Bertie. Two hearts that beat as one. The idea of going to South Africa and leaving a girl like that in England didn't appeal to me a bit. So the long and the short of it is, I gave old Eustace the slip and slid back to see her.
but Claude!
Now, Bertie, if you'll excuse me, I'll just be taking my luggage upstairs.
What? You're not going to stay in my flat?
Where else? You wouldn't object to putting me up, Bertie.
I dashed well would.
Oh, no, not a sportsman like you. No, I don't believe it.
Look, oh, wait a minute, you silly-ass Claude. Suppose Aunt Agatha finds out that I'm hiding you when you ought to be in South Africa. Where do I get off then?
Where do you get off? Oh, you'll manage somehow, Bertie. A resourceful chap like you. Don't worry, old man, I'm sure you'll find a way. And now you must excuse me, old man. I want to go and hunt up Jeeves and get him to mix me one of those pick-me-ups of his. For some reason which I can't explain, I've got a slight headache this morning.
Claude! Oh, my golly.
Bertie!
Eustace! Oh, my aunt!
Smooth work, Bertie, smooth work. I'm sorry for poor old Claude, but there was no alternative. I eluded his vigilance at Waterloo and snaked back to town.
But why? Eustace!
Don't rush me, Bertie, there's a good fellow. Now, Bertie, let me say at once that I am not a man who falls in love with every girl he sees. I suppose strong, silent would be the best description you could find for me. But when I do meet my affinity, I don't waste time.
Heavens! Don't tell me you're in love with Marion Warder, too.
Two? What do you mean, two?
Oh, Bertie, Oh, gosh! Eustace!
Lord, what on earth are you doing here?
What on earth are you doing here, you mean?
Have you come back to inflict your beastly society upon Miss Warder, you worm?
Is that why you've come back, you toad?
Well, I'm dashed.
Not half as bally dashed as I am.
It's a bit thick.
It's confoundedly thick.
It's infernally thick. Oh, well, I suppose it can't be helped. If you're here, you're here. Dash you.
And the same applies to you, Eustace. May the best man win.
I intend to, Claude. I intend to.
Ha!
I suppose every chappie in the world has black periods in his life to which he can't look back without the smouldering eye and the silent shudder. Some coves, if you can judge by the novels we read nowadays, have them practically all the time. But what with enjoying a sizable private income and a topping digestion, I'm bound to say it isn't very often I find my own existence getting a flat tire. But the days that followed the unexpected resurrection of the twins were so absolutely foul that the old nerves began to stick out of my body a foot long and curling at the ends. I imagine the fact of the matter is that we Woosters are so frightfully honest and open and all that it gives us the pip to have to deceive. I was all over Twitter, believe me. What's that, Jeeves?
Merely the telephone, sir. Excuse me. Yes, madam? Good afternoon, madam. Yes, madam. Mrs. Gregson, sir?
What? What? Right. Hello, Aunt Agatha?
Bertie.
Speaking, yes, absolutely, don't you know? Speaking and all that. Hello.
Bertie, pray stop behaving like an imbecile and listen to me. I am uneasy. Has it ever occurred to you, Bertie, that your Uncle George might be able to see things not visible to the naked eye?
Uncle George? Oh, highly probable, I should think. I mean, the old egg, well, I mean, he does shift it a bit, doesn't he? I mean, mops the stuff up to some extent, what?
Well, the fact of the matter is, Bertie, he has had a shock.
Uncle George?
Precisely. He was dining with me last night, and declared that while he was on his way from the Devonshire Club to Boodle's, he suddenly saw the phantasm of Eustace.
What? What of Eustace?
The phantasm. The wraith. Uncle George tells me that for an instant he was almost certain that it was Eustace himself.
No, it couldn't have been.
Oh, well, obviously not, Bertie, but it's all very queer and disturbing. You do think those poor dear boys are safe, don't you? They've not met with some horrible accident.
No, they're fine. I'm sure they're fine, Aunt Agatha.
Well, I hope you're right. Very well, Bertie. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Aunt Agatha. Jeeves?
Sir?
Wouldn't you say, Jeeves, that Mr. Eustace was a horrible accident and Mr. Claude about as safe as a sprightly young tarantula?
I fear I have formulated no opinion in the matter, sir.
Oh, dash it, Jeeves. Can't you show any sympathy at all? Oh, now, what's you that is, Jeeves?
Yes, sir. Miss Wardorf, sir.
Bertie,
Hello, Marion, come in.
your cousins aren't here.
No, thank goodness.
Then I'll tell you where they are. They're outside the Apollo stage door, glaring at each other and waiting for me to arrive for the matinee. Bertie, this has got to stop. I can't move a step without tripping over one or both of them. Usually both.
I know, old thing, but what can I do? You're the one who's made such a diggins of an impression on them.
But it's too embarrassing for words, Bertie. They've started giving me presents now. At least Claude has. Look at the cigarette case he insisted on my accepting this morning.
Oh, it's gold, eh? Distinctly fruity. Well, I wonder how the deuce he was able to dig up the cash for that.
I do know, but I can't go on like this. The two of them are wearing me to a shadow. Can't you do anything?
Well,
You will, won't you, Bertie, for me? Look, sorry. I must go now for the matinee, but please, do your best. Bye.
Oh, cheerio, Marion.
Thank you, Bertie.
Poor girl, Jeeves. She had an absolutely hunted look, what?
Indeed, sir.
Jeeves, I have... Yes, hello.
Don't shout at me, Bertie.
Oh, Aunt Agatha. Sorry.
That's better. Now listen carefully. Your poor Uncle George has had another severe shock.
Another?
Yes. Between ourselves, Bertie, I am inclined to think that the whole affair is the outcome of an overexcited imagination. But Uncle George feels that only complete rest and careful medical treatment can restore his nervous system to its normal poise. So we've agreed that he'll go to Harrogate for a few weeks in a day or two. We don't think he should go alone, so I wish you to accompany him.
What? Me? We're going to Harrogate with Uncle George? But Aunt Agatha, he doesn't want me. He wants another festive old egg like himself. Someone he can keep having a couple with.
Uncle George is not going to Harrogate in order to consume alcoholic stimulants, Bertie.
But I say...
Do I have to come round to your flat in order to persuade you?
No. Aunt Agatha, no. All right, I'll go. But what shock has Uncle George had?
Well, that's what's so hard to induce him to explain with any precision. With all his good points, your poor uncle is apt to become somewhat incoherent when strongly moved. But as far as I can gather, he appears to have been the victim of a burglary.
Burglary?
He says that a strange man with whiskers and a peculiar nose entered his room in Jermyn Street during his absence. Uncle George surprised him, and he rushed out, having stolen a valuable cigarette case.
Oh, no. I mean, really?
As I say, Bertie, I'm inclined to think that the whole thing was, well, imagination. He's not been himself since he fancied he saw Eustace in the street last night. So I should like you, Bertie, to be prepared to start for Harrogate with him, not later than Saturday.
Oh, righto, Aunt Agatha.
Thank you, Bertie. Goodbye now.
Toodle pip. Those two blighters. That evening, when the twins got in, I hauled up my slacks for perhaps 10 minutes on the subject of their duty to the family and whatnot. I appealed to their sense of decency and boosted South Africa with vim. I said everything I could think of to get them to go, much of it twice over. But I might as well have been talking to myself for all the attention I got. Claude was too busy ticking Eustace off for venturing out without his whiskers, while Eustace in his turn did nothing but babble on about his brother's baseness in the matter of the cigarette case. And after that, things became a trifle strained at the flat, owing to the blighters not being on speaking terms anymore. And then, on Friday morning, Claude sidled up to me while I was shoving myself outside a couple of rashers and an egg.
Bertie, I've, been thinking it over.
What over?
The whole thing. This business of staying in London when I ought to be in South Africa. It isn't fair. Dash it, Bertie, it isn't right. And the long and the short of it is, old man, I'm leaving tomorrow.
You are?
If you won't mind sending old Jeeves out to buy a ticket for me, yes. I'm afraid I shall have to sting you for the passage money, old man. You don't mind?
Mind?
That's all right, then. Oh, I say, you won't say a word about this to Eustace, will you?
But isn't he going too?
No, thank heaven. The idea of being cooped up on board a ship with that blighter gives me the pip just to think of it. So please, Bertie, not a word to Eustace. I say, I suppose you can get a berth all right at such short notice.
Oh, rather. I'll have a word with Jeeves now. Jeeves, I'm sorry to disturb you in mid-dish, but can you go out on first speed to the Union Castle offices and book a berth on tomorrow's boat for Mr. Claude? And if you can't get a berth, buy the bally boat if necessary. He's leaving us, Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and incidentally, Mr. Claude does not wish any mention of this to be made to Mr. Eustace.
No, sir. Mr. Eustace made the same proviso when he desired me to obtain a berth on tomorrow's boat for himself.
What? Is he going too?
So he informs me, sir.
I say, this is rummy, Jeeves. I would have thought nothing short of a dynamite explosion would dislodge these two nestlers.
No, sir.
Well, there you are, Jeeves. It just goes to show you, doesn't it? It's interesting, I think, to see how the happy ending has been snaffled without someone, whose name I won't mention, dishing up brainy schemes or any nonsense of that sort.
Sir?
Well, you know what I mean, Jeeves. Many chaps in my place would have got rattled. Gone rushing about, I mean, asking people for advice and help and so forth.
Very possibly, sir.
But not me, Jeeves.
No, sir.
Brood on that, Jeeves.
Very good, sir.
And look forward to tomorrow, what?
I will do so immediately, sir.
Cheerio, Claude! Cheerio! Well, Jeeves, that is that at last. They've both gone.
Yes, sir.
A nifty scheme, what?
Sir?
Well, lending Claude my car to drive down to Southampton, I mean. There's no chance of the twins running into each other at Waterloo and changing their minds, you see?
Highly ingenious, sir.
Thank you, Jeeves. You know, I feel immensely braced.
I'm gratified to hear it, sir.
Now, back to an empty flat, Jeeves. It's a wonderful world.
So I have been informed, sir.
Where's Crichton Mansions, mister?
What ho, little messenger boy! Even you do not offend the eye as much as you usually would. Who do you have a message for?
Mr. Wooster.
That's me, old lad. None other, thank you. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, mister.
I wonder who this is from. Great Scott! A fiver. What's this all about? Dear Bertie, will you give the enclosed to your man and tell him I wish I could make it more? He has saved my life. This is the first happy day I've had for a week. Yours, M.W. Oh. This fiver is for you, Jeeves, apparently. Miss Warder wishes you to have it.
That was extremely kind of her, sir.
Yeah, but what the dickens is she sending you fivers for? She says you saved her life.
She overestimates my services, sir.
But what were your services, dash it?
It was in the matter of Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace, sir. I was hoping that she would not refer to the matter, as I did not wish you to think that I had been taking a liberty.
What do you mean?
I chanced to be near the front door that afternoon when Miss Warder was complaining with some warmth of the manner in which Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace were thrusting their society upon her. I felt that in the circumstances it might be excusable if I suggested a slight ruse to enable her to dispense with their attentions.
Good Lord, Jeeves, you don't say you were at the bottom of their popping off after all. That makes me feel a bit of a silly ass.
Oh, no, sir.
But it does, dash it. What did you do?
It occurred to me, sir, that were Miss Warder to inform Mr. Claude and Mr. Eustace independently that she proposed sailing for South Africa to take up a theatrical engagement, the desired effect might be produced. It appears that my anticipations were correct, sir. The young gentleman ate it, if I may use the expression.
Jeeves, we Woosters may make bloomers, but we are never too proud to admit it. You stand alone.
Thank you very much, sir.
After you, Jeeves.
You are intensely kind, sir.
Not at all. Seems a dash shame that I should have to go off to Harrogate today, Jeeves. It's the first time the flat's been habitable for a week.
Oh, yes, sir. I forgot to mention it. Sir George rang up on the telephone this morning while you were still asleep and said that he had changed his plans. He does not intend to go to Harrogate, after all.
Oh, I say, how absolutely topping.
I thought you might be pleased, sir.
What made him change his plans, did he say?
No, sir. But I gather from his man Stevens that he is feeling much better and does not now require a rest cure. I took the liberty of giving Stevens the recipe for that pick-me-up of mine. He tells me that Sir George informed him this morning that he is feeling a new man.
Jeeves?
Sir?
Jeeves, those spats.
Yes, sir.
You really dislike them?
Intensely, sir.
You don't think time might induce you to change your views, Jeeves?
No, sir. I do not.
All right, then. Very well. Say no more, Jeeves. You may burn them.
Thank you very much, sir. I have already done so. A quiet grey is far more suitable, sir. Thank you.
In that episode of What Ho, Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden; Bertie, Richard Briers; Aunt Agatha, Joan Sanderson; Eustace, David Jason; Claude, Jonathan Lynn; Marion Warder, Bridget Armstrong. The delayed exit of Claude and Eustace was adapted for radio by Chris Miller from the book The Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Wodehouse. What Ho, Jeeves was produced by David Hatch. We present What Ho, Jeeves by P.G. Wodehouse. Starring Michael Horden as Jeeves and Richard Briers as Bertie Wooster, with this week's guest, Ronald Fraser, as Lord Bittlesham. Bingo and the Little Woman.
Once a year, the committee of the drones decides that the old club could do with a wash and brush up, so they shoo us out and dump us down for a few weeks at some other institution. This time, we were roosting at the Senior Liberal, and personally I was finding the strain pretty fearful. I mean, when you've got used to a club where everything's nice and cheery, and where, if you want to attract a chappie's attention, you heave a bit of bread at him, it kind of damps you to come to a place where the youngest member is about 87, and it isn't considered good form to talk to anyone unless you and he were through the Peninsular War together. So it was a relief, one day after we'd been there about a week, to wander into the smoking room and spot young Bingo Little. He was lying back in an armchair with his mouth open and a sort of goofy expression in his eyes, but when I hailed him, he leapt up like a young ram and started massaging the fin with no little further.
Hello, Face. Bertie. Hello, Ugly. Just the chap I wanted to see.
Keep it quiet.
Sorry.
She's so silly.
Sorry.
Are you keeping, Bertie, old man? Oh, tolerably topping. I say, Bingo, this club, what? It's the frozen limit. Have you lunched here yet?
Oh, yes, Bertie.
Eh? What do you mean? Oh, yes. Bertie, in that dashed odd manner.
Oh, Bertie.
Bingo, what is all this?
Bertie, they have waitresses in this club.
Oh, pretty girls?
One of them is Bertie.
Bingo!
Shh, do be quiet.
I'm sorry.
Really? Bingo, I know that bally look on your face. You've fallen in love again, haven't you?
Oh, Bertie. Bertie.
Oh, my golly, all right, spill the beans, you blighter. Apart from being a waitress, who is this bally female?
Don't talk about her like that, dash it all. She's an angel.
Quite, Bingo, quite. But to return to the rays, what's the problem?
Oh, for goodness sake, don't bustle me, Bertie. Let me tell the story in my own way.
Well, push along, then.
Right. I love her, and, well, I want you, Bertie, old boy. if you would, to biff round to my Uncle Mortimer, Lord Bittlesham, you know, and do a bit of diplomatic work. You see, he still refuses to restore my allowance, confound him, and if anything, it must be increased and dashed quick, too. I can't marry on nothing. So you will help me, won't you, Bertie?
Will I? Oh, well, look here, Bingo, I know. Why not wait a while, eh?
Wait? What's the good of waiting?
Well, you know what generally happens with your love affairs. They start off with a whoop and a rattle, and then something goes wrong with the works, and they end up puffing themselves out halfway down the straight. Much better tackle your uncle after the whole thing's fixed and settled, what?
But, Bertie, you don't understand. It is all fixed and settled. She accepted me last night.
Good Lord, that's quick work. You can't have known her a week.
Ah, not in this life, no. But she has a sort of idea that we must have met in some previous existence. She thinks I must have been a king in Babylon when she was a Christian slave. Can't say I remember it myself, but there may be something in it.
Great Scott! Do waitresses really talk like that?
Well, how should I know how waitresses talk?
Well, you ought to by now. The first time I ever met your uncle was when you wanted to marry that girl Mabel in the Piccadilly bun shop, and you hounded me to go and ask for his consent.
Bertie!
Ow! Look, here, watch it. Those are my summer trouserings.
Sorry, Bertie. Excited, carried away. Look, you've given me an idea. Listen, Bertie, throw your mind back to that occasion. Do you remember the frightfully subtle scheme I worked? You remember. My uncle was dashed unkeen on the idea of my marrying a waitress, so he broke down his sales resistance by reading him all those sloppy Rosie M. Banks books, in which class distinction always came in for the most fearful buffeting.
That wasn't your idea, you pinhead. It was Jeeves's.
But you remember my part. Telling him you were Rosie M. Banks and sending you round for lunch.
I remember, don't I just? The whole ghastly episode is absolutely seared into my memory.
Well, Bertie, that's the line of attack. That is the scheme. Rosie M. Banks forward once more.
What?
Do be quiet.
Look, all right. I am sorry. No, Bingo, absolutely no. I'm sorry, very sorry. It's out of the question. I couldn't go through all that again.
Not for me.
Not for a dozen more like you.
Bertie, old man, listen, look, be reasonable. Shush! There's absolutely nothing to it. Bertie!
Look, I am very sorry.
And, of course, dash it, at the end of 10 minutes, I'd allowed the blighter to talk me round. It always the way. Anyone can talk me round. When I got home after lunch, I told Jeeves all about it.
Mr. Little is certainly warm-hearted, sir.
Warm-hearted? I should think he has to wear asbestos vests.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Little has requested you to approach the Lord Bittlesham on his behalf again?
Precisely, Jeeves. And I don't mind telling you the thought of bearding the old boy in his lair and pretending to be Rosie M. Banks makes my flesh creep like a bally leopard. How do I wriggle out of it, Jeeves?
Insofar as Mr. Little would be greatly upset by any tergiversation on your part, sir, I regret to say that in my opinion it would be best to acquiesce in his wishes.
Oh, but dash it, Jeeves, Bingo says I must start off by sending the old boy an autographed copy of my latest book with a flattering inscription. Well, I don't even know what my latest is.
The Woman Who Braved All, sir?
Ugh.
Yes, sir. The shops and bookstalls are full of nothing but it, I am told. If you wish, sir, I could go out right away and purchase 2 copies.
2?
Yes, sir. No doubt the Lord Bittlesham will wish to discuss your work with you, so...
What? Oh, you don't mean I've got to read the bally thing as well?
I fear that is unavoidable, sir.
Oh, I suppose so, Jeeves. Oh, hang it all. What a bally business, eh? What an infernal, confounded, bally business. Bar a weekly wrestle with the Pink 'Un and an occasional dip into the form book, I'm not much of a lad for reading, and my sufferings as I tackled the woman curser who braved all were pretty fearful. But I managed to get through it, and only just in time as it happened, for I'd hardly reached the bit where their lips met in one long, slow kiss, and everything was still but for the gentle sighing of the breeze in the laburnum. When a messenger boy brought a note from old Bittlesham asking me to trickle round to lunch. I found the old boy in a mood you could only describe as melting. And later, as he toyed with things in aspic and what not, his 17-stone frame seemed positively to bulge with geniality and bonhomie.
Mr. Wooster, I wish to congratulate you. I wish to thank you. You go from strength to strength. I have read All for Love. I have read Only a Factory Girl. I know Madcap Myrtle by heart. But this is your bravest and best. It tears the heartstrings.
Does it?
I mean, yes?
Oh, indeed, yes. I have read it 3 times since you most kindly sent me the volume, and I think I may say that I am a better, sweeter, deeper man. I am full of human charity and kindliness towards my species.
No, really?
Indeed I am.
Towards the whole species?
Toward the whole species.
But even young Bingo? I mean, I know that's trying you pretty high, but,
my nephew, Richard, yes, I think even towards Richard. Well, that is to say, perhaps, yes, even towards Richard.
I say, good egg, Lord Middlesham, because I wanted to talk about him, don't you know? He's, pretty hard up, you know. And he could use a bit of the right stuff paid every quarter if you felt like unbelting.
Well, fresh from a mental plunge into your noble work, I cannot harden my heart, Mr. Wooster. Richard shall have his allowance.
Stout fellow! I mean, nothing personal, but a good egg, a good show. That'll really take a weight off his mind. He wants to get married, you know.
I did not know. And I am not sure that I altogether approve, Mr. Wooster. Who is the lady?
Well, as a matter of fact, she's a waitress.
You don't say so, Mr. Wooster.
Yes.
This is remarkable. This is most cheering. I had not given the boy credit for such tenacity of purpose. An excellent trait in him which I had not hitherto suspected. I recollect clearly that on the occasion when I first had the pleasure of making your acquaintance, Richard was desirous of marrying the same waitress.
Ah, well, not absolutely this same waitress. In fact, quite a different waitress. Still a waitress, you know.
Well, I suppose Richard was displaying the quality of constancy, which is so rare in the modern young man. I must think it over. Yes, Mr. Wooster, I must give the matter a considerable deal of thought before I can give Richard my consent. A considerable deal of thought.
I reported to Bingo that evening that although his allowance seemed to be back on the strength, I couldn't really quote a better price than 100 to 8 against as regards the avuncular blessing. The old lad didn't take it well, and started to accuse me of mucking it all up, which, considering what I'd been through for his sake, struck me as a good bit sharper than the serpent's tooth. I thought no more about it till 3 days later, when, coming out into the street after lunch, I ran into the old crumpet oozing out of a taxi. He had a flower in his buttonhole, and a look on his face as if someone had hit him behind the ear with a stuffed eel skin.
Hello, Bertie. Just coming to see you.
Hello, Turnip. Where have you been all this while?
Oh, here and there. Ripping weather they're having, Bertie.
Not bad.
Quite. I see the bank rate's down again.
No, really?
Absolutely. Quite. Serving news from Lower Silesia, what?
Oh, dash.
Quite.
Oh, Bingo, what the devil is the matter with you? Have you gone cuckoo?
What?
Stop babbling.
What? Oh, quite, yes, Bertie, yes, quite, yes. Oh, yes, I know what it was I wanted to tell you. I'm married.
Married? Oh, yes. The flower in the buttonhole, the dazed look. You certainly got all the symptoms, but you're married, Bingo?
Yes, at a registrar's in Holborn this morning.
Wait a minute. Let's thrash this out in all its aspects. You're really married?
Yes.
The same girl you were in love with the day before yesterday?
What do you mean?
Well, you know what you're like. Tell me, what made you commit this rash act?
I wish the deuce you wouldn't talk like that, Bertie. I married her because I love her, dash it. The best little woman in the world.
Oh, that's all right and deuce creditable, I'm sure. But have you reflected what your uncle's going to say? The last I saw of him, he was by no means in a confetti-scattering mood.
Bertie, I'll be frank with you. The little woman rather put me up to it, if you know what I mean.
I see. And what do you propose to do now?
I got it all planned out. After you've seen my uncle and broken the news...
What?
After you've seen my uncle...
You don't mean to say you think you're going to lug me into it?
Is this Bertie Wooster talking?
Yes, it jolly well is.
Bertie, old man, reflect. We were at school together. Good man. I knew I could rely on you. Look, the little woman's waiting in the cab. Let's dash round to Pounceby Gardens right away. But, come on, Bertie. This is my old pal Bertie Wooster, darling. He's coming round with us to kind of pave the way. Come on, Bertie.
Oh, right-ho.
16 Pounceby Gardens, driver.
Right-ho. I left Bingo and wife in the hall while I went upstairs to the drawing room and the butler toddled off to dig out the big chief.
While I was prowling about the room waiting for him to show up, I suddenly caught sight of that bally woman who braved all lying open on one of the tables. There was a passage heavily marked in pencil, and directly I read it, I saw that it was all to the mustard and was going to help me in my business. This was the passage. "What can prevail?" Millicent's eyes flashed as she faced the stern old man. "What can prevail against a pure and all-consuming love? Neither principalities nor powers, my lord, nor all the puny prohibitions of guardians and parents. I love your son, Lord Windermere, and nothing can keep us apart. Since time first began, this love of ours was fated, and who are you to pit yourself against the decrees of fate?" The Earl looked at her keenly from beneath his bushy eyebrows. "Humph," he said. "What bilge?" "Oh, Lord Bittlesham, hello and all that."
"Ah, my dear Mr. Wooster, this is an unexpected pleasure. Pray take a seat. What can I do for you?"
"Well, the fact is I'm more or less in the capacity of a jolly old ambassador at the moment, representing young Bingo, you know."
"Richard, my nephew, what about him?"
The way I always look at it is that it's dashed difficult for anything to prevail against a pure and all-consuming love. I mean, can it be done? I doubt it.
Well, we discussed it, men, at our last meeting, Mr. Wooster, and on that occasion...
Oh, yes, Lord Bitterson, but there have been developments, as it were, since then, you see. The fact of the matter is, coming to the point, don't you know, this morning young Bingo went and jumped off the dock.
Good heavens! Why? Where? Which dock?
Oh, no, I was speaking metaphorically, if that's the word I want. I mean, he got married.
Married?
Absolutely hitched up. Oh, I hope you aren't ratty about it, what? Young blood, you know, two loving hearts and all that.
Oh, I am greatly disturbed by your news, Mr. Wooster. I consider that I have been, defied. Yes, defied.
Oh. But, who are you to pit yourself against the decrees of, fate?
What?
Decrees of fate.
What?
Well, this love of theirs was fated. Since time began, you know.
Huh? Oh, my bless my soul, Mr. Wooster. You've been quoting.
More or less.
I thought your words sounded familiar. Dearie me, you know my weak spot. Let me see. Oh, yes. What can prevail against a pure and all-consuming love? Neither principalities nor powers, my lord, nor all the puny prohibitions of guardians and parents. Oh, beautiful, quite beautiful.
Quite.
Well, I must not be like Lord Windermere, must I, Mr. Wooster? Tell me, did you draw that haughty old man from a living model?
Oh, no, just thought of him and bunged him down, you know.
Genius! Well, Mr. Wooster, you have won me over. Who, as you say, am I to pit myself against the decrees of fate? I will write to Richard tonight and inform him of my consent to his marriage.
Oh, good air. But I say, you can slip him the glad news in person if you like. He's waiting downstairs with wife complete. I'll pop down and send them up, shall I?
Oh, very well, Mr. Wooster.
Cheerio then, Lord Bitterman. Thanks very much. Bingo will be most awfully bucked, don't you know?
Goodbye, Mr. Wooster.
Whew. That's it. Well? Bingo, there you are. Well, all over except the hand clasping, old man. I'll send the missus up, and then you can both pop in and get matey.
I say, Bertie, thanks awfully.
Anytime, old man, anytime. Toodaloo now, old thing. You know where to find me if you want me. 1,000 congratulations and all that sort of rot.
Cheerio, Bertie, and thanks again, old man. Cheerio.
Sent Mrs. Bingo upstairs, and then I pipped Jeeves, not wishing to be fawned on, you know.
Precisely, sir.
Not all the soda, Jeeves. Well, something attempted, something done, what? I feel I deserve a stiffish drink.
Very good, sir.
It was dashed useful having the book there, though, Jeeves, the more I think about it, to refer to, you know.
Indeed, sir. Would it be a liberty for me to ask whether your eyes flashed as you faced the stern old man, sir, if you will forgive the quotation?
Well, I sort of waggled my eyebrows. Anyway, it seemed to bring home the gravy and whatnot.
And everything is now thoroughly satisfactory, sir?
Well, I think so, Jeeves, I think so. Used as I am to seeing life's sitters blow up in the home stretch and finish nowhere, I can't see any cause for alarm in this affair of young Bingo's. All he has to do now is to present the old missus and scoop in the blessing. Even an ass like Bingo should be able to manage that. Ah, someone waits without Jeeves.
Yes, sir.
If it's Mr. Little, no doubt he's just popping in to thank me in broken accents and tell me what a good chap I've been.
Bertie!
Ah, Bingo, just in time for a small... Oh, my golly. My dear old soul, what's up? You look as if something solid has hit you in the solar plexus.
I will be calm.
I never liked that vase anyway, did you, Jeeves?
No, sir. Both in conception and execution, I considered it fell short of the highest achievements of the neoclassicist imagination.
Quite. Now, Bingo, sit down and stop plunging about the room. Look, sit down. What's gone wrong?
Only every bally thing that could go wrong, Bertie. What do you think happened after you left us? You know that beastly book you insisted on sending to my uncle?
Yes? What, the woman who braved all, you mean? It came in dashed useful. I was just telling Jeeves it was by quoting bits out of it that I managed to talk him round.
Well, it didn't come in useful when we got into the room. It was lying on the table, and after we'd started to chat a bit and everything was going along nicely, the little woman spotted it. "Oh, have you read this, Lord Bittlesham?" she said. "3 times already," said my uncle. "I'm so glad," said the little woman. "Why, are you also an admirer of Rosie M. Banks?" asked the old boy, beaming. "I am Rosie M. Banks," said the little woman.
What? Oh, my aunt, not really.
Yes, really.
But how could she be, Bingo? I mean, dash it, she was slinging the foodstuffs at the Senior Liberal Club.
She took the job to collect material for a book she's writing called Mervyn Keane Clubman.
Well, she might have told you.
It made such a hit with her when she found out that I loved her for herself alone despite her humble station that she kept it under her hat. She meant to spring it on me later on, she said.
Well, what happened then?
Oh, there was the dickens of a painful scene. The old boy nearly got apoplexy, called her an imposter. They both started talking at once at the top of their voices, and the thing ended with the little woman buzzing off to her publishers to collect proofs as a preliminary to getting a written apology from the old boy. Oh, what's going to happen now, I don't know. My uncle will be as mad as a wet hen when he finds out that he's been fooled. What am I going to do, Bertie? What am I going to do?
I don't know.
Thanks. That's a lot of help.
Oh, Jeeves, answer it.
Very good, sir. Yes? Oh, good afternoon, my lord. Yes, my lord, he is.
Oh.
For Mr. Little, sir.
Oh, my golly, is it my uncle?
Yes, sir.
Oh, gosh. Hello, Uncle Mortimer?
Well, Jeeves.
What?
Exactly,
Yes,
sir.
what?
Precisely, Jeeves.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Bertie?
What's happened now?
Things are hotting up nicely. My uncle's just given the little woman's proofs the once-over and admits her claim. He was pretty snappy on the phone. He says that you and I made a fool of him and he could hardly speak, he was so shirty. Still, he made it clear all right that my allowance has gone fut again.
I'm sorry, Bingo.
Don't waste time being sorry for me, old man. He's coming straight round to call on you to demand a personal explanation.
Great Scott!
And the little woman's coming straight round to demand a personal explanation.
Good Lord!
I shall watch your future career with considerable interest. Goodbye.
But Bingo... Jeeves, I'm in the soup. What do you advise?
I think if I were you, sir, I would accept Mr. Pitt Whaley's invitation immediately. If you remember, sir, he invited you to shoot with him in Norfolk this week.
So he did, by Jove, Jeeves, you're always right. Meet me at the station with my things at 5 o'clock. I'll go and lie low at the club for the rest of the afternoon.
Would you require my company on this visit, sir?
Do you want to come?
If I might suggest it, sir, I think it would be better if I remained here and kept in touch with Mr. Little. I might possibly hit upon some method of pacifying the various parties, sir.
Righto, but if you do, Jeeves, you're a marvel. I didn't enjoy myself much in Norfolk. It rained most of the time, and when it wasn't raining, I was so dashed jumpy I couldn't hit a thing. By the end of the week, I couldn't stand it any longer. Too bally absurd, I mean, being marooned miles away in the country just because young Bingo's uncle and wife wanted to have a few words with me. I made up my mind that I'd pop back and do the strong, manly thing by lying low in my flat and telling Jeeves to inform everybody who called that I wasn't at home. When I reached town, I thought I'd better find out the general position of affairs, so I made straight for the drones in order to dig out young Bingo. It wasn't one of the cheeriest moments of my career when, rounding the corner of Dover Street, I ran plumb spang into the globular form of Lord Bittlesham. However, instead of turning purple and letting me have it in the gizzard, as I rather expected, the old boy simply smiled weakly, made a lumbering leap to one side, and scuttled off down the street at a high rate of MPH. So I biffed on to the drones. Bingo!
Hello, Bertie. I thought you were out of town.
Well, I just got back, but I say, Obene, what's happening? I just bumped into your uncle, and dash it, the man looked absolutely scared. He goggled at me, you know, as if I was something in a glass case, and then took to his heels like a scalded cat.
That's quite all right, Bertie. I forgot to tell you about that. Meant to write, but kept putting it off. He thinks you're a loony.
He what?
He thinks you're a loony. Jeeves's idea, you know.
What?
Yes, one of his very best, too, if I may say so. Solves the whole problem splendidly. Jeeves suggested that I should tell my uncle that I'd acted in perfectly good faith in introducing you to him as Rosie M. Banks.
What?
That I'd repeatedly had it from your lips that you were, and that I didn't see any reason why you shouldn't be.
What?
The idea being that you were subject to hallucinations and generally potty.
What?
And then we got hold of Sir Roderick Glossop, and he rallied round with his story of how he'd come to lunch with you and found your bedroom full up with cats and fish and whatnot, and he just rounded the thing off nicely.
What?
I always say, and I always shall say, that you only got to stand on Jeeves and fate can't touch you.
Well, of all the dashed bits of nerve I ever...
You aren't annoyed, Bertie?
Annoyed? At having half London going about under the impression that I'm off my chump? Dash it all!
Bertie, you amaze and wound me. If I dreamed that you'd object to doing a trifling good turn to a fellow who's been a pal of yours for 15 years...
Yes, but look here!
Have you forgotten, Bertie? We were at school together.
Oh, bingo. I pushed on to the old flat, seething like the dickens. One thing I was jolly certain of, and that was that this is where Jeeves and I parted company. A topping valet, of course, none better in London, but I wasn't going to allow that to weaken me. I buzzed into the flat like an east wind, and there was the box of cigarettes on the small table, and the illustrated weekly papers on the big table, and my slippers on the floor, and every dashed thing so bally right, if you know what I mean, that I started to calm down in the first 2 seconds. It was like one of those moments in a play where the chappie, about to steep himself in crime, suddenly hears the soft, appealing strains of an old melody he learned at his mother's knee. Softened, I mean to say. Yes, that's the word I want. I was softened. And then, through the doorway there shimmered good old Jeeves in the wake of a tray full of the necessary ingredients, and there was something about the mere look of the man. However, I steeled the old heart and had a stab at it. I have just met Mr. Little, Jeeves.
Indeed, sir.
He told me you had been helping him.
I did my best, sir. And I'm happy to say that matters now appear to be proceeding smoothly. Whiskey, sir?
Thanks. Jeeves?
Sir?
Another time...
Sir?
Oh, nothing. Not all the soda, Jeeves.
Very good, sir.
Jeeves?
Sir?
I wish... That is... I think... I mean... Oh, nothing.
Very good, sir. The cigarettes are at your elbow, sir. Dinner will be ready at 7:45 precisely, unless you desire to dine out.
No, I'll dine in.
Yes, sir.
Jeeves?
Sir?
Oh, nothing.
Very good, sir.
In that episode of What Oh Jeeves, the parts were played as follows. Jeeves, Michael Horden, Bertie, Richard Browers. Lord Bittlesham, Ronald Fraser. Bingo Little, Jonathan Cecil. Bingo and the Little Woman was adapted for radio by Chris Miller from the book Inimitable Jeeves by P.G. Woodhouse. What Oh Jeeves was produced by David Hatch.